Yo, yo. What is good? What is good? What is good? Please like and sub for the algos, guys. It's free. It helps. Last night we had the pleasure of having GNS on our space call. They came by invite. That was fantastic. Friday is going to be awesome when it comes to space calls. Some very cool speakers coming up.
1 minute away now until we expect to hear comments from ECB's Nagel and Germany's Finance Minister Lindner.
PPI and unemployment. That sounds fun. Ooh, it's a lot of FTDs. Calm down, guys. Hey. This monster is literally showing 33% short. Crazy. Mm.
Test, test. So just a reminder for our users, you can trade the US CPI with us at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Our very own Tony is going to be going over some fundamental prep and analysis ahead of this release. So the live video is available on the feed for anyone interested.
Hey, John. What's up, buddy? Hey, Dana. Shit, that's a terrible one. Trying to get a good beyond there. How's the AI looking? Let's look. Like, I wanted to hold the 200 here on the daily. I think she's due for a twist. Yeah, I want us to pull and swing that MACD around on the daily and just hold the 200 there. I brought my average down. I'm so happy. Yeah, I think so too. I mean, whatever's going to happen, it looks like it's going to happen soon. You dog, you. Jeez, John. You bala. You bala.
ECB's Wunsch says that according to CNBC, we have more to do.
What do we got at 200 here? with me. Whew.
Malpass says
Sorry.
participants in Sovereign Debt Roundtable will have workshops
Hey, Doc.
in
How are you,
May to
brother?
discuss the burden.
Bro, we actually got GNS on a space call last night. It was awesome. Bodie, what did you think about last night, bro? You were here. So was Dana. Buzz last night was awesome. Oh, yeah, I think so too. Killer. My night flew by. Like, when I hopped on that phone call, I did not expect for it to be another 5-hour space call. I thought it was gonna be like a quick little, like, I don't know, like hour long, like little like rundown on like like just the day or some shit, and then all of a sudden GNS slid in my DMs. Like, oh, okay, so that's how we're gonna be. This is really, really cool. And the guy that runs their Twitter, Anton, honestly, I couldn't get if it was Anton or Antoine just because of how many times everyone was saying it last night. But the man is a gentleman and a scholar. He's so humble too. He's so humble. Like, I didn't ask him too hard of questions. That way that he wouldn't want to avoid like the community. But at the same time, like I wanted to see what like I could get away with asking, and like he was like answering questions that I didn't think he was gonna be able to answer. I don't know. It made me really bullish on GNS, like long term.
ECB's one says there's strong consensus that we have to do more.
Q's in free fall. Nasdaq up 0.2%. S&P 0.07 and Dow's solid.
Size of the May hike.
Good morning, Swab. Long. It was good. It was, okay, it was fine. It was great, but like it was long. I was on a space last night with Genius Group until like 1:45 p.m. or 1:45 a.m. Excuse me. Where's that? My bad. I want to feed dogs too. Wow. What better
Secured
get
overnight finance rate 4.8% of April the 12th
Oh, I'm
versus
ready.
4.8% April the 11th.
a little bit loud. I'm ready. I'm good. Just gonna have to, shake the cobwebs a little bit. I'll be fine.
Also seeing here, according to Lindner, he says that IMF growth projection for Germany is too pessimistic.
They're fighting TRKA so hard right now. My God. TRKA. Oh. Thank you for that. Yeah. Is it really? That thing is gonna drop like a rock. At some point. Well, fuck. It's almost at 77. Well, it is at 77.5% utilization. And it's still short 12%, 12.3. Borrow fiat TRKA 34%, 2.1 shares available. Thank you. It is going bankrupt. That's why I think it's gonna drop like a rock. I think people are just treating it, just like any other Chapter 11 play. That's it. I mean, I could be wrong.
So good morning, everyone, and welcome to the US session on financial juice. So just taking a look at some sentiment and the docket ahead of today's session, then, so the dollar fell against most of the G10 currencies as expectations grew that the Federal Reserve would raise interest rates only once more next month before beginning to ease later in the year.
Oh,
Treasuries
shit.
fell whilst European and US equity futures rose. The White House said Thursday that data does not point to a US recession.
We're already in
Contradicting the Federal
recession.
Reserve staff's economists
We've been in one.
forecast a minor contraction starting later this year. So taking a look at the docket for today's session then, so at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we do get the US PPI year over year, and as well US initial jobless claims. 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we do get the 4-week bill auction with the US selling $60 billion of 4-week bills. 1 p.m. Eastern Time, we do get the 30-year bond auction, the US selling $18 billion of 30-year bonds. And speakers for today's session, so at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, we do get Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem, as well as Bank of England's Pill. And at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we do get ECB's Nagel. So good luck today, traders.
Yo, having financial juice anymore is like such a game changer, in my opinion. Such a game changer. Bitcoin going to be trying to invalidate a death cross.
ECB's Nagel says the Bundesbank is more optimistic on the euro area than the IMF. ECB's Nagel says core inflation is still very high. So ECB's Nagel was slated to speak at 7:45 AM Eastern Time. Just hearing comments from him now. ECB's Nagel says there is more to do on monetary policy.
Interesting, GNS. Under 50% there for a couple of days. Good morning, Scott. How are you? Bitcoin trying on a super trend to invalidate that death cross. Trying to invalidate. Man, I have like a yawn stuck. Whoa. Any big news? Yeah. I'm in direct communication with GNS, and they were on a space call with us all night last night. I am now a lot more bullish on GNS long term than I
ECB's Nagel
was
says
prior.
it's too early to comment on the ECB's May rate decision.
But I would want to hear from TRKA first, I think. However, I like where they're kind of, I did like the numbers.
ECB's Nagel says there's no threat of a systemic banking crisis.
Oh, man. All right, so Bitcoin did push above that crossover, so we could turn that death cross into a gold cross real quick. Yeah, they did. They call it Vorb Q now. Maybe you guys will stop talking about them now. uh.
So ECB's label does add that the risk
The
is
goev.
seen more on individual banks.
Congrats on that play, guys. Are we thinking bull or bear today? You guys tell me. Because I can tell you what a Bitcoin chart is telling me and what my opinion is, but I want to hear from you guys. Whoa, Ocean, hello. Ocean just popped?
ECB's label says core inflation will show movement in the right direction before summer break.
Ooh, cosm? Pre-market, 5.5 up? Okay. Hopefully that's back with some volume. I'm not going to bother even pulling it up. Shit. Bitcoin trying to push my trend line? Going for the bull flag breakout.
ECB's label says I expect tightening cycle to continue. ECB's label says it is important to watch for signs of tighter banking lending. Just to repeat that there, it's important to watch signs of tighter bank lending.
Yeah, access to capital is about to get real hard for a lot of people. Whew. I literally was in shock last night when I saw GNS sliding in my inbox at like 11 o'clock at night. I was just so shook. Bitcoin trying up. Look at that 13. That 13's moving with a lot of, upward pressure. I have a dog at the door. Give me a second. I think I'm taking 5%. Or wait, you're taking cash and put it on 5-year bond, get 5% no risk. Do you? do whatever you want to do. Let me ask you something. You're talking about 5%, right? How much is the U.S. economy currently inflating at? But I don't even mean that question to be a dick. Before you think that, like, you know, I'm trying to, like, be a dick here. Like, I'm just, like, you know, throwing it out there. Like, if you were to guess, how much do you think that the economy is currently growing at? CX app? CX app with the handle? Oh, good morning, Chad. At the moment, maybe 1%? No, more than that. Much more than that. The goal is 2%, and we're way off goal. And then what I was gonna say is that then you have to subtract your, you know, that out of your 5%. So it's like where are the gains really? Something to think about. Yeah, what if you don't lose? What if your win ratio is much higher than your loss ratio? Yeah, he wasn't patient, and he didn't invest in a smart manner. I got nothing but love for him, but he he went all in on an MJ company that's not even federally legal yet. And not only that, but he went all in on a crappy one. I don't make mistakes like that. Luckily, knock on wood. What kind of bonds? Asked Chad. English T-bonds. That's what I'm calling for. Weren't they selling like 3 years, and like the amount that they sold, everybody was freaking out about, and that was like maybe like a couple months ago? Or am I wrong? Like, don't be afraid to tell me, like, you know, hey, no, you're wrong. You know, don't be an idiot. Because like I really might be wrong about that. I don't trust banks. I don't trust the government. Just my opinion. Yo, facts. Interest rates are high, so lock it in for 5 years. You may want to be able to unlock it though at some point too. God forbid something that.
So 10 minutes away now, so we get the US PPI year over year
Yeah.
forecast 3% on a prior of 4.6% with a range of 3.6% to 0%. Initial jobless claims forecast 235.
You dog you.
On a prior of 228k with a range of 250k to 195k.
This baller status.
PPI month over month forecast 0% on a prior of minus 0.1%. Core PPI year over year forecast 3.4% on a prior of 4.4%. Core PPI month over month forecast 0.2% on a prior of 0%. And the US continued jobless claims forecast 1.835 million on a prior of 1.
I like that idea, million. Scott. I mean, I'll be straight with you guys. Like, I have like an okay account, but like, my account isn't massive. Like, it like this sideways down has, you know, like kind of grinded me too. Like I'm not like, I have my green days, I have my red days, I have my almost unch days. Like at this point, like I made money here and there, but like it's not like it was, you know, pre the last year of the market. You know what I mean? So like, if you've like stood like around this long for, you know, let's say like over a year at this point, like you probably gained about 4 years worth of market experience within 1 year if you heavily traded it for last year, give or take. Then I'm gonna go ahead and say that that's about comparable to about 4 years of normal trading, as far as like running into different like just random circumstances or yeah. Good morning, Kev. Sab's gonna be a runner today. I think Sabs is gonna run. Watch out on Ocean. That's about to form the other side of a cup. Any thoughts on SPY today? We're gonna find out in 7 minutes. I mean, yeah, but just make sure it didn't blow its load already.
ECB says banks borrowed 3 million euros at marginal rate. The ECB says banks deposited 4 trillion euros with his overnight.
Yesterday, about 6,000 shares of CXAI announced booming. Congratulations, Cohen. Doesn't that feel good, dude, when you hit a trade like that? Swing for doubles and you'll hit home runs. That's the whole premise of my idea. Swing for doubles, you'll hit home runs. And, dude, you knocked that one out of the park. Good shit. Like, you literally knocked the cover off the ball. We're talking 73% right now in pre-market, and it's about to go even higher. Man, that call last night was so fucking awesome. I can't wait for what's it called, Mike to get in here so I can tell him about it. GFAI deciding if it wants to keep it running. Just watch out, bro. That might get like a little bit hot at some point. And wait, GFAI has options, right? If they do, just watch out on the order flow on the put chain. Just throwing that out there. Got out yesterday? Okay. DXY down to a 101.29. I just wonder what PPI is going to do to this market. I wonder if they're going to paint it in order to go ahead and just put it like right on track with expectations like they've been. More fake breakout. $2.5 million shares of TRKA traded. It's got resistance in front of it. Devin, last night I got what's it called? I got GNS on a space call as a co-host. Me and Barking Spider. Yeah, me and Barking Spidey. It was so fire. So fire. Shares return? Okay. Dope. Yeah, dude. Like, and it's all recorded too. So that's cool. People could listen to that from my live from last night. I didn't even like look to see how long that one is, but yeah, dude, it's moving in the right direction. You know how I feel. You know how I feel. This isn't a descending wedge right here on Bitcoin. Bitcoin's about to move up. Here, I'm gonna draw this descending wedge, but it might happen before I draw it.
So in just under 5 minutes time now, we do get the US PPI year over year. Forecast 3% on a prior of 4.6% with a range of 3.6% to 0%. US initial jobless claims. Forecast 235k on a prior of 228k.
About
with a range of 250k to 195k. PPI month over month. Forecast 0% on a prior of minus 0.1%. Core PPI year over year. Forecast 3.4% on a prior of 4.4%. Core PPI month over month. Forecast 0.2% on a prior of 0%. And the US continued jobless claims. Forecast 1.835 million on a prior of 1.823 million.
yesterday it was 60% naked short volume. T+2 though has it at under 50% naked short volume. That's interesting. I already looked at Octo, but I forget what it was. 59%. I'm gonna put up a poll for you guys.
One minute remaining.
Ah,
Only
shit.
the US PPI year over year.
I'm button again. I'm so shot. Alright, guys. Everybody please answer that. It's in chat.
10 seconds.
Hello, Bitcoin. Hi.
Two spot 7%, 2.7%, lower than the forecast of 3%. US initial jobless claims 239k, 239k, higher than the forecast of 235k. US PPI month over month minus 0.5%, minus 0.5%, lower than the forecast of 0%. US core PPI year over year 3.4%, 3.4% in line.
Kevin, can I ask you something?
4% core PPI month over month minus 0.1%, minus 0.1%. Lower than the forecast of 0.2%. US continued jobless claims 1.81 million, 1.81 million, lower than the forecast of 1.835 million. Taking a look at the markets now, upside movement in the S&P 500, downside movement in the Dixie.
Beautiful. Downside on DXY, upside on Bitcoin. Okay, so let me ask you this. Is what you're doing currently working, or is it not working? That's kind of like, I guess, the basis of my, my discussion. Is what you're doing currently working or no? Yeah, like trading in general, yes, sir. Like, is what you're doing currently working? Yeah, I mean, ups and downs like everyone, but I can see supply and demand zones.
US PPI in March
Okay.
2023 full report on the newsfeed for those of you that are interested.
So, with that answer, right? Like you're saying, if you're saying that, you know, like you're getting it, and you're doing better than, you know, you're making more than you're losing, right? That's more than a lot of traders can say. And I don't like to like change things that aren't broken. So if I was gonna dip my toes in that water, I would just be very, very, you know, I'd be like very, very cautious, but at the same time, it might be worth learning and doing. You might end up killing it. I just don't want to see you get murked right now with the way that they're scalping premiums back and forth. Because that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing them scalping premiums. They're running chains back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. That's what's happening. And I just don't want to see you get crushed in the middle of it just because you're not that great with like SPY options.
Seeing the euro dollar rising 0.5%,
okay.
The highest level since April 2022. But
you have a trading plan? Execute it, my dude. Like, seriously. Now, let me ask you this, though, before you know, commit, right? Are you going to be working nights, though, as you're taking these? Like, to the point where you can't be, like, or to the point where you're going to be with us? Or is it going to be, like, where you're working days and you're not going to be with us?
Since February the 2nd.
Because if you're trading SPY contracts, you're going to be wanting to watch your chart nonstop. That's the only other concern that I would have. Last 5 mornings we have been watching it dump, then getting changed and having morning meeting, then it pumps. So the plan is buy within a 40-minute time. Just okay. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so you're trying to gauge a trend, and you're okay. Um, just do me one favor that will also help yourself. Okay. Don't get too confident. Don't, if it works, right? Don't fall in love with the strategy in case they change, because that could force you to then start to like revenge trade, and that's not really, all that great. So, yeah, just define your risk reward and then just, handle it. Stay humble. Copy that. Exactly. SPY options could go to your head really quick. Not financial advice, yada, 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 yada. You can make a lot of money on SPY options and then lose a lot of money really quickly on SPY options. Like, all right, you guys want to hear? Here's an L story for you, okay? I hit like...
UK's PM Sunak says we want to lower taxes over time.
I hit like 8... Like, I think it was like 8 SPY trades in a row not too long ago. It was a little ways ago, but not too long ago. So what did I do? I just, loaded the boat and I missed.
UK PM Sunak says we must lower inflation.
That shit hurts. That shit will humble you. I promise. I absolutely promise. Like, imagine being right 8 or 9 times and then being wrong the 9th or the 10th time. It's like, wow, I didn't see that coming. I lost a lot of money like that. So just like staying humble and and not becoming overconfident that's key. My bro at work hit the GameStop run and made 150K. That's a dub. GFI went up. GFAI went again. Really? Okay, that is absurd. What the fuck? Watch out on puts on the way down. Not financial advice.
So we have put out the video to UK's PM Sunak on the news feed for those of you that are interested.
So I don't think of it like gambling, but at the same time, you're right about being prepared mentally. When I put money in my brokerage, I assume that it's lost until proven otherwise. Like, even though it's not lost, and I did not lose the money, right? Like, after it's already in the brokerage, I consider it a loss. And then if I, happen to make a good amount of money, then I'll go ahead and I yank it out. And I realize the gains. But until I make an amount of money that I'm comfortable with, it's rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, and then for me, it's start all over again. Rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, start all over again. Rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, get that investment working for me somewhere else. And then rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. Like, I want to create as many revenue streams as humanly possible for myself. That's now my goal. GFAI borrow fee from Interactive Brokers. They have 1,000 shares available with a fee of $3.12. Yeah, so it's probably going to keep ripping today on a short squeeze, and that sometime it's probably going to top out. And then at that point when it tops out, I'd be like loading the boat with puts close to the money. Obviously not financial advice. But it probably is still going to run a little bit more. Probably. Especially if Bitcoin moves up here. But then on the way down, there's a lot of money to be made. Bitcoin consolidated. What are we doing? Being disciplined to your investment strategy, even when you're losing, is tough. Yeah, it is. But look what happened to Antix. How much you guys want to bet that he owned so much that when he dumped it, somebody got margin called? Or something. That's probably why it like did what it did. Like, I don't know, just saying. Yeah, exactly. I bet he was the reason for the pump. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't really believe in coincidences all that much. The only thing that's because DXY is falling. At current value or at or what's called at that what's called the low price, he owns $70,000 worth. But that was at the bottom before it ran 100%. At the bottom before it ran 100%. Futures going up too. Love it. Guys, I'm looking at this just like over here. I'm looking at Bitcoin. Bitcoin looks like it did a lot of consolidating. It seems like a lot of consolidating at the 30,200 level. Came down back to like 30,176 I have, like in that area. Tested down there, and now it looks like we're creating higher lows on the way up on Bitcoin. So it just didn't like a interesting, I guess, look for me right now. We'll see what happens, though, of course. I mean, you guys know how it goes. So if I buy $70,000 of it, then sell it, should do the same. Maybe after a long period of time, after your position has decreased a metric F ton. Hold on one second. I'm gonna share the space that we created for Friday. Give me one second.
Germany's finance minister Lindner says Germany must avoid a cluster risk on China trade ties.
I just want to make sure I'm not like missing anyone. Look at Bitcoin. GNS. I have them. I have Frank and Cosm. Titan. Let me throw Sean in here for Retail United. Now I'm thinking I always think like a hedge fund. It sounds really bad, but I do. Why are TRKA taking so long to offer from? It's only been like a couple days. It's only taking long because we have so much money on it. That's why. Guys, can you retweet that status I just posted, please? It's important. It's regarding Friday. Well, tomorrow. And what's it called? And the like the Twitter space.
IMS Forgiva says we have feared recession, but our projections call for walking a narrow path that avoids a hard landing.
Bell's at the door. Give me 1 second. Never mind. Let's look at the door. Bell, you were just outside. You're not going out. Good boy. Good boy.
And Forgiva adds the most worrisome is the projection for weak growth over time.
When is their run? I believe in May, but because they have the offer from GNS, that shakes things up a bit. I think it was May, but because of the outstanding offer, I don't know if that applies correctly. It may it may, but I don't know, and I don't want to be wrong. So whenever I'm in a situation like that, I just shut my mouth. That way, I avoid being wrong.
So in 10 minutes' time now, we're expecting comments from Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem, as well as Bank of England's Pill.
I have not used
So
Twitter
Bank of
since
Canada's
I had my
Governor
website.
Macklem is to speak at the IMF spring meeting.
So, just go here.
And Bank of England's Pill to speak at the Market News International Connect video conference on developments in the UK economy and monetary policy.
So here, you just come down here and click this button. That's it. Yeah, just come down here and click that button.
IMF's goev says the global economy is not in a great place and the IMF sees risks increasing.
Bitcoin is just telling us what we're gonna do today. Okay. Whatever works. I just want to spread awareness about who's gonna be on the space, because this is like a big deal. Thank you very much, Scott. But yeah, like I just want as many people to see it because it is a big deal. My opinion, I think it's a huge deal. Yep. Okay.
EU's gentle
all good in the hood.
track to rebalance China trade.
Gold is now getting stupid. I bet it is. Yeah, gold is going to continue to get stupid unless we get the dollar to double bottom, but we don't want the dollar to double bottom. We want dollar down. Like that would be huge. Continue down. Flush. Get flushed. Finger. I was telling people to buy gold when it was $1,100. Everyone thought I was crazy. Yeah. Yeah, I just can't watch Finger here with no volume on it. That's all, homie. I was telling people to buy. Oh yeah, everyone thought I was crazy. Now everyone's saying to buy now in 2000. Yeah, it's funny. Everybody was telling me that Carvana was a joke. I laughed at those people when I was buying it in like the $4 range, and then I sold it for a lot more than what I bought it for. For me, it's about patience. Cool, calm, collected, ice cold. Like I'm taking what happened to Antics and using that as a learning lesson. Like I hate to use it. I hate to like have to use like a case like, you know, like what happened, but if I'm going to use any case, it might as well be his case.
5 minutes away now to expect the comments from Bank of Canada's Governor Macklin, as well as Bank of England's Pill.
Bitcoin up. Antics seem to have lots of money to 70K. No, he YOLO'd $70,000 into all of his into all AGFY, and that was the mistake that he made. My humble opinion, that was the fatal mistake. If HYMC breaks 50 cents, I think it could get gamma. I mean, it should, theoretically. Just keep, again, for anything that you're relying on gamma, and you're relying on the Greeks, make sure that you're watching option flow. And make sure that you're reading the Greeks and reading them properly. That's very important. If you're wondering, how to do that, go on Investopedia. Investopedia is your friend. Please remember that, guys. Always. MDGS. It sounds like Mad Dogs. I had too many of those in high school. MDGS. Mad Dog. The way I just said said Mad Dog kind of sounded like the theme song for Cat Dog, the Cartoon Network show. You guys know what I'm talking about. Cat Dog. Cat Dog. To put in odds at 1 in every 50,000. Yes. Okay, I wanted to make sure that I wasn't the only one that thought that. Whoa! That's aggressive. This is really aggressive, guys. Metagus acquires almost 20% of innovative AI and natural language processing communication. So for other languages, if you need to, switch over, and then if they're in a position where they're acquiring companies, that's extremely bullish. And you guys know how I feel about medical, as well.
Surely expecting comments from both Bank of Canada's Governor Macklin and Bank of England's Pill.
I like it. I kind of like it. I might have to buy it. Let me look at it more.
Effective Fed funds rate for spot 83% for April the 12th, unchanged from the April the 11th.
They don't have an EBITDA here. Slightly down. Revenue is coming up, though.
The Australian dollar and the Swiss franc climb 1% as the dollar extends drop.
I have to look at a longer term time frame, too. Hold on. There's no one single like large owner. Oh, Susquehanna is the largest. That sounds kind of like BBIG to me, but or Susquehanna just has a lot to do with it. It's not a short play. What up, Alan? Alan, last night we had GNS. Oh, yo, it's what's it called? It's an Israeli company. I love Israeli companies. Last night we had GNS on the space call, bro. It was absolutely fire. Do I use it? No. Do I have it? Yes.
Bank of England's poll says February inflation was a material surprise. Bank of England's poll says the bank staff continue to expect GDP to decline by 0.1% in 2023 first quarter, and says still expecting CPI to decline.
Yo, they have an EV charging business too.
Path of inflation may be bumpier than we expect.
So this is actually a like in the same realm as Hellbiz, well, MCOM or MBRDS.
Expect CPI to fall in the second quarter as large rises in energy prices.
But they also do other things.
The annual comparison, and says the MPC is prepared to respond to the macro implications of any dislocation to credit markets if they influence the outlook of inflation. It says the inflation path may be bumpier than expected, just to repeat an earlier headline. And says the aggregate lending measure have slowed only slightly. And Bank of England's PO says high-frequency indicators of momentum in wage developments appear to be easing. Bank of England's PO says wage growth likely to slow for some time.
Sorry, I'm spending so much time on this company. Just I actually like it from what I see so far.
Bank of England's PO says seeing signs of tighter financial conditions.
Come on.
Bank of England's bill says it's consistent with the MPC expectations of a tight labour market. The unemployment rate has remained near low levels.
I might do something with that. TRKA is trying up. Fuck. I have to sell Octo at a small loss. Oh, no, wait. Is it a loss? No. No, I'm gonna have to sell Octo for a 2% gain, or for a 2-cent gain. See, this is what I'm talking about, selling things sometimes before I want to sell them. So, I just, I overnighted a play, but now I found a different play I might want to be in. Have I been adding more in BBIG? I've been swing trading them. Because I lost so much money from just buying and holding BBIG like over the last 2 years that it made me start to trade it a different way in order to go ahead and offset the money that I lost from my original investment. I guess you could call it, what's it called? I guess you could call that revenge trading, and that was bad. I shouldn't have done that. Whose market cap?
Bank of England's bills
LIDAR is up 6% pre.
Surveys continues to point towards an uncertain growth expectations.
Ocean up 12. Down to the 48 though. That company looks good. Oh, I was talking about MDGS that I might buy. I don't know. Let me actually look at it on a time or a longer time frame. Okay.
Bank of England's Pils's latest data is somewhat disappointing, but much better than the Bank of England's
There's a gap on
forecast
it.
late last
Wait,
year.
no, there
Oh,
isn't a
sorry,
gap,
my
man.
apologies.
Yeah, I might just do a YOLO on this. I don't know. It's up 13%. But it looks like it's trying to fill the other side of that cup up. And Bitcoin's forming a huge cup as well on that other screen. Oh, wait. Big news for... Hold on a second. Guys, watch out on the ticker symbol MONI. MONI. Heads up on that ticker symbol. MONI. Watch list that.
Bank of England's Pill says the UK banking system remains very robust and resilient.
Yeah. It's an OTC stock. That's why. Just it. Frank just got retained by them. Like literally, it was announced 6 minutes ago. I want to join Lion's group real quick, and then I'm gonna walk away. Hold on a second. I'm gonna walk away to do it. Give me a second. Guys, just give me 1 second. I want to alert that community. I guess I can sit down until I get called on. Julie, if you ask me to talk MOAS one more time, I'm hiding you from the channel. I swear to God. I told you that last time, but like this time I mean it. S-Stake up 5%? Okay.
Bank of England's bill says inflation persistence is the key focus where monetary policy needs to go.
Yo, Lion, can I make a point real quick, homie? Just because I stepped on here real quick on live, and I want to be able to step back in because I'm trying to respect your rules of the room, but I do want to make a point. Okay. So last night I co-hosted a space with GNS. So they are very interested in like what we have to say. The guy on there was great last night. I did post it on my channel. But we are going to have a much larger space on Friday at 10 p.m. Eastern time. So I don't think that Lion has anything going on that late usually. So like I'm not trying to obviously take an audience away from some of that. But I think that there could be some great information just because of the panel we're going to have. So go ahead and set a reminder on that. And if it's cool with you, Lion, I'd love to throw it up in the nest. And then I want to get back on YouTube.
Bank of England's bill says it's good news that the latest job growth has come from falling inactivity rates.
TRKA, GNS, and cosm. Is it cool if I throw that in the nest real quick and then I'll bounce? Appreciate you.
Especially when you let it get to MMTLP, it's a garbage. I think more than a piece, it's the full garbage, bro. I hate FINRA, dude. Did you see that apparently there were, I don't know, again, it's investor
Alright, sorry, I just want to make sure that I got that shared. Alright, yeah, I hate to interrupt again. I'm gonna leave, guys. That way I could respect the room and not record on stream. So I appreciate your guys' time. You guys have a great one, alright? And hopefully I'll catch you Friday. What up, Dale? How you doing, man? Yo, how'd you like that call last night, though? How'd you like that call last night? It was REIT. I'm just gonna make an assumption that you meant great. Because I think so too. I'm just a smart ass. I'm playing with you.
Bank of England's bill says open question whether unemployment will need to rise
No,
to
dude.
inflation pressures from higher wage growth.
I was mind blown that GNS literally just slid in the call. Like no hesitation. Next level. And it makes me want that entrepreneur resorts stock too. Just saying. Want to know something funny? 2 days ago it was 78 degrees, and today I woke up with 1.5 inches of snow on the ground. Idaho seems to be a son of a bitch, just like Pennsylvania.
Governor Macklem says we are prepared to
I'm
go
definitely getting
trade.
some more
We get
GNS.
stuck
I
on
guess
half
May
the
16
2%
is the new
CPI.
date. No dates, Dylan. No dates, brother. Don't date yourself to the point where you're, you know, like married to a sock, and you're waiting on, you know, wedding day. Just every day is a new day, and you like, I don't know, like, yes, some days seem to be like, you know, closer to some inflection points than others, but at the same time, if you practice if you practice like it's a game, the game will become easier. Take that quote to heart. Um, guys, I can't talk right this second. Actually, hold on. I gotta wait for a phone number real quick. 1 second. You want my side? Hold on 1 second, guys.
modest rise to
My bad,
key
guys.
CPI.
That was a very, very important phone call.
Bank of Canada's Governor Macklin reiterates the bank is prepared to provide liquidity if there were to be a serious global financial event and markets froze. Bank of England's Pill says I see higher UK neutral rate of unemployment.
Guys, I want you guys to pay attention to something that I just tweeted, actually. I thought I tweeted it. Hold on a second. Did I not retweet that? What the fuck? Okay, hold on a second. Guys, look at MONI. I repeat, look at MONI. In fact, here's what we're gonna do real quick. Just so we know for the just for the record. Right there. MONI is what I'm looking at, Chad. It's an OTC stock. I understand it's OTC. But look what this stock just did. Hold on. I'm like leading in like into this. Ooh, pretty chart. This right here is one of Frank's companies. And Frank just got brought on to, like, cover money. MONI. So. Who's Frank? Frank Benedetto. He is somebody that is a friend of the channel, and he is the shareholders advocate for a few different companies. Julie, you're such a... Oh, my God.
Just a bit of market commentary.
You're such a
as the
troll.
SOFR options package targets.
But you're not
also
mean,
caused
so
by
it's like I
June
can't even
policy
like do
meetings,
anything
as
about it.
large flows seen in the SOFR June 2023 options consist of a put condor package looking to pin policy rates between approximately 4.875% to 4.9375%, standing to benefit from a May rate hike and a pause at the following policy meeting in June. ECB's Nasal says considering a 25 and 50 basis point rate hike options for May, and says underlying inflation moving in the wrong direction.
Good luck, everyone. Let's get it.
The euro dollar rises to a 1-year high.
Come on, hurry up. Uh, I just took a little bit of a YOLO. We'll see. Hold on 1 second. I just bought more TRKA. This goes. HYMC. Bitcoin, trying to go for that 1348. TRKA, hard up. Vana, fuck, I sold my Vana. Sold my Vana for AI. Carvana was way up, AI was way down, so I just, you know, I had to make the switcheroo. Don't tell me you're gonna drop off on volume. This is what I just bought. TRKA. TRKA. We're about due for an ape run as well. Good SDIG. Yo, I called out SDIG at 48 cents. Fuck yeah. Like that's what I'm talking about. Like, even if I'm still not in them, I still want my plays to go way up just because, like, that adds credibility. Mycroft and TRK. Bitcoin's about to lift. RSI and Bitcoin's at 50. I hope that is just eating supply off of 200. Either that or I just wasted fucking cash. A lot of blocks on GNS. Watch out on GNS on a recovery. A lot of blocks on them, like I said. And like I said, with the whole space call thing, that could open them up to a lot of, you know, a lot of marketing as well. CX AI boomed. Good shit. Congratulations. Didn't somebody say that they were in that like earlier today? So I know somebody did. Fuck. Who was it? If it was you, please mention who it was. Guys, volume on this MDGS that I bought is 338,000 almost, right? Average volume is only 2.68 thousand. Think about that. Now it's only currently up 2% as well. Oh fuck. Yeah, I screwed up. I bought it on the 48. Or under the 48. Oh well. Lucy moving up today? Someone had like 5,000 shares yesterday. Yeah, no, somebody mentioned it earlier, like a few minutes ago. I just forget. Ouch, I just lost a lot. Don't fuck with money that you can't afford to lose, I guess, right? Oh, is it halted? Okay, well, I'm in it right now, so I gotta watch it for when it unhalts. I mean, it could be buy the rumor, sell the news, but I bought the news. I just like the way that the company looked in the other places I looked at it. Okay, Julie, I hear you. ATLX is up again. That's grandma's call. Excellent call. That's what Julie said. It seems to be that way as well. Just looking at it. I'll be a majority stakeholder in muln soon. AI up 1.3, okay. I'm cracking up how you talk, Julie. Yo, me too. It's interesting. But she's never like, you know, unpleasant, so it's not like I'm gonna like boot her. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's always cool. So like, I guess you could be, you know, kind of a troll. As long as you're nice about it.
Bill says we're seeing a similar rise in unemployment. It says UK companies are likely to hoard workers in slump.
HLGN's going.
Well, let's just
HLGN's
look at
going.
that latter headline. So Bank of England's pill says I'm seeing
HLGN is
a small rise in
going. What up,
unemployment.
Timbo? Guys, HLGN is a Bill Gates play, just so everybody knows. Here's a 5-minute for you. And again, this is a Bill Gates play. It just bounced off support resistance. Like that's where the ask bid spread is on resistance right now for it.
So just noting comments from Bank of England's Bill again. Did you say
Right through it,
the
HLGN.
likely to hold workers in a slump? They're seeing a smaller rise in unemployment.
Bank of England's pill says a positive demand shock may be emerging.
Guys, please don't forget what I said about that company Money. I don't know what they're doing right now, but just MONI, heads up. Any company that's down to fight naked shorts, like, I mean, as long as they're not like a ripoff, I'm down to work with them. AMC's up 4%. HLGN's up 13%. Bitcoin coming to the end of my drawing here, and this is gonna slide, which it may down back towards 200. It's tight. RSI and Bitcoin's at 46. SDIG up 9. AMC busting. MDGS on halt, yeah. Zella's ripping. Yeah, it's a nice tear, buddy. I know you have a lot on it, and I know Mom has some on it, so I'll leave it up for a minute. Look at MDGS coming back. Hey, everybody go look at Mafia V2 if you're in it. Alright? If you're in Mafia V2, go look at it. You're not. You're not. You know how they say on TRK they didn't dilute the shares, but my question is if they didn't put more shares into the market, then how's the obvious way? So what they did was they basically like almost extra. The way that I see it is they gave out like common stock in order to go ahead and settle the previous Series E preferred shares. Again, guys, Mafia Chat V2. Last time I'm going to say it. To join that, you just have to upgrade, what's it called? You have to upgrade the membership in order to, you know, try to flush out the mole from Mafia Chat. Plus, your boy could use a couple bucks, to be quite honest. However, Discord is always free. So, there's that. Discord will always be free. I just can only check one chat, like, as I'm streaming. And that just happens to be Mafia. Money, one reason I don't like OTC stocks, hard as hell to get order filled. However, I'm in 40,000 shares. You'll get the occasional tip, but I'm not paying a monthly for any... okay. I hear you. I hear you. It's fine. I don't want anyone to feel pressured, okay? The whole thing is I don't want to feel like I have a lack of privacy. And I don't want to feel like I have to say not financial advice after everything I say. So that's why, you know, things turned out the way that they did. Watch out that the market doesn't flip here. Bitcoin might go.
Bank of England's Bill says at the current level of interest rates, we are weighing against inflation.
Should I just invested without doing any research? Probably. Chad's been killing it lately, Jordan, and he invested because he found out that Frank is going to be the shareholders advocate, and his companies have actually ripped recently, so that could also be a form of research in some aspects. You want GMVD? All right, I'll pull it up on a different screen. Give me 1 second. Yeah, it's an OTC stock. This is coming from the man who traded LHDX. Don't go there. I know. I understand. GMVD cap is just under 4 million. Their free float is 78.6% of the company, and that's 5.84 million shares. And they're short 5% on 87% utilization. VRM up 2%. Watch out on Bitcoin. Okay, fair enough, Jordan, but still. Okay. Alright, what do we got? We have Bitcoin just off the 200 at the 48, RSI is a 50.7. TRKA is pretty much trying to move up off the bottom there. 3.23 million in volume. Bitcoin, we have 30,260. And we're at the 48. TRKA trying up. I trade on TA, momentum, and fundamentals, not all three in a trade. I made some good trades without even knowing what a company does, in and out within minutes. Yeah, exactly. It's all about the trading style. All about the trading style. Wow. CONL up 5.4. Ocean having a day. Ocean lifting. I guess I bought the wrong stock. Oh. Don't let me buy in or it'll probably delist. Well, I'm telling everybody about it now so they don't FOMO later. C3AI? C3AI, I like leverage too, not financial advice. We're going up today. I can feel it in me bones. A lot of Credit Suisse blocks as well, guys. Well, as long sorry, let me go ahead. Let me clarify. As long as Bitcoin could keep the 48 from coming down through the 200, I am going to be very bullish on today. I don't know why. It just seems interesting for some odd reason. Ocean ripping. 23% up, 24. Let's see if it can pop back up and invalidate. We can't have a death cross and, you know, grind down on Bitcoin, or else it's just gonna be a miserable day. That's the only thing. But if we do pop, then I think that we have it all right day. Doubt I'm gonna get this job today. You know, dude, don't. If you think like that, then you're not gonna get the job. Go in there like you own the place, bro. Like, walk in and, like, you know, like, with the right, you know, the right vocabulary, with the right, you know, body language, it'll look like you fucking own the room, dude. Ocean up. TRKA. Button down shirt. Top 3 buttons undone works well for me. TRKA. Thoughts on MCOM? I don't trust what's it called. I don't know if I trust Palella anymore, and I don't know if I like see the same company that I did when I first started covering them. But at some point, what like the assets are just gonna become worth more than what the market cap is, and it's gonna go up just off that alone. Or just how low can it go? I actually tweeted at him yesterday. I told him that he's losing retail, in my opinion. I mean, I'm trying to. I would like to help in the fight in any way I can. and obviously, like, you know, make money from it. So I don't know. I'm just looking for companies that would be interested in a potential share advocate, or shareholders advocate. I feel like I could definitely bring good exposure in DD to companies that need it. The market is ripping right now. Like Bitcoin's about to bounce, I think. Like this market is just up too much for it to just dive at the moment, in my opinion. What are we gonna do here? You know you're right. I don't even know what the hell you're talking about, bro. Oops. Bitcoin at 200. Bitcoin at the 48. Bitcoin about to launch us into orbit.
Fear is not in my vocabulary.
Bitcoin. WW up 11%. Nice. Jordan, why? Bitcoin still trying just under support resistance at the 48. How old are you, Jordan? Can you remind me? Labu's up 6%. TRK formed a perfect cup right here. You turned 21 on May 14th. Dude, life didn't even get started for you to you know, have complete jokes. So, keep that in mind. Yeah. When you get to that point, bro, that's when, like,
Just seeing some analyst commentary here.
Wait.
So Treasury investors
Ocean?
are setting up for a slow grinding rally. So bond investors are lacking in their Treasury allocation, so that can add to the potential for continued rallies should data continue to surprise to the downside.
so if that happens, right? If that happens, then I think that you'll finally like then you'll understand, you know, like I guess a joke of a life decision. You know what I mean? I just don't think that you're old enough to, you know, to have been in enough situations yet. But like I don't know you, you know, I don't know the life you live. I just know like what I've experienced from your age to the age I am now. Ocean is still ripping, 31% up, 31.5. C3 AI looking for a handle. as is TRKA. Market just waiting on Bitcoin probably. RSI and Bitcoin is a 37.9. Join the army. Best thing I've ever done in my life. From Kid. Thank you for your service again, Kid. He might not be wrong. I just wouldn't want to serve under the current administration. If money, I'm going to blow my speakers blasting money, 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 money. Yeah. Just don't forget, what's it called? Just don't forget who mentioned it. Like 8 times. Man. Shoot a man. Coinbase at 3.5% over 70 already. Going for the third little soldier here on Bitcoin, but keep in mind this is an indecision candle right here. Comms P halted. Okay, so watch out on comms. But honestly, you may be able to only serve for Biden for like 1 year, then Daddy Trump's back. Wow, DXY dropped 101. DXY is dropping like a rock. Look at Ocean. Look at Ocean. Ocean 36% up. Look at Ocean go. We did get the third little soldier on Bitcoin. Give me 1 second. I have to grab the dog. All right. I served for Trump right when he got in and got out. And got out right when he got out. Happy if I served for the best president. Okay. He definitely treated our vets with more respect than I think I've ever seen. Double bottom on MDGS. Heads up on this thing, guys. Only thing is you have to get a yeah. They may have changed it, but it may be mandatory. Yeah, maybe. Bitcoin trying to figure out what it wants to do. It might be basing right here. It looks like it is. Ocean is just still tearing. Up 40%. Bitcoin's RSI is a 40. Look at Coinbase, guys. Insane. 4.5 now. Bitcoin trying. It's going to try to invalidate that death cross. or potential death cross, I should say. Labu is now up 8%. Labu's crushing it. Ocean up. These Bollinger Bands are getting way too tight on MDGS. I know it's not moving much. I understand that, but look at the average volume. It was just 2,000, and now it's 40,000. Look at Ocean. Ocean 52% up. TRKA, what doing? TRKA to a triple bottom. Bitcoin trying to invalidate that death cross. You think MCOM's done? Yeah, that's why I tweeted at Palella. I was like, I think that you're losing your shareholders. Straight up. I told him I've been studying different ways in order to go ahead and kind of crush naked shorts. And if he would like to continue the conversation, I'd be happy to go ahead and sign an NDA and talk, in DMs. Something brewing me thinks getting back in DUAC warrants today. I mean, homie, you do you. You do you. Bitcoin on a super trying to invalidate that death cross. RSI on Bitcoin is at 52.2, 53.1. TRKA with only 4.5 million in volume. Bitcoin pushing. Wolf is doing very well. Where's my bounce? Go ahead, Bitcoin. 5%, I believe. Or something like that. Oh. It is 5.03% on 87% utilization. But the cost to borrow on it is $334. So it does have a high cost to borrow. It just got pumped by some creator like a while back. And because of that, I don't want to touch it. As soon as he had him on for an interview, the stock ripped and then it just tanked. Like, share, subscribe, turn on notifications, bell, please and thank you, family. Thank you very much, Mark.
Bank of England's Pearl says, I do not expect discontinuity in household spending as homeowners refinance fixed rate mortgages this year.
I want nothing to do with the Vorb chart at all. MMTLP news. Yes. So last night, well, during the day, Sean called the Denver radio station about Retail United, and they kind of shrugged it off. And I guess they didn't realize how widespread the problem across Wall Street is. So then Alan called. I think Drew called with them, or I don't know how that worked, but I know Alan did. And it seemed like they, also want some answers now. So, like, once they found out that it wasn't just, Sean, making a fool out of himself, right? They're like, holy crap, there is a problem. Kind of like how, like, the average person would be, if we tried to sit there and explain the, the current, like, stock market to them. Like, it's not going to make sense to people unless they, invest their time into understanding it. At least that's the way I feel. Ocean's about to go again. Ocean's up 51%. Watch your Ocean when Bitcoin goes. As far as a resolution goes, though, I don't have an answer to that question. I can say, though, that there are some developments that are happening in the background. So that's cool. Like it just more and more exposure. And that radio station also said that they're going to bring on a professional, or professionals. I'm just interested to see who exactly they bring on. And thank you again for the super. Not everybody supers me for a question like that. And you hit me with another one. I love it. Thank you so much. Okay, you're asked. Okay, it's definitely up in the air, Quiet Quest. Because if I were to answer that, that would be literally me giving financial advice, and as you know, and I say a million times, I'm not a financial advisor, so I can't do that. But my position is so low on it that I'm aiming for the stars. If that gives you any kind of insight. Like, not financial advice in any way, shape, or form, but just so you know where I sit. Like, I have a position where, like, I'd have to make really, really good money per share in order for me to be, like, happy after all this nonsense. So yeah. Like, some of us are swinging for the fences on, what's it called? On MMTLP. Others just want to get out of it at this point. Viri up 9. MC up 5. Coinbase up 4.7. STIG to 15% up. Crazy. Crazy. Far as the stock market is concerned, it's a deep ocean with things trying to get you, and I'm just a surfer trying to catch the wave. Oh, yo, we've been catching some nice vibes, dude. Some real nice vibes. Like, everybody's like, just like all up in arms over how fucked up the market is, and yeah, it's fucked up, but it's very volatile, and you can make money on volatility. And people don't understand that. I can't surround myself with people like that. Bitcoin trying? Good morning, Devil. How are you? How'd you enjoy last night, man? Bitcoin trying? I saw you on there for a few. I'm good. Great space last night. Thank you so much, dude. London Stock Exchange unit to clear Bitcoin derivatives. Holy shit, guys, that's big. That's big news. Big news. Big news. Big news. Big news. And that came from Unusual Whales, too, so it's a credible source. Sorry, I'm trying to get to this fucking tweet. FTDs are trending right now on Twitter. What's my favorite price of a stock right now? Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. Maybe TBLT at 109, 108. I like TBLT anywhere under $1.25, to be quite honest. I do like honestly though, after the GNS phone call that I was on last night, I'm so bullish on GNS that like I could also say GNS. I just won't say GNS because I think that until the TRKA paperwork is in, I don't know exactly if GNS, like exactly how well they will do.
EU's Donahoe says the ECB can get it right tackling inflation and is confident that they will get inflation back down.
Bitcoin trying? This is my swing play of the day. I'm going to try it. I mean, I don't know if it's going to work out, but we shall see. It might have been a buy the rumor, sell the news type of situation. WW up 14%. Good shit.
Just taking a look at the Fear and Greed Index, 63 out of 100, signaling greed.
Oh,
Crypto Fear and Greed
that's
Index,
big.
61 out of 100, also signaling greed.
You hear that? The market's getting greedy. The market's getting greedy. You heard it from him, not me. Be very careful on NCMI, guys. Please. Please just be very, 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 very careful with NCMI. Like, if you're gonna play it. But, like, just be careful and know the risks, like, associated. HLGN now is 16%. TRKA, Bollinger Band's getting tighter. A little bit of a push up. Bitcoin's trying to move up. EMA is separating. Watch out on MDGS off the bottom. The volume on it is insane compared to average volume, and it traded it moved down off good news. Like it moved down off AI news. Pairs at 22%. Yeah, that's been on the watch list for 2 days now. No, it's been kind of pumped on social media. I haven't been talking about it just because I stay away from stocks that people pump for no reason. And I don't know enough about that company to to have a reason to talk about it. AI moving nicely.
10 minutes away now to get the EIA natural gas change. Forecast 27 BCF on a prior of minus 23 BCF.
Ocean's about to bust. Heads up again on MDGS, guys.
Bank of England's bill says it can be too simplistic to look at just at the Bank of England.
4.3 up on
2-year horizon assumes linear response to large shocks.
4% up on Octo. You guys should see the Octo tweet that I put out yesterday. Pretty intense stuff. Square up another 4% as well. Music on Snapchat. Snap injects life and sounds library with fresh music licensing deals. So Snapchat just got bullish news. Everybody thank Sean for that. Yes, hello, Steve. How are you, my friend? I hope that you enjoyed the call last night as well. Like, that call wasn't even supposed to happen last night either. That's the thing. GWH is up another 6%. Fuck. You did very good. Very good. Lots of good info. Great. Wait until we get the wait until we, get some more big guns up there. You know? Coinbase up 5%. Ocean trying to go for it here. Market waiting on Bitcoin. RSI is at 53, and it's on top of the MACD right now. Bitcoin. What do we launch? Are we going to launch or what? Watch for the handle on Ocean. Remember, it's already up 50%, and it's literally just, cratering in volume. Or not cratering, I'm sorry, it's ripping in volume. Prior, if I'm not mistaken, it was going much higher, and then it cratered back down, and then it did just pick back up. Gold trying to breach south on the basis line on the 5-minute. Okay. Okay, I want to announce something. Ham Short Killer just announced on a space call that he had done all of the legwork for David Mishery in order to go ahead and do the illegal naked shorts. But Mishery chickened out. That's what I'm being told just happened on a space call. He said that it was old news, so it didn't happen recently. It was old news, but he offered that he offered that Mishery chickened out, and then the stock dropped harder. So I don't know how old the news it was, but that's something. That makes me feel some type of way about muln. That's for damn sure. Wow, Lab was ripping. It's up 10% already. TRKA, about to go for it. FUOP.
It's 5 minutes away now to get the EIA natural gas change. forecast
Mystery is a
27
major
BCF,
douche, yeah.
and prior of -23 at BCF.
So many things are just like ripping today. You went to GNS and muln last week. I mean, I guess it all depends on your trading plan and like how you intend on playing it. You know, TRKA got 27 back. What they're doing with TRKA right now is just it's actually humorous. Like when this goes down, it's humorous. Just so everybody knows, in my opinion, like it goes down on low volume, which is like signaling that it's likely to have a bounce back. The momentum behind it, the catalysts, the community. I don't think TRKA is like, I don't know, might not even be warmed up yet, or maybe it is warmed up, but like I just don't even think that like the real fun started just yet. That's just me though. And CMI up 20%. Okay. Just my 2 cents on muln. Fighting shorts like other companies. They still have government loans pending. Do you really want to ruffle feathers with the SEC when you're... They're not the ones ruffling the feathers. The hedge funds... The hedge funds that are, you know, keeping them down are the ones that are, you know, ruffling their feathers, if anything. They're the ones causing the problems, not us. That's trying to like victim blame. Almost. HLGN is up 18%. Great shit if you guys caught that earlier. Bitcoin, looking for that handle still. It's like a big cup, and then another cup, and now we're waiting on the handle. RSI and Bitcoin is a 64 though. TRKA hard up. We might need Bitcoin to follow through in order to hold it. They would be involved, and company name would be out there in SEC's face, just saying. Yeah, but by not doing it,
China's Ministry of Foreign
they're
Affairs,
losing.
China and Russia to export
They're losing their shareholder base. So I mean, it just, I don't know. Are you gonna go ahead and are you gonna like kiss ass, or are you gonna go ahead and stand up for what's right? And Mishri chose the kiss ass route. TRKA. This might be a double bottom on Ocean as well. Bitcoin up.
One minute remaining.
Heads up on what's it called, MDGS, guys. About to get some data. Agree to disagree on that one. That's fine. Once rubber hits the road, everybody will be praising Mystery like he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. Okay. I mean, like, I'm not saying that there's not a maybe like one day behind all of that jab. I'm just saying that he could have done something about it sooner, and instead he denied shareholders, you know, like that privilege.
25 BCF, 25 BCF. That's a draw on the forecast of 27 BCF.
Higher lows here on MDGS, guys. This could be a layup if my thinking is correct. I mean, I could be way off, but I mean, it could just be like a layup scalp. Bitcoin trying here. TRKA probably going to get it here if Bitcoin keeps running. Bitcoin is going to run into resistance at 30,370-ish. 368 to be precise. The most recent highs. Up, right through it. Let's see. Heads up on MDGS. In between the 48 and the 200, trying to invalidate the death cross. Bitcoin RSI is an 81. It's very obvious he cares less about retail, yeah. It took me a lot longer than I wish that it did in order to figure that out.
We have also put the weekly natural gas storage report on the newsfeed for those of you that are interested.
Cosm about 1.5 down. Bitcoin looking for that handle. RSI is a 72.
Natural gas
TRKA volume is at 5.84 mil. MDGS volume is 475,000. Average volume before like today was 2.8 thousand in an entire day. I'm just saying. And here's our 5-minute chart. Still doing volume in between. Bitcoin trying for the handles. RSI is 67. More than likely, he's just going to take a buyout at a later date. He was always sus. Yeah, probably. I think that his biggest problem was he tried to get too big too fast. That was his biggest problem. And by doing so, he may have fell a little bit behind as far as battery tech goes, because they should be mass producing batteries right now on a licensing deal. That's what should be happening. But instead, he made the strategic acquisitions, which weren't a bad thing. Like, the acquisitions were not a bad thing. However, he just he started spending way too much money before he had it. He said, Ocean, Bitcoin, RSI and Bitcoin to 71 again. The American one, I thought, yeah. Bitcoin. CEOs always love the golden parachutes. Yep. Bitcoin up. See, I thought we were going to see this activity yesterday. That's why I was the way that I was yesterday. Constantly, like, clicking record and shit like that. Like, I thought that today, or, like, the way that the charts are moving today, I thought we were going to see, like, towards the end of yesterday. Now, $700 on BBY the other week. Have unrealized loss of another 700 on UVXY. I don't understand this market. Because you're betting on UVXY that typically goes down over time. And the market's going up. Yes, you could have volatility as the market's moving up, absolutely. But typically UVXY is going to go down when the market goes up. CLSK, I'm afraid to even pull it up. Woo, baby, that's a hot chart. That's a hot chart, buddy. You're looking for a handle right now. You're creating higher lows, though. Bitcoin. Alright, size of 76. Hard down on Ocean. RSI's got to cool down on this. RSI is 75 right now. If you were saying heading into a recession, that code for market rally, I don't do codes. I don't know what you're talking about. What? Can you ask that like in a more direct question? Back in January, I asked Neil about muln and reverse split, and he told me that he would sell before reverse split. So the next time muln runs up, sell before the reverse split, and did back in January, 41 cents. Thanks, Neil. Neil is literally like a godsend to this community. Just saying. Any ticker with ultra in the name means it's a shorter term trade. You aren't supposed to hold those for too long. Not financial advice. I'm not disagreeing with Doc. Jerome said we're heading into a recession. Nothing transitory about that. And here we are the next day rallying like a mofo. That's because yesterday I think it was Barkin. Yesterday someone from the Fed said that we are not going to go into a recession. And also Japan injected a lot of money into the stock market last night. Also, the London Metal Exchange is removing Bitcoin derivatives. So like that's gonna like be big for the market as well. Like we're seeing liquidity pinches everywhere. That's why I kept saying liquidity pinches yesterday. Viri is now up 15%. Sorry, guys. I just think that we're getting tight. I took a position.
Ms. Goev says I don't think there is a banking crisis and there are vulnerabilities.
TRKA, what doing? Bitcoin up. Coinbase 5.5 up. Ape to about 3%. WW up 15%. Thank you, sir. Hub C to 111.
OMS goev says the economy is slowing down, which
T2 is under under 40 cents. VIX to an 1840. HLGN off the highs. Wolf still has 9%. Labu 1111. STIG to 1676. RSI and Bitcoin is now 65. Does that mean that we're ready to rock or what? It's got a spin on the MACD still, though. Oh, MDGS up through the 200. I think it's going to need Bitcoin's help to carry, though. Guys, remember, this has extremely high volume compared to average. It's got almost 500,000 in volume. Prior to today, it was 2.8 thousand average volume. TP. Just jumped in here on chat. Anyone take pair? No, I would have taken it 2 days ago when I knew about it. Or I would have at least been eyeing it since then, I should say. To be more fair or more direct. Okay, just wondered. Didn't even have anything on it. Didn't even have it on my... Dude, don't apologize or anything. Like I want people to shout out tickers. Like you don't have to explain anything. I want people to shout out tickers. It's just I saw it on social media somewhere. That's something that you would, that was something that you'd probably know about if you were in Mafia V2, just saying. Actually. Now that I'm thinking about it. You would have known about it earlier if you were in V2. S-Stake to 20% up? Clean Spark about the bust? I think so. I'm in 11s though. Seems like we have room all day. And do this the 19th. Okay, you're talking about pair? Got you. Just be careful. I don't know enough about the trade. Oh, but yeah, Boyle, it was just so ridiculously cheap before. What's it at now? Q's trying to lift off the 48. 313? Okay. Yeah, I saw it at like 307 and I was thinking about buying it, but my dumbass bought this instead. Yo! The naked short on this yesterday was 98.67%. Hold on, guys. 2 seconds. Bear with me. AMST popping? Okay, give me 1 second. Bitcoin trying? Mm. 18% on Veery now? Excel, a new high of the day? Okay. Pear just broke that 14-cent wall. Alright, sounds like you guys want to watch Pear. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. I think I like it. Hold on. 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 I think I like it a lot. Good morning, James. Make that money today. Yes, sir. There's a pennant forming on Bitcoin right now. Pear is probably gonna snap here at some point as well. They just threw up a huge 180,000 wall at 14. Yeah, because they don't want it to. That's pretty much where VWAP is. They don't want it to squeeze, obviously. Zella up. SDIG 20.5 up. DXY 101.02. Now trading north of the basis line. Oh boy. Bitcoin. Next leg, maybe? Pair delisting April 19th. Okay, fuck pair. I'm not even gonna cover it. It might go insane, but I'm not even gonna cover it. It looks like it's about to lift, but just don't be the last one to sell. Like, that's what it comes down to. Like, you do you, but every man for themselves. You know? I just don't want it on my chart if it's about to get delisted. It's like, heads up, it's gonna, like, you can make some money on it real quick, but it's like, I don't know. It just seems really dangerous. That's all. High risk to my bread and butter. All right, you do you, and then dog. A lot of my audience isn't like that. So I like to just make sure that I stress when I feel like something is of higher risk. Bitcoin up. Oh, wait. Okay, wait. All right, so they're delisting, but they're delisting in order to merge, which could actually be a bullish thing. I don't know exactly how that would work. Bitcoin trying for the next level? Just don't be greedy on these bankruptcy plays. Yeah, exactly. I'm still shocked that people risk hard-earned money on stock that's going bankrupt. I made a lot of money on stock that was going bankrupt. TRKA trying. IoT's up 2%. Coinbase looks beautiful as usual. Absolutely beautiful. Wolf up 13%. Ocean has 40. What is that money doing? Anything or no? Since they brought Frank on. Money's just, what, 7%? Backed is up almost 6%, 5 3/4. Ape grinding higher. EDIT pumping. And CRISPR and gene technology pumping. Guys, all those gene companies, heads up on those. I forget the names of them because I don't like medical. But the one, like the companies that you guys are talking about with the gene sequencing, heads up on them because apparently their ripping says shining. CRSP. S-Stake breaks one is on like Donkey Kong. I don't know. I still have somebody that commented on one of my videos when it was at 48 cents that said that it was like going back to a quarter or some shit like that. I feel like commenting back on it and asking them how their trade went. But I don't want to be that much of a dick. Maybe I should though. I think I'm going to. MDGS just popped up a little bit. Surprise, surprise. Oh, no. I thought they were up more than that. No position on pair? Okay. Watch out on Bitcoin. Bear with me. The fuck? XDNA is the ETF for gene editing, if interested. Thank you very much for that, Shiny Bright. That actually helped a lot. That is XDNA. I just said, hope you didn't get burned too bad to the guy. Oops. Devil Doc. Thank you. Yeah, UAVS. UAVS. This is a company that a lot of us in here actually liked. I like them here on a chart on the 4-hour. Trying to complete that gold cross. I just got to get over the Sonic R, but look at how tight the Bollinger Bands are. Cap is 37.8, 89.35% float, and that is 81.37 million shares. The short on it is 4.3 on 32% utilization. Cost to borrow is just under 8%. Holders, real quick. I don't like this. It's not telling me who the holders are. I see Towers in it. I see someone named TSFG, someone named Parkside, Quent Capital, Money Concepts International. But it's not showing me the data available over here. Fundamentally, I like their growth in revenue. The only issue that I see is that I wish that they'd get their EBITDA margin percentage down. And then, did they have any other news that you know about or no? Because if they have news as well, that could play a part.
So the US to sell $12 billion of reopened 10-year bonds on April the 19th. Apologies, that's 20-year bonds on April the 19th to settle on May the 1st. And the US to sell $48 billion in 6-month bills on April the 17th to April 20th, and the US to sell $34 billion of one-year bills on April the 18th to April the 20th.
SPY on the minute, bouncing off the 48. Yeah, see how the Bollinger Bands are getting tighter? It has a nice cup to it. Looks like any day we'll be ripping it. Yeah, it's... A spring can only get to, like, so tight. Just remember that. Like, that is going to be my saying for, like, the next couple days. Like, until something happens, that's my saying. Until we get, like, a nice push in TRKA. Spring can only get so tight, guys. That's all, that's it. I ain't a motherfucking politic. Hive up 10, finger up 12.
Asset quality of the US private credit lenders is expected to deteriorate amid rising rates.
Finger
and
moving.
slower economic growth.
Finger's about to go again.
So the US to sell $57 billion in 3-month bills on April 17th to settle on April 20th.
Oh, I set up my vape, that hurt. Me not wanting to enter CXAI after it ran 100% yesterday, and it did it again today. Yeah, but you would have hated yourself if it just fell on its face. We find these plays every single day. I've learned to just rinse, repeat, and just repeat the process over and over and over again every day. Market might get a push. RSI and Bitcoin at 65. For sure, it hurts, but not as bad as losing. Yeah. Yeah, but I just try to look at the next one, you know, just like, okay, like let me dust myself off. What's next? I might talk about it like, I don't know, like a handful of times, but then I'm over it. Like I should be bitching about SDIG right now, and I'm not. See what I mean? Or GWH. Or Coinbase. I'm not. Bitcoin's RSI is 65. Bitcoin up. Well above the MACD. Well above the MACD. It's about to climb out of the old GAN fan area, which is very crucial. Okay, this is key. We want to hold this. This is an old GAN fan that I drew like last time it hit this level for the first time. So like whatever. And then it came and then it went above this and then came back down. We want to get back above and hold this time. Alan, today's Thursday. I just have membership level 2 TP. And it's what's it called? It just Mafia, what's it called? Mafia Chat V2. And it's just Facebook Messenger. You just have to be subscribed to the second highest or the second lowest tier. That's all. TRKA, what doing? I just like how TRKA moves up as Bitcoin moves down a lot. It happens very, very frequently. Bitcoin eating supply. Get ready, guys.
Well, I know what the word is. It's just that it doesn't, you know, never mind.
You're bull today? Alright. Bitcoin trying back at the 48 right now. DXY about to grab 101 back. Alan, you must have done like fucking awesome on goev, right? Like awesome. If I'm not wrong. Coinbase just off 6%. TRKA, I see a little bit of green there. LICY, I called out yesterday, is at 3% so far. How much is left in the tank? I guess we'll see. Lucky Ellie, yeah, in a minute, buddy. Heads up on AMC, even though you guys know how I feel about the whole AMC ape situation. How Have I looked at box Q for a bank? No. I scalp boxed before, but I've scalp boxed before, but I never liked it long for. There was a reason why. I forget why though. It was a long time ago. I mean, probably the same reason why they went bankrupt. That's probably why. Or why they delisted, I should say. Thinking this is the bottom today for TRKA. I'm about to buy some. I mean, I'm not a financial advisor, Jordan. I bought a little bit more today with spare change. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I think it's a China company now. Well, that explains it. That explains why I wouldn't have liked it. Yeah, Jordan. The spring concept, like I was just expressing. A spring can only get so tight. I can't wait for Neil to hop in here to, so I could tell him what happened last night. I'm excited. Alright, well, on my way to get this job. That's the attitude. Go in there with that attitude, alright? Let us know, bud. And good luck. Yo, Doc. Microsoft is almost at 288. I know you said that a potential breakout zone for it was 286. C3 AI on VWAP. Bitcoin towards the 200. Watch for a bounce. If not, we might get flushed, which would be very, very ugly. But it's going to meet just below that level of resistance, if it does. There's a descending wedge on AI right now, and it's down to the 200. On Microsoft, it's got a high to recapture of 292.08, but it looks strong, so that push could likely happen. Be a nice scalp play, in my personal opinion. Okay, I had to grab Bella real quick. 1 second. I feel the markets are in a bag manufacturing mode right now. Wait, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to say that you think institutions are underwater? Because I feel like they've been underwater. A lot of Credit Suisse blocks right now. Has that been a market bounce? They're slapping the ask on Credit Suisse for millions of dollars.
Fed bids for 4-week bills total $1.4 billion.
like literally millions of dollars on Credit Suisse right now. I'm seeing blocks for 40,000, 50,000, like just block after block after block after block. Like somebody's buying in bulk.
ECB's Vassal says it's not wise to decide now on the next rate move, and says the choice for May meetings is either 25 basis points or 50 basis points. ECB's Vassal says Credit Suisse effect on lending probably marginal. Says core CPI turnaround could lead to smaller May hike. It says rates must rise further as banking fears ease.
Bitcoin. Hopefully we stop sliding. Watch out on TRK. Look, guys, Credit Suisse is flying. Holy fucking credits. Guys, if you guys were in here and you guys caught Credit Suisse sub 85 cents, congratulations. Seriously, like it was definitely probably like the biggest layup trade of the year. I would think so. Probably the biggest layup trade of the year. You have 10,300 TRKA shares. Okay. When Lambo? Bitcoin. RSI is a 40. So you could call it a block party then? Corny's fucking about of debt. A $4 move ain't too shabby? No, it ain't. Not on something like that. Bitcoin coming to trend? DXY under 101 again. Cosm's down. Heads up on TRKA, it's engulfing back. HYMC with another strong showing. HLGN 15%, 18% on SDIG off the highs. Viri up 15. Wow, Ocean's up to 55 now. That was just at 40. TRKA. I just don't want to chase it. It's already up 55%. And then I know that if I have it on screen, right, people will get, like, here, watch. Watch what happens. Do I think it's going to go? Probably. But at the same time, how long is it going to stay up? And how many of my subscribers, if they take a position, are going to end up as bag holders? That's why I don't like chasing charts. I'd rather be a sniper. Seriously, no POS here either. Wait, what are you saying? Bitcoin is trying up right now. Triple top on FHN. Okay. Thoughts on QS daily chart? Well, if I didn't just see the minute chart zoomed out with a big cup and handle, I wouldn't have a bias. But now I'm already going into this with a bias that it looks like a cup and handle on the minute. On the daily, you're looking at a short and double bottom, and you're coming up to the 48. I actually kind of like the trade, I think. Their cap is just pretty big, if I'm not mistaken, compared to other battery companies. 3.34 bill, okay. Utilization's 100 and it's short 19 holders. Porsche owns 20%. Qatar Investment Authority owns 3. I like them. I like Qatar. I like Vanguard. I like Porsche. Let me look at Naked Short Report real quick. Their Naked Short Report is high, though. Just keep that in mind. Bitcoin. $13 trying to go through the 48 right now. Like, I literally cannot even express to you guys how bullish I am on GNS long term. Like, I don't know where the best fill price would be, obviously, but, like, from what I heard from that guy, like, I mean, it's his job in order to go ahead and present the company, or represent the company well, but he did a damn good job. About to bounce. About to get it. RSI on Bitcoin to 55. Super trend. Man, MDGS just cruising along with the volume here. We are now up to 506,000 in volume on MDGS. The average going into today was 2.8 thousand. Now it's at 52,000. That's again MDGS. Watch for it when it comes out of these clouds here. And again, guys, don't forget about MONI. It is an OTC stock, but Frank just started to represent them like today. It was just announced this morning that Frank is going to start representing them. All right, let's see here. AWS business that Amazon CEO Andy Jassy used to run is starting to suck wind as the economy downshifts and competition for Microsoft and others in the cloud intensifies. Okay. Guys, check chat for Amazon news. I'm not going to read the whole thing. Thank you very much for that, though, Mark. May 5 weekly QS calls. What was the trading price right now of QuantumScape? Bear with me. Like, this is something that I would do on V2. If I was gonna do it, I'd buy, and again, this is not financial advice, I'd probably be buying 9 5s for 15 days out. If I was going to do it. And that's not saying that I would, of course. It means that their price to earnings ratio is not that great. That's what PE is, price to earnings ratio. But I mean, unless I'm mistaken. So somebody just go on and invest a PD and double check real quick. Let me let Lucky in. 1 second. All right, my bad. AMC trying up. Here comes Bitcoin. I kind of don't want to talk about I kind of don't want to talk too much about like my option plays or what options I think I like the most all that much unless it's in V2. Just to give V2 a little bit of a purpose. You know what I mean? Sticks up 5%. Ooh, Carvana slid. AI sliding a little bit. Microsoft 287.70. Bitcoin's RSI is at 51. SPX at 41.20 almost.
Bid to cover 3 to 8, 3 to 8, 3 to 8, and a high yield of 4.03%, 4.03%. So the US sells So the US sells $61 billion of 4-week bills and awards 29.45% of bids and high.
Fucking Labu. Jesus. Look at that owl go by. That's an algo at work right there. TRKA is about to get froggy, I think. SPY 3-minute looks bullish triangle, needs volume for a nice pop. Yeah, I think we're about to get it. The Bollinger Bands on AMC are too tight. AMC is probably going to get something here soon. I don't know if it's going to be up or down on AMC because of the whole ape situation. But it's going to move somewhere just because the Bollinger Bands are too tight. And if it doesn't go, possible head and shoulders. Oh, okay. Way to throw extra pressure on the situation there, Doc. This isn't a descending channel, it looks like. Or a bull channel. Just needs a little love. HLG, or not HLGN, I'm sorry. Ocean is probably either going to pop here, or we might see it slide underneath view up. Bitcoin trying to break out of the bear or the bull channel. AMC's trying to pop off VWAP. TRKA 9 million in volume. Ocean to the VWAP. Uh-oh. Is it a sell-off or what? I might get support off this stuff. It's kind of its, you know, best shot. Trying. Yeah, oh yeah, wick underneath VWAP. Now it's about to move up again. Yup. Bitcoin. How's SPY look now? TRKA double bottom. And again, the Bollinger Bands are very, very tight on AMC. SPX needs to come on, show us the move. Yeah. Bitcoin is showing us a move right now, though. Uh-oh. Exela just keeps making higher highs. Okay. I hate watching an Exela chart, but we shall. Zella up 12.5. TRKA trying back. RSI on Bitcoin is a 56. Futures are up on NASDAQ 1.37%. S&P is up 0.64%, and Dow's up 0.46. Here it comes. Here it comes. Show me the money. Filling orders on TRKA. I gotta look at the volume. Guys, it's going down on extremely light volume. Like, just pay attention to that. It going down on light volume means that it could come up faster on, like, the same amount of low volume. So when it comes up, we're noticing that we're getting a spike in volume, right? Like, what does that tell you? That it just stepping up, then it's creating, like, you know, some support underneath, creating a floor, stepping up, and then rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, over and over and over again. That's what it seems like to me. DXY under 101 still. Crossing the MACD on Bitcoin on the 1 minute. Looking for a handle. We have a nice little tiny cup right here after a larger cup. So cup, cup. Looking for that handle. Bitcoin at support resistance. RSI on Bitcoin is a 58.2. AMC at VWAP. Ape doing all right. 3.5. A lot of Credit Suisse blocks. Guys, I gotta zoom out. Bella's crying. Give me 1 second. I just gotta see what she wants. If she does not need food or water, I'm putting them upstairs. 1 second. Alright, upstairs then. Come on. Up. Come on. I apologize. I just can't do that all day. Woo! Hi, FFIE. It's been on the watch list for quite some time. Trying to super Bitcoin down to the 48. I love it. They try to push Bitcoin down, and in doing so, you see TRKA move up a little bit, which is funny. AMC trying to eat supply there at the 200 maybe. Create a floor. VWAP is right there. If this bounces below the Sonic R, I don't know. I'm still bullish on Ape though. Still bullish on Ape, regardless of what happens. ATLX, great job, Grandma, with that call out. Labu is just still grinding higher, guys. Like, this was being, like, aggressively algo bot a few minutes ago. Zella, 14% up. I can't watch that barcoded chart. Selling 5,000 shares at a time on Exela. Swinging into TRKA. Okay. Guys, apparently POAI was lagging CXAI. Hold on. So POAI is predictive oncology. You guys know how I feel about that. This was a message from Sean. I guess he saw something that made him think that it was lagging CXAI. CXAI might be at a double top, though. We want to move off this ASAP. It's already up 200%. CXAI down. Oh. Do you still have more in the tank? Really? Zella going for another new high of the day. This is an algo. Buy. They're literally just fucking eating shares. Sorry, I keep looking at these blocks, and I'm literally just seeing people buy, you know, or spend $100,000 at a time on Credit Suisse or more. It's just kind of like, I don't know, interesting to look at. So how much money is really out there, you know? Bitcoin trying? Bitcoin. Bitcoin, what doing? RSI and Bitcoin's at 60. Hold on, I need to catch up the chat. Let's not talk about the G word that you just used, Talal. Because of the trends. Or well, the algos. I don't care about using it. You guys know how I'm just trying to get a little bit more strict about the... Yeah. About the algos. Thank you, though. I'm just going to delete your thing. There we go. Says the guy from Canada that, like, you know, minors can go ahead and euthanize themselves. It's like, okay, Canada. Weird flex, but okay. Bro, I do not believe that. No, but your country does. It's wild, dude. It's wild. I get it though, because that's what, that's pretty much if somebody said that I agreed with Biden. You know what I mean? It's just like, wow, this is a shitty situation. It's kind of the vibe. That's fucked up. I do, however, believe in assisted. I do too, as long as they meet a certain criteria. I think that they should be like, I think that there should be some type of, you know, little bit of criteria there though. Look at the algo pinning TRKA right now. Literally within 1,000th of a penny. Sideways right there. If I zoom in on the candles, hold on a second. I'm seeing a hammer. So look. Hammer, 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 bang. They just couldn't pin it. Like, they're trying to pin it, but it's going to be a tough one for them to pin down. Sweet. Forgot I held SMX yesterday. Or a few SMX when you sold. That's funny. SFT. Guys, I literally mentioned SFT on the lows like a couple days ago.
EU's Dombrovsky says the EU wants clear trade deliverables at the next TTC.
Bitcoin. RSI is 53. SMX is already approaching $2. TradingView is saying that TRKA is neutral. I don't think that TradingView knows all about TRKA. TRKA now above 10 million in volume. This is a pennant forming on CX app. What is it? CXAI? I think. Right? Yeah, CXAI, there's a pennant forming. It's already up 200% though, so heads up. Zella, higher lows still, 15% up. ATLX, still grinding higher. Good shit, Grandma. Up over 10% now. IMPP announces proposed spin-off of 2 of its dry bulk carriers. It's IMPP, guys. Super trend on TRKA to the 48. Almost to the 48. Bitcoin's RSI is a 50. TRKA through the 48. I hate Greeks, thieves, crooks, cheaters. That's why the Greek economy is in shambles. It's a reflection of its people. Jesus. Okay. This is either going to break up or break down, and it's probably going to do so very violently. Like, I don't see that trading yet. Is it getting flushed? Man, that's a violent stock to be in. The Greeks will steal your money. Not if you like know about them. That or it's lunch buy time. MDGS acquires 20% of innovative AI and natural language processing communication based software company. Yeah, that's why I bought it. I bought it on the sell off of the news. Still trying for the gold cross. The Turks and the Greeks are mortal enemies. I'd like to think that I'm well versed in politics too, but let's not make this a political decision or forum. Gotcha. Only heard Turkish dude I met say that, so I wanted to ask. OTC MONI signs binding MOU with a Part 135 air charter company to acquire 100% of MONI. Ugh. MONI. Interesting. Look at the Bollinger Bands, guys. Go look at V2, Mafia chat, please. Wow, goev is just getting tighter and tighter and tighter on a barcode. This is going to move at some point here. And it's been moving up nicely, too. VS is now 11% up. I didn't see that a few minutes ago. Oh, because it wasn't there a few minutes ago.
Surely expecting the Freddie Mac's 15 and 30
TRKA?
mortgage rate.
Thank you for that. I learned that after CTRM, it's out of grease. Or want good. Whoa. To law. TRK. Hey, what you doing? AMD is about to run. Yeah, it is. Look at the cues. Look at the cues. Snap just off $11. TRKA in between the 48 and the 200. Bitcoin trying up. Q's at a triple top, trying to clear it. SMX is 27% up. Nice. Naked short scared of SMX? Yeah, I think so too.
Freddie Mac 15-year fixed rate mortgage average 5.54% as of April the 13th, and Freddie Mac 30-year fixed rate mortgage average 6.27% as of April 13th. Mortgage rates in the US declined for a fifth week, slipping to 6.27%.
I want to buy another 1,000 shares of TRKA, but I'm weary of averaging up. I personally like to snipe. So what I would be doing I'd be looking for where I feel like I have the best bang for my buck on stocks that I really, 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 really like. Bitcoin, close. Yep. Bitcoin, RSI is 62. Bitcoin trying. 10.8 million in volume on TRKA. Let's try to remember that at noon. 10.8 at noon. GWH 8% up. Coinbase 6%. Hive almost 11. Finger 13. Q's up. Ocean off, well off the highs, about 10% off the highs. I told you, Labu was getting algo bot before. TRKA is trying above VWAP. Alright, here's where TRKA goes vertical. Let's see it. Hey, Neil. Hey, guess what, Neil? Notice the cost to borrow long term is less than short term? Yeah, I did. Something happened that was pretty cool last night, Neil. The official GNS company, they actually co-hosted a space last night with us. So that space on Friday is going to have a very large audience, most likely. And it was a great space, by the way, too. I think people will definitely want to come back for more. So his name is Roger, but it was not him. It was their I guess social media representative. But he was able to give his personal account. He told us just how he felt. He told us about the work environment, and then he just got us connected with. He got me connected with a few other people or entities. Q's, need that handle. AMD back down towards VWAP. Waiting on Bitcoin. Honestly, we could probably just watch SOXL, and it'd probably be a better. Wow, fucking SOXL, guys. The market looks like it's about to go up. Just looking at an SOXL chart, the market looks like it wants to go up. And it's being led by semis, I think. Right? It's gotta be. Or is this just a fucking everything rally? WW is up 20%. Nice.
Bank of Canada's Macklem is to hold a media roundtable on Friday in Washington.
I just have to look and see if somebody paid for V2 real quick. Give me a second. Interesting. TRKA battling in between the 48 and the 200. Hold on a second. My suggestion. Hold on a second, guys. I'm sorry. Um. No big deal. Sorry. Exela. What is Exela doing? Is Exela doing dumb shit? How many Exela do you have left? $60,000 shares of Exela. You fucking whale, you. Bitcoin got pushed down. RSI is at 36.6. Bitcoin up to 200. Or just above the 200. TRKA up just above VWAP. We'll see if we can carry. Probably need a push from Bitcoin to help sustain it. DXY is still slightly under 101. TRKA, come on, baby. Fire above that VWAP again for me. WW, the high of the day. GoEV back to green. Told you guys it was going to move. VS. Hanging out. Ape is moving. A little bit. Yo, Buzz, ATNF and GFAI looking interesting. Isn't GFAI hot as hell right now? I mean, right now it's independent. GFAI is independent right now. For anybody that cares, GFAI is independent. And then you said what? ATNF? ATNF. ATNF is up 5. It looks like it's trying to go vertical right now. On a daily, I kind of like ATNF on a daily, to be quite honest. Out of the two that you just said, I think I might like ATNF a little bit more just looking at the chart. And again, that's solely from a chart basis. And me not knowing anything about, like, you know, like the company itself. Ocean back up. Bitcoin trying off the 200. Let's look at the wicks. Indecision. Hammer. Indecision. She's a going up. Credit Suisse on the move. Up 2.5 now. Hold on a second. Ocean. Ocean busted. Ocean 62% up. I've learned 2 new things today. The chamber causes joint pain worse than the bends. Okay. That's it. Really? Because I heard that was pretty intense. And the a-holes at Jim Beam think they will pay, or think people will pay $1,200 for a bottle of 30th anniversary. Huh. 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 $11.5 in volume on TRK. You need to start a whiskey company. I think there's some market share to be captured. Listen, y'all are the ones with, like, you know, all the capital. I'm sitting here on YouTube streaming, like, yeah, I'm trying to build a nice retirement for myself, but, like, let's be honest, a lot of you guys are, you know, have more liquidity than I do. Like, I do okay, but, like, I don't have, you know, money to capture that market share. You feel me? But I could definitely, you know, I could definitely assist in some capacity. Wait, Balmore, 1969, 50-year-old. Regular price, 55 grand. Jesus. Money's up 11%. Wolf is up 14. Nice. Bitcoin RSI is at 39. Zella. Here you go, Talal. Might give it to you again. Looking for double bottom on Bitcoin? FHN over 1882 and it'll gap fill. That's the daily chart resistance. Thank you, Doc. That's FHN. I think small batch garage distilled whiskey might do pretty good. Garage and garage distillery and garage hedge fund. Perfect fundamental diversified American corp. Hey, Neil, are you there where I could ask you something? It's just kind of general, too. Bitcoin sliding down into 200. Credit Suisse just got a lot of slap in the ass, guys. FFIE's running up. Yeah, I saw that. And here we can pull it. We had that up a few minutes ago. What up, though, Incognito? Yup. Form the cup, just like Ocean. $1 million shares returned on TRKA. The fee is now just under 41%, so it went up 1%. Okay. AI to 3%. Jonathan, what time do we start? 10 p.m. EST. I'm very, very excited. Very, very excited. FFIE looking for a handle. Bitcoin looking for a move off the 2. TRKA entwined in all of those, or intertwined inside all those EMAs there. NYPD signs contract with Nightscope, KSCP. Thank you for that. mmat has 5%. HLGN has about 16. SDIG to almost 22%. Fuck yeah on SDIG. Congrats.
ECB's Kazakh says the risk of a recession is non-trivial, and rates will need to go up more to tame inflation.
Yeah, last night it just went so smooth, and it was just like kind of unreal to, like, I don't know, have the like official company be so receptive.
ECB's Kazakh
To,
says the key issue
to
is
us.
still very high inflation.
Credit Suisse. Layups.
ECB's Kazakh says we wouldn't exclude a 50 basis point
Layups.
hike in May.
I want to go ahead and say that as probably like a 5% risk reward trade when I took it originally and when we talked about it. I felt as if it gapped down to a point where the amount of assets that it had, it didn't make sense. I actually made a video on this when it was at like 80 some cents. But yeah. Layup of a trade. TRKA trying. And back down. SINT is waking up. Don't do that. Ooh. 5. Okay. I see you.
ECB's Kazakh says I don't
TRKA
see any
trying
reason
again?
to slow down on rate hikes.
TRKA. New candle. Let's see. What are we going to do with it? HYMC starting to move. HYMC gap up. Did they have anything to say on GNS's direction for future growth? Yes, they did, actually. So they basically said that that they like to go ahead and they're trying to spread education to as many people as humanly possible, obviously, right? They also talked about like the media company TRKA. That was what the space was on at first, right? And like we talked about, like we slightly talked about them and like needing media. But I asked him, you know, straight up. I was just like, hey, do you see yourself spending your life, you know, working with GNS as your career? Like, what's the work environment like, etc. And he was like, you could tell that he was, you know, being honest, at least in my opinion. I thought so. Whether or not that's the truth, I don't know, but it didn't seem disingenuous to me. 24% almost on Estic. What is Zella doing? Grandma, ATLX up almost 15%. You dog. You dog. Bitcoin trying? Oh. ATLX. Go, Grandma, go. That's on NNDM. Is that the Nano Dimensions company? Was that the 3D printing one? I'm sorry, I've just done DD on so many tickers that like I'm hesitant to keep doing DD when like my liquidity is locked up and I'm more focused on execution. Daddy
UK
Powell is
Finance
happy
Minister
and has
Hunt
given
says
green
there
light
is
to the market.
confidence in
Jobless
the
claims
resilience
rise
of the UK economy
more than
among global
expected.
finance officials, and the latest GDP numbers show there's absolutely no room for complacency.
They're trying to move Bitcoin. The problem is that people are trying to push it down though too. Super rejected. Super trying at 48. Fuck yeah, AI. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I love TA. Let's go. All right, it's at a high point of the day. $11.7 million in volume on TRKA at the moment. Down 2.5. Octo up 4.37. Goev back in the green. Reg about to go green. Futures are moving up as well. SINT has 6.2 up. Did they seem to want a media company to help spread the company news? it seemed like he was a little bit overwhelmed with what he was already doing. Like he sounded he sounded extremely like how would I explain? He's focused on the branding of the company, and he's like the head of branding, right? So it's my theory that they're gonna need to brand any new companies or that come, you know, via acquisition or via spinoff, like Entrepreneur Resorts, which we talked about last night, or you know, if they do acquire a new company. I just feel like, you know, he may get overwhelmed and need a little bit of support. It just seemed like he was like a little bit in over his head. And again, not because of like anything he was lacking. It was just, you know, a lot of people asking a lot of questions. Wow, S-Stig's about to clear a buck. Bitcoin on the 200, RSI is a 38.86. Of course, Neil. Of course. Azella? Don't tell me you're going for another leg. Don't tell me. It's so funny that they just keep trying to like scare people out of TRKA. Like, I just think that they're that fucked. CXAI is up 198. Yeah, so then that means it's slightly off its highs. S-Dig about to break $1. Yeah. I saw. You wait, check their compliance because their compliance date was coming up soon. If you're in it. FFIE busting. Credit Suisse, metric fuck ton of blocks. Bitcoin. Trying for a double off the 200. I'm literally seeing millions of dollars being spent on Credit Suisse over here on my block trade indicator, guys. Just so everybody knows. Like, look at what it was trading before all that all those shenanigans happened, and then realize that that their government wants it to work with UBS. Bitcoin up to the 48. TRKA trying at just above the 200, it looks like. Wow, Credit Suisse. Oh, wait, wrong one. Oops. Credit Suisse. Higher and higher. S-Dig relatively low volume at 1.9. Yeah, what's the average volume, though? Do you have the average volume off the top of your head? Or I'm assuming that you're charting it right now. But... Dogzilla. Every single time I drop the chart, you say that. Not yet. There's no... Yeah, but what's the average volume, though? You said that it was relatively low volume at 1.9 million. What's their average? Here, you know, I'll just click on it. Hold on. Let me see. Watch your Head and Shoulders. Hold on. They are over average volume, but watch out for Head and Shoulders right there. That would be ugly. Hopefully not. Hopefully we avoid it. Okay. As long as that candle finishes and it invalidates my thesis. Unless it comes up in double tops, then, I mean, that would be another bearish. See, now we need it to move up again. Up, up, up. Don't be surprised if it double tops at $1. Holy fucking Xella.
And New Zealand's Robertson says New Zealand has headroom on the balance sheet and borrowing below 20% of GDP.
Excel's a monster right now, Claw. You're killing it. Congrats. Of course. Well deserved. Bitcoin? No, for a second it looked on like just on a 1 minute hatter, it just formed like a potential Head and Shoulders, and then that like the right side of the shoulder it cupped up to to invalidate. So then I said watch out for a double top and at $1, and that was it. I don't even know what it's at now. Did it bust $1? No. Just watch out for a double top, like kind of where it's at.
And New Zealand's Robertson says
look at the
inflation
date of the
to rebuild
compliance,
is
Hatter.
less than may be feared.
Look at the compliant or the date of the compliance, because that's going to be important. EMAs on TRKA getting tighter and tighter. We've seen this before. It is grinding up more so towards the Sonic R though. RELI did a 1-to-15 reverse split on 223. Could be trying to pull a GFAI. It's up 11% today. Thank you, sir. I don't know. I don't want to go ahead and say anything's going to pull a
New Zealand's
GFAI.
Robertson says if New Zealand enters a shallow recession, it will emerge quickly.
RS or volume on TRKA at 1/4 is 11.9 mil. TRKA trying the drawing here. Would I check the Ortex on Octo? Yeah, it's ridiculous. Hold on a second. I'm gonna read it off to you though if it's cool. $4.12 million cap. It's saying 155.4 short on Octo. And I posted that on Twitter yesterday, actually, too. Cost to borrow average is reading as 366. But remember, SINT had jacked up numbers, too. And then all of a sudden, they just fixed that out of nowhere. Or not fixed. They changed it out of nowhere, I should say. You're good. I just want to make sure it's accurate because I reposted it. Okay. Exela, they might be hunting for stops here. Either that or Exela's kind of a crap company in my opinion, so could just be a sell-off. Bitcoin just dropped to 2. RSI on Bitcoin is at 35. Oh wait, I gotta ask my dad to do me a favor real quick. What the hell did I throw? Oh, my phone's right in front of me.
Fed bids for 30-year bonds total $1.2 billion.
I thought that I was a grammar Nazi. Credit Suisse got slapped a little bit. Hard down on the market.
New Zealand's Robertson says, I'm seeing New Zealand housing supply to demand returning to balance.
I'm literally the fucking worst. I actually get tired. I literally get angry. ATLX is cruising. That was an excellent call out 2 days ago, Grandma. Fingers up 17 as well. No, I hear you. I hear you. It just, like... The only time that it really frustrates me is if somebody's trying to throw shade. Because, like, otherwise, I get it. If you're just typing and you just, like, something auto-corrects or whatever, like, okay. But if you're going to try to insult me,
and New Zealand's
do it with good grammar.
The international environment is the biggest.
That's the only time I care. That, and then when I make fun of Sean. But he knows that I'm just making fun of him because he's my boy. LMAO, exactly. Yeah. Bitcoin, what are we doing? It's not so intimidating when the spelling and grammar is bad. it's a lot less credible, isn't it? Ocean could go blow a goat. Did you chase it? Totally, 100% less credible. If I laugh at someone's bad grammar insults, the insults clearly had little effect. I don't mean to do it to be rude either. Like, I just, like... The way I see it is that if they're being rude to me, like, at least be rude correctly. That's it. Like, you could be a dick if you want to. Like we don't have to be friends. But at least be a dick correctly. I'm not liking Bitcoin right now. I really want this to engulf up. Leave they alone. It's their only way to type. My ex's husband sends me an email saying you're a homewrecker. She's my soulmate. But no. No. Did that really happen? No. No, he didn't, though. Talal has all the good stories. I swear. The market is just ripping today. Jesus. S&P futures are coming up. NASDAQ futures are kind of the same.
At 1 p.m. Eastern Time, the US sells
Loose and lose is the one that kills me.
Bonds, private cover of 2 to 35.
I agree.
High yield of 3.877%. Just taking a look at the auction preview. Latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators net short 130k classic bond futures and net short 408k ultra bond futures, a possible source of covering demand. Primary dealers positioning coupons maturing in more than 11 years was net long $55.7 billion in the week ended March 29th versus $45.8 billion average over the past year.
Did you guys hear that?
JP Morgan.
Their average is 45 and they're at 7.
Digested smoothly given recent steepening in the long end of the curve, while depressed liquidity could enhance its appeal to end users.
Speaking of bad grammar, Talal. 40 cents on T2. Boil down to 304. Money, 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 up 15%. Let's go. That was a finger slip. That's what she said. Oh my god. Yo. Chat, you guys are wild. Wild.
Angolan finance minister says Angola expects oil production to temporarily rise next year, but will remain below 1.5 million barrels per day.
Please stop spelling soul like that. Please. I can't believe that somebody came at you, like, over an ex-girlfriend and then had bad grammar. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear whoever Alan's telling me to sing happy birthday to. Happy birthday to you. Woo! Bitcoin still underneath that 200. It's going to probably try to invalidate that death cross at some point here. TRKA has a little bit of a gap right there, which I don't like. I want to see that fill before it move. We are getting a slight move on Bitcoin. However, to the upside. HYMC up 9, Hub C up 8, Hive 10.3, Bitcoin in between the 24 and the 200 now. TRK hard down. Coming down for a double bottom. If it hits that, it hits that, but that would probably be where I'm trying to get a fill if I was trying to load back up. Or load more, I should say. Oh, I don't know if I would even get it. Bitcoin just under the 2 still. Mullen really close on the 2 in the VWAP. Zella, bull flag. You think crash time? Buckle up.
At 1 p.m. Eastern Time, the US sells $18 billion in 30-year bonds, prior bid cover of 2 to 35, and a prior high yield of 3.877%.
I think markets pull back. Lots of call premiums to harvest tomorrow. Absolutely, there are. However, look at the fact that things like cosm, that, for instance, I don't know, all of a sudden just launched an options chain after Robinhood fucked up their reverse split. Like that's interesting. So, like, I don't know. Just pay attention to things like that, like the order flow there. And if somebody wants to let me know if, you know, like the open interest on cosm options go through the roof, all of a sudden, that'd be fire. But it's something that we should definitely be paying attention to. They have us in such like a position where we're like just thinking like the worst all the time, that like we can miss some really big runs by just being, you know, overly pessimistic because of how the market has treated us in the past. Almost 7% on SINT, by the way. Cover/hide those FTDs maybe on cosm. Yeah, that's my thesis. That is my thesis, indeed. ATLX is just ripping. Still. Such a good call, Grandma. coin is dumping. Okay. Then that doesn't really make me feel good about the overall market. Just because it's been running like so in tune with the overall market. This is why hedge fund guys do cocaine to numb feelings and anxiety. I'm limited on what I could respond with because I'm live, and this is in a private setting. No, they're mostly on Adderall. Drugs Inc. did an episode on Wall Street Dealer. Jesus. Octo 4% up. Well, I guess I would have got my fill.
Shortly expecting the results of the 30-year
SPY
bond auction.
New high, okay. RSI on, RSI on Bitcoin is a 42. Finger busting up. Volume on TRKA is 12.34. Watch when it bounces. If it bounces. Watch the volume difference between now and, you know, on an upward trajectory. Look at Bitcoin. That's nothing, Doc. Or Devil. Excuse me. That's nothing. Oh, S-Dig has over buck. On a gap, though, heads up. That might want to fill. Fingers banging. Yep. Finger is banging. Guys, BBIG news. Hold on a second. Today at 1:30. Half hour. So half hour, we should have some BBIG news for anybody who cares.
Bids cover 2 to 36, 2 to 36, and a high yield of free spot 661%, free spot 661%.
Blink.
The US sells $18 billion in 30-year bonds and awards 32.38% of bids at high. Its primary dealers taking 11.09%, direct taking 19.8%, and indirect taking 69.12%.
Alan, you are 25.4 short.
US 30-year bond draws 3.661%, matching the pre-sale when issue yield.
Of course. You use the magic words. DXY still holding off 101. Credit Suisse, more blocks. I'm sorry I keep saying that, guys. It's just I'm seeing people spend millions of dollars, and it's just wild to me. Millions and millions and millions of dollars. Snap still off 11. Coinbase just off 70. Was a short interest on CX. Mark, before I will get that info for you. But let me ask you this. Are you considering chasing something that's 200% up? Don't lie.
US Treasury 30-year yields rise after the 30-year bond auction, as last little changed at 3.655%.
It's 4.63% short, 100% utilization.
Oil prices extend losses. Brent and WTI fall by $1 a barrel to session lows.
No, you're already in. Okay, thank you. That makes me feel so much better. I just don't want you guys to lose fucking money. Like, I don't know. Like, if you come here and make an absolute killing, you're a lot more likely to go tell your friends than if you go to a channel and then, you know, end up losing it, like losing money. It doesn't have to be the person's fault, like whoever you're watching, but it just, like natural humans, like, I don't know, just psychology. So I just want everyone to be right all the time. And I want everyone in here to hit homers every at bat. Or hit a double or every at bat, and then, you know, obviously we will end up hitting home runs. Bitcoin is at a potential double bottom, and it might jump here to try to invalidate that death cross. It's at a trend line as well. I just gave it to you. It was like 4.6% short on 100% utilization. The cost to borrow was high though. I don't remember the exact number, so I don't want to give them off, but I think like the average was like 400 or something like that. Welcome to chat. I am extremely bullish myself on TRKA, but I am not a financial advisor. If Neil is here and he wants to answer that, he happens to be a financial advisor, and he might be able to expand upon what I can't. but I'm pretty heavy on TRK myself. Bitcoin super trend. Go ahead, Bitcoin. You're seeing that with SDIG, obviously because it's a miner. SDIG up. Up on SDIG, 30%. Killing the game. Killing the game. Fingers. Fingers still trying to blast. No, you're good, Mark. You're good. Money up 13.4-ish. Or, sorry, 13.6-ish. 13.7. Cracking me up with that finger blaster. Well, you guys are the ones that got me started on it. So we just gotta, I don't know, gotta roll with it now. Hub C. I think that there's a lot of opportunity with Hub C, and it's moving nicely. Like, that just seems really aggressive all of a sudden, right, guys? And it's just under average volume already. We have the 13 on the 48 right now, and the 200 on Bitcoin. Labu 14% up. Wolf just grabbed 15. FFIE to 18.5. ATLX off the high, but still has 15. SDIG is a monster at 35%, 34.5% up. What's getting hit today? Wow, VIX is down to an 1809. I wonder what Hellbiz's market cap is going to be after today. Like, it's got to be getting to a point where the assets are worth more than the market cap. Like, it's got to be, right? At least one would think. Cosm's trying to go green. Alan is saying inverse stuff right now. And he might be right if Bitcoin doesn't reclaim. We have the 13 through the 200 and the 48 there. We just need to obviously have that that price pressure in order to continue through and separate that 48 from the 2. AI 2.5 up. HLGN just under 17%. ATLX back to 18%. Someone just bought 575,000 shares of Credit Suisse. I'm going to make a YouTube short real quick. I've been saying since the gap down to watch out on Credit Suisse, and look at these blocks. I see 575,000 shares right there. Talk about a layup. We live. Come hang out. The gap down to watch out on Credit Suisse, and look at these blocks. I see 575,000 shares right there. Talk about a layup. Live. Come hang out. I've been saying since the gap down to watch out on Credit Suisse, and look at these blocks. Oops. I've been saying. I'm done now. Sorry. Hello, dear sir.
Just a quick question. If any other security had as many big blocks purchased over the same short period of time, like what you've been calling out for 2 weeks now, what would it be doing compared to what is happening with Credit Suisse?
So,
That's
so,
an honest question.
so Credit Suisse has a gap up opportunity, right?
Not what I asked.
Well, that's my answer. So, can I finish my answer?
Well, yeah, but it's not what I asked you.
Well, it's involved in my answer.
Okay.
So, Credit Suisse, basically, in my opinion, became a layup, right? As soon as they gap down. Once they gap down, it was an immediate. I'm playing this at least partially till the gap, if that makes sense. And that's why I keep shouting it out, because it was such a layup, and there's still probably people that are in it deep. If you guys are in Credit Suisse, please shout it out. I would appreciate that.
Cool. Hey, I got to go real quick. Something just came up. I'll hit you up shortly.
Yeah, we discussed BFRG. It was mentioned. Bitcoin's trying to spread the EMAs out. RSI is a 60 though. We are on top of the MACD. TRKA to the 48.
101 counterparties take $2.322 trillion at the Federal Reserve repo operation.
Thank you, Sean, if you're listening. It just did it again where it went to commercial, then afterwards it went right to Bloomberg. What the hell? Well, that's because I don't pay for ads. TRKA up. Speaking of that, because I don't pay for ads, if you guys could throw me a like and a sub, that'd be fire as hell. Just saying. But that's really, really screwed up that it's taking you to a different stream after a commercial, because I didn't even click the commercial button. I never click the commercial button unless you guys remind me to. Just thanks. Add you? Okay. Add done. Watch a handle here. Heads up on hub C. Might go for a level up. Money is money. I can sacrifice 5 seconds to help. Yeah, for real, thank you. Some people are weirdos, dude. Sometimes, like, I will hit the add button, right? And then, like, I'll lose 10 viewers. It'll, like, go from, like, 35 people or 45 people, and, like, down 10. And then, like, it takes a couple minutes in order to build back. It's really, like, just odd. Actually, you know what? It's not odd. People are impatient as fuck. I get it. It makes sense. That's one of the reasons why I actually don't run ads all day. ATLX back to 20%. S&P futures still coming up. HLGN 17 up. FFIE coming up on that 20% mark. STIG just lost 30%. Yes, they really need to pass legislation restricting ad volume. That's my only complaint about them since I cut cable. I just I don't know how I could make this fucking clear. I just think that if you pay for ads, right, you're not growing organically. And if you're not growing organically, then like you basically pay. It's like a pay-to-play system, and I'm not paying. I'm not paying. Fuck that. I want to do it on my own. But I need your guys' help in order to do that. That's the issue. So please, recruit for the mafia. Unless they're a douche. I don't want to deal with any douches. Bitcoin trying. EMAs are in line. Couple more mil on Credit Suisse. No big deal. Like, subscribe, share, don't be a douche. Yeah, basically. Yeah, Credit Suisse was definitely the easiest layup of 2023 so far, I think. I mean, when that chart like dropped like that, I don't know. To me, it was obvious. But if FRC goes Hulk status, I'll have cash aplenty. Okay. You're good, Doc. You're good. I appreciate what you do, like on a TA level for the channel, man. To 13 million on volume on TRK. I'm gonna pull up Exela for Talal because I know he happens to have a lot of it, and even if I don't like it, that doesn't mean that I can't watch it for him. I appreciate you live streaming the market each day. It gives us all a platform to hang out and share our chart analysis. Well, thank you. Thank you. TRKA, TRKA. Come on, baby. Bitcoin RSI is at 51. Money back to 15% up. Octo to 7 up. Sticks to 6 up. SPY engulfing red candle currently on the 3-minute. Boyle calls or Bud puts again. Decisions. Do you have anything else in mind? Or are you like sold on those two? %, agree. Appreciate you in the stream community. Yeah, the community is dope. I would not be doing this as long as I have been, if it wasn't for you guys. And like, I know I don't even have like a large community. It's just how like tight knit we are. It's kind of like the quality over quantity argument. Five minutes till that space. Oh wait, let me go ahead and let me change the title of my stream first. TRKA super to 200. TRKA trying to go bang, baby. Come on.
US trade representative tied to visit Tokyo next week.
Pull us out of the gutter. 13.2 on volume. Average is a 56.5. And we are at 26.5 cents ish right this second. And guys, that BBIG space starts in like 3 minutes, so I can't access the room till then. Don't worry though, we will have it. Or there's stop loss hunting on you, Talal. I think, at least, on Exela. Bitcoin, what are we doing at the 200? Bitcoin's right now in between the 48 and the 2.
The Australian dollar to US dollar climbs as much as 1.6%, the highest since February.
RSI on Bitcoin is at 43 though. TRKA just underneath that 200. Sorry guys, I just gotta like, you know, pop the space open as soon as it starts. TRKA to 200. All right, that space may have started. Let me go ahead and look. So I'm currently looking at it. It says reminder set, but it is not started yet. I will start it as soon as he does. Oh, wait, this might be it. Hold on. Here we go. We're still waiting on him to start speaking. Bitcoin at the 200. Heads up on BBIG, depending on what they say on this phone call.
Hey guys, thank you everybody for joining us here on this quick and quickly put together space call. But we're going to give everybody a few extra minutes to join us here, and as soon as we have enough people, then we'll get going. Once again, thank you for taking the time out of your day to join us, and we'll be with you in just a few moments.
TRKA. They really do not want this on top of the 200. You dig money. Let me ask you something. So you're saying you did good on it as in past tense, as in you don't have a position in it, right? Like you don't have a current position in it, and you just got out. I wonder if they're gonna try to just dump this on our face with the space call. and then try to buy it, if that makes sense. It's a little, like, you know, scare tactic. Try to cause some panic selling.
All right, guys. Well, this call is being recorded, so anybody who hasn't joined us as of yet, you'll have plenty of time to go ahead and listen back to it. Yeah, if you like what you hear, you can listen back to it as many times as you want. But we're going to get started here. So we are live coming to you from the Westgate in Las Vegas. Beautiful view that we have right now that we're looking at the window here. But we wanted to share some exciting news with you guys. And I'm going to go ahead and get this ball rolling real quick. So we have, you know, one of the prominent members here in our community, Shad, aka Retail Rudy, and I'm going to go ahead and invite him up so he can let you guys know what we've accomplished here in our days here in Las Vegas.
Bitcoin, trying to put in that floor on the 200.
Also, we also have Daryl here, also known as the attorney, and he unfortunately doesn't have his phone here, so he will be saying a couple. It'll just be under my account, so you'll see Melicello speaking, but it'll be him eventually. But we're gonna let Shad get things started and say a few words himself. So Shad, you're up, buddy.
Thank you for that. Guys, make sure you're always checking live chat just for DD. Oh, and you sourced it? Love it. Thank you very much. SFT is now up 6. Octo's up 7. Man, oh man. Space case of a day. Backed up 8 1/4. 6 1/4 on sticks. BBIG is getting very, very tight on the Bollinger Bands. That's not going to last. I mean, I don't know if it's going to break up or down, but like it's just too tight. We're trying to put in higher lows here on TRKA, I think. Higher low, higher low. Yeah. For the most part. Don't worry, guys. There's just nothing going on in space right now. I'm not hearing anything. Unless they're talking and I'm gonna rejoin. Just because I didn't hear anything. No, they're just not talking.
ECB's Calvino says GDP at the start of the year has been very strong.
When they start talking, I'll shut him off too.
So apologies if that's Spain Economy Minister Calvino, who says the GDP at the start of the year has been very strong.
TRKA trying this pennant bust. Meanwhile, Bitcoin is eating supply underneath the 200 in the Sonic R. Again, BBIG's Bollinger Bands are just getting extremely tight. SPY looking to retest recent daily high of 412.11. Thank you, sir. Look at AI. You dog, you. Also, SDIG is up 32%, but AI, nice little comeback. Wow, look at that trend. Talk about an algo. Oh, wait.
A lot of noise in regards of your situation here with BBIG. So one of the conversations that I had with them yesterday when I was on the phone.
Oh, why is this doing this?
Because there are big advocates in that community to gather all the information that I need to present to James O'Keefe and his team with that situation regarding GTII. And I'm also asking your community, whoever in here wants to take the lead, I could add you into that group DM chat, and let's get the information that they're seeking, right? Any documentation, any proof, anything that you want to share with his media group. That way you guys can also be centering attention throughout the whole entire retail community and also what's going on here in overall in the stock market. So please, this is really important. Once James O'Keefe and his team has eyes on it, they'll tell the BBIG story, and that's all I can do for you guys. My concentration, as you guys know, is MMTLP. But as everybody knows, I really do want to help the other retail communities. So that's all I want to leave you guys with. It's great news that they are interested in your story. So let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen. All right, Busy.
Thank you so much again, Busy. I'll be getting with you as well, man. So I can't thank you enough, and appreciate your support for us. And we obviously reciprocated. Retail United. It's all of us against all those other scumbags. So at the end of the day, I feel confident that our side is better, and we're going to be victorious in the end. So once again, thank you so much, Busy. And let's hear from the man of the hour, Shad.
Okay. Hey, everybody.
I can't hear him.
And I want to acknowledge a lot of those people. I don't know if Months wanted to come up and speak. I sent you a request, but if you can't right now, I understand. A lot of people.
He's breaking in and out.
Already seen. There's been a case filed in the 8th Judicial Court here in Nevada, and I'm not going to speak about the particulars. If you'd like to go
on BBIG?
Read the motion and the declarations of the case, you're welcome to. On this call, I just wanted to let you all know about this case that's been filed. We as a community on BBIGfamily.com, as well as the Twitter BBIG Family and all the different groups, Reddit, Facebook, LinkedIn, there's been a cumulative effort on behalf of many people, because we haven't felt that we've been heard, and we've tried to communicate and haven't really received the response that we feel suitable.
TRKA as well.
I know that there's been a fundraiser set up. I've been part of that initiative. Christy and Akum and Jake and Mike, and so many people are running that fundraiser. But the biggest question a lot of people have had is, in the past, like, who did you retain as a lawyer? Who are you going to retain? And I want to explain about that right now. So as we were looking into the options available to us with regards to the type of case, the evidence available, the types of specialties with attorneys within civil and securities. There's a lot of different variables. There's different jurisdictions. We have Nevada, we have New York, we have capacity, we have conflicts. So
I wish you wouldn't cut in and out. Kind of stinks.
Get a yes or no answer. It doesn't work that way.
It's not my connection, guys, I promise.
In the beginning, several months ago, we are actually, before even the fundraiser was set up, we were talking to people to just see what options were available because we felt that there was a case. Thought would be a suitable marriage of relationships with regards. When we got to the point where we did the fundraiser, it was because we had an attorney who could specifically take our case with regards to board nomination type
C3 AI about to go?
And that
Bitcoin
attorney had
probably
a
as well?
retainer of $25,000. And so that was why we started the fundraiser. It wasn't within a day that he said, wait a second, I can't do this. I don't have the proper jurisdiction in both New York and Nevada. And so our hopes were diminished quickly. And so we kept looking around at the different options, both different strategies, guys. Like we were looking at, South Florida court where, there's been an indictment down there. And we're looking at New York where we have a headquarters. We're looking at Nevada where we have an incorporation of Vinco Ventures. And at the end of the day, to find the appropriate counsel that could work quickly for what we believe would be suitable resolution for our goals, there wasn't anyone that could move as fast as we needed. And to put this into perspective, some people are saying it could take 3 weeks to a month to get up to speed on this case. So knowing that we have a lot of experts in the community, not only with technical analysis and trading, but we have a lot of people in the community who have done a considerable amount of due diligence with regards to the history. And so we decided that we would file a case pro per, meaning we would file it on our own, and that we would fight it on our own.
Bitcoin
and
trying?
we have some members of the community who
Heads up on BBIG.
have also have an expertise in law, and we've been able to, solicit and curate those talents. Daryl's on the call. He has some skill sets in that area, very, very, very well versed. And as you all know, Patrick as well, who's out in the Carolinas, who helped do the nomination previously. So the only way with the time frame we had available
Bitcoin,
was for us to just go for it on our own. So I talked to my wife because I knew this was going to cost money. And I said, you know what, honey, I don't want to take any of this money from the fundraiser because there's a lot of people who think it's fraudulent, who don't have a personal relationship with me, who don't know me. And I said, I think for us to mitigate the liability, we should just fund this on our own. And she was in 100% agreement on that. And so kudos to my wife, Jen, for being willing to spend our money.
Go, Jen.
To fly people out to here to Nevada and take care of the expenses. I mean, just so you know, it's like we had to print 2,000 pages and make 8 copies. Just the printing and the shipping of the FedEx was like $1,200 yesterday. So, not to mention the court filings, all this other stuff, and the hotel rooms and food and blah blah blah. But the point is, I'm not trying to make a point of how much money we're spending. Just trying to make a point that there was liability for me to take money from the fundraiser. By not taking money from the fundraiser until we actually had a licensed attorney retained, it was making it safer for me and my family. Now, those funds are still there. We can refund them at any time. At this point, we can just hold the funds until we decide that it's the right moment to use them, because this case
Bitcoin,
could
go ahead,
on
baby,
here
blast
in
that.
Nevada. So I'm now a plaintiff Christopher Muntz is a plaintiff, and Daryl Jennis is a plaintiff. If you look up the case, I'm not going to get into the details of the case like I told you. You can look it all up there, see all the plaintiff names and information and the declarations, affidavits, motions, and the order that we submitted to the judge. Now it's just a waiting game. But I wanted to give you that background. We couldn't give you that background prior to now because we didn't want to put too much information out into the community. It's a real challenge to be transparent with all of you, our BBIG family, but also, understand that we're going to be in a contest against people who have a lot of money, our money, and they're going to use our money to potentially, battle. So that's the essence of it. That's an explanation of it. So I'm really excited. If I didn't think there was a case, I wouldn't have filed the case, but I'm not going to speculate on the results or the outcome or what the judge or the court might do. We're going to just let that play out legally. I would defer now to Daryl, who's another plaintiff who's also been a practicing lawyer in the past in California. So I'll turn it over to Daryl to speak.
Thanks. Good morning to everybody, or afternoon, depending on where you are, what time zone. My name is Daryl Jennis. Normally I appear under the Twitter account of Exclusive DUI Defense, Inc. And I just wanted to say a couple things for everybody because, Shad's covered the basics as far as the fundraiser and all of that.
AI up.
Here's what we've been up against, because Shad has been working tirelessly organizing all of this for at least and a half, probably longer than that. And there's a group of people that he's worked with that probably numbers upwards of 35 people. And everybody has a unique contribution. Some people, like Chad said, have good basis of due diligence on certain subjects, but not others, and others have areas of expertise on
delegation is important.
And many of those people wrote declarations. Shad's been a heck of a great team captain. I mean, the way he's organized the talent in our community and delegated duties and kept things moving. I've seen it because I've been part of the team, and I'm one of the guys that he occasionally, taps on the shoulder or kicks in the butt, as the case may be.
Getting tighter and tighter. I think it's going to continue to do so.
He just keeps us moving forward. So one of the tasks that we were engaged in was find a lawyer, and I felt that I brought a good skill set to interviewing lawyers, and Shad and Patrick and I interviewed collectively as a team at least 5 or 6 lawyers so far. When we got deep, what became clear to me was that most lawyers are very limited in their thinking. They're not creative, they're not entrepreneurial, and they really don't like things that are unfamiliar. So as soon as you present them with something that is outside of their wheelhouse, even a little bit, they tend to shut down. And a lot of lawyers be too knowledgeable and to be too directive because they feel like they might lose control. And here are a couple of guys, me and another lawyer, and Shad, who's a businessman and has an entrepreneurial background, and we're taking control of these lawyers right from the start in terms of fees. Because one of the very first interviews we did, the lawyer was keen to catch on that we're talking about roughly 1,400 people that have joined this big family community that Shad started, and that the investors' positions are some not that big, some very big, and ultimately we're talking about a huge amount of money.
Wow.
So one individual investor alone might have $500,000 originally sunk into this thing, and it's 95% down. What the lawyers were hearing was that they could charge whatever they wanted, and that we would have the money because of the numbers that were involved, both in terms of the volume of people and the dollar amounts. And what we needed to do was to tell them, no, these people are losing
Shining
95 to
literally just said
99% of their
HYMC.
investment. And many of them literally
Bitcoin?
don't have a dime to put.
Look how tight the Bollinger Bands are.
We weren't finding lawyers that were going to be reasonable on their feet. Finding that even the lawyers that were willing to work with us, their earning curve time wouldn't fit our timeline. We got a meeting that we needed to try to stop that's
BBIG
coming up
super
literally
trend up.
in 2 weeks. And all the lawyers we were talking to wanted 4 to 6 weeks just to come up to speed. And they wanted $25,000, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 to compensate for us educating them. And that's when I told Chad, look, I'm not licensed in Nevada, and I'm not a corporate attorney or the type of lawyer that does this sort of stuff, but I've been in that world for 45 years,
Cosm on green.
and I'm a fast study. And so if we can't get somebody who's already up to speed and do it for cost effective, then I'll do it pro per and get a couple of other people like Shad and Muntz, and we'll cobble it together and we'll do it. And so Shad paid, after talking to his wife and I believe praying on it, decided that they were going to fund it because I didn't have the money to come out here to Las Vegas to work. Shad paid my ticket out here. Shad paid my hotel out here. He offered to pay me for my time. I have a dog.
Yo, Shad is a G.
And I'm not acting as a lawyer.
I didn't know any
for
of this.
Of you. I'm acting as a lawyer
he's a
for
G.
myself. What I bring to the table here is that if any of us has to speak, I live in that world. I am good at thinking on my feet and advocating in court. And since I'm a plaintiff, I don't need to be licensed in the state of Nevada in order to have that forum and speak to the court. And the other plaintiffs, like Shad, like Muntz, or if anybody else were to join us, they can simply say to the judge, I agree with
you're about to get a gold cross on the
co-plaintiff,
4
Mr.
hour.
Jennings, and
TA
I
does
have
work,
nothing
you're
further
right.
to add, or I agree with what he has to say and I have this other point to add. And it makes the advocacy go as good as, or at least almost as good as it would if we were able to find a lawyer who was able to get up to speed and able to articulate this stuff and able to do it at a fee that would be reasonable.
CXAI 212% up.
What we're trying to do, and I think we are making good
See, I just don't want to. I don't want to chart it because
Nevada,
I don't want to chase it.
Judge Williams was very familiar with this case, and we all have opinions about what happened and whether it was neutral and detached or whether it was somehow the fix was in and it was nefarious. I choose to believe that it was not nefarious, there was no fix, and that the judge was ultimately deceived.
413.47 is SPY's next resistance.
So anyway, the bottom line is we're in that court. We are not in front of Judge Williams presently. We got assigned randomly, as they always do, and we got a different judge. The case may or may not go back to Judge Williams. That's in the court's hands. The papers are all filed.
TRK.
Because I'm not familiar with Nevada court, I used the Colucci lawsuit as a model. It didn't fit my expectations as to what I would have expected to find in every respect, but I went with it as a model. It turned out that the judge thinks more the way I do because she was looking for a document that I was looking for that neither of us found. And the reason she didn't find it is because I didn't find it. So they asked us basically to provide that missing document. And this morning, we manufactured that document from other pleadings that we had and the knowledge that we have, and we got it filed. And we got it into the court. And we've been monitoring the court's responses to our various correspondences, and there's two different mechanisms depending on what we're doing.
Google tapped 108.
One is
Thank
through
you.
the clerk's office and electronic filing, and the other is emailing directly into the court. You don't need to know the details about which one's appropriate for what situation, but know this: we've done everything that we can. And when the clerk responds in either of those platforms, whether it's on the online court filing or whether the clerk emails us with
those are details we can,
then we'll know and we'll be able to update you. But I'm looking at Chad's computer right now, and there are no messages yet, so there's no further information for us to give. I'm not going to talk about the merits of the case right now. That's not why we're on this call. We're on this call to let the community know that even those who thought that we were not doing anything because they weren't getting the communication, we were
I wonder if
working
they're going to
very
try to
hard.
push this
A
down
lot
now
of
off
us were,
that.
and from many different places around the country, and
It'd be kind of
several
screwed
of
up if they
us
did.
physically traveling here to Las Vegas and physically going to the courthouse each day, and not really doing much else. And while we're here, and this is all so far on Shad's time, we're not going out for steak dinners and spending the kind of money that Ted was spending at EDC last year. No, we're working hard for the community, and we won't.
No one's paying for this is the bottom line. And so, anybody could have chose to go pro per and plead a case against any party at any time, but we felt this was the fastest way to try and get some results. Otherwise, we may not have. This was the only choice that I saw available to us, and I just want to say maybe. And wrap up, Daryl, if that's okay. I personally want to thank Daryl and Patrick, who both have legal expertise and who have spent,
that's who I want to thank.
Oh my gosh, hundreds of hours working on this. And I want to thank months.
Like, out of his own pocket, he paid for a lawyer
for being willing to put their names as
go to
plaintiffs
Vegas
on this
like
case.
that. And
I
pay
want
for
to thank
hotels and stuff. Like, that's big.
Who you'll see his name. It's not Akum on there anymore,
Shout out
but
to
you're
him.
going to see his real name, and Chris C. Sparacio, and Austin, and Chris and myself, and there's one more name I'm missing here as a declarant. Who was that? Let's see. Oh, Mike Miziker, M. Miziker. So you're going to see there's 6 declarations as affidavits, and 4 of those people are not the plaintiffs. And I want to personally thank them for all their work. And then I want to thank Christy. She's been taking a lot of heat from people for having her name on the fundraiser, but she is an honest person. Not one dime of that fundraiser has been touched yet. Hopefully we can use it when the time comes. And I want to thank, I see Jake and Mike right there, and Wicked. They've been doing a lot of space calls. I want to thank Business and Stomping Llama and a lot of people who've helped with due diligence, and then many other people who you don't know who have been willing to do all kinds of research. We have literally thousands of hours, man hours of research to build this case.
A lot of hours.
And you're going to see it in those 1,700 pages of documents when you go look at the case. And I hope, and pray that we make progress. Because at the end of the day, we're not trying to hurt anybody. We're just trying to get our investment to work for us.
Bitcoin trying up at trend.
And at the end of the day, if we can get Vinco to be successful, then I would say that we have won. That's what we're trying to do. We're not trying to hurt our company or our investment. We're trying to make it successful. So that's all I'm going to say. We're not going to be able to answer any questions on this call. And certainly as a plaintiff, I'm not going to be able to get into speculating on any details from now on here on out. But whatever updates we can give you, we will. And I want to thank Mello for being here in Las Vegas with us and taking the time to support and to host this call. And with that, Mello, I'll turn it back to you.
Yeah, again, thank you, Shad. Thank you, Daryl, and thank you to everybody who's been a part of this movement.
Thank you, Tim.
Proud moment.
Thank you,
because,
Tim.
it takes a lot to
You
get
know
to where
who
we
you
are,
are.
and it's not over yet. But they probably didn't think we were going to get this far. So we're coming for him, and we'll see him in court soon. And it's going to be great to have the community behind us. And let's take care of business. But going forward, just know that everybody's fighting for everybody else in the community. And if things aren't explained, in detail, there's a reason for that. You don't want to give your playbook to the opponent. Same thing in this kind of situation. So we want to make sure at the end of the day that we're doing everything and we're putting ourselves in the best position to be successful. So again, thank you so much for everybody and everybody's support. And let's fucking win it. I'm sure we'll be talking soon. I know myself and Mr. Rick got a podcast space call set up for later this evening. So hope to catch you guys there as well. We've got some more news coming there, and you know, you never know what's coming. So keep your eyes tuned. I'm hearing rumors that there's another big announcement coming, not having to do with any of us particularly, but having to do with the company. So just keep your eyes out to what else is coming.
Yeah, guys,
we'll
definitely
talk
do
again
that.
later this evening. Thank you again to everybody for taking the time.
Thanks, Mel.
And
Does that space end? Oh, okay. I guess I ended the space. Please like and sub BBIG fam. And I am live every day. Later. Okay. All right. There we go. We're going to end this poll. I'm going to put up another poll in a second because I'm curious about your guys' thoughts. Bitcoin trying? I just put another poll in chat. Finger got blasted down. You're on the 200 Talal. And the VWAP. Grandma, you're kicking ass with your ATLX. Guys, remember HLGN is a Bill Gates play, so just, you know, heads up there. We have formed an enormous cup on Bitcoin. Almost. A little bit higher. I'm telling you, we need to get over that GAN fan level, which is at like 30,600-ish. And it might be going for it now. Top 10 Reddit short squeeze mentions for Thursday. AMC, BBBY, TRKA, GME, Zella, NVOS, HYMC, BRQS, and CMI, and TUP. How is Tupperware doing? Didn't they file for bankruptcy? Isn't that another bankruptcy play? Or something like that? Alright, there's an algo driving this. I just first look at it, I'm seeing an algo. Oh, okay, TRKA, I see you. Can you follow or no? BBIG. Let's get it. Qs. Beautiful trajectory on or towards the upside. Bitcoin RSI is a 73.5. ETH to 2000. Love it. HLGN, back-to-back sticks, up 23%. BBIG trying to form a handle here now. Kind of doing the same thing here as TRKA. It's on a longer time frame. HLGN back up. RSI in Bitcoin is a 64. Money up 15%. We had talked about that before the market opened, which is pretty sweet. Congrats if you hit on that. SFT is up 7.5. Man, sometimes I have to take my own like entry zones that I'm drawing. Credit Suisse, ridiculous size blocks. I've said to you guys before, sometimes I see that before I see a run. I'm seeing some green. Bitcoin trying off the 13. Lucid is worth looking at, close to support and high short interest. Yeah, we can look at Lucid. Is it under $8? Because that's kind of important to me. I see a double top right here. I want to see if this is going to, like, I would almost run a straddle on this. I think that if I was gonna play it, if I was gonna play Lucid, I think that's how I would play it right this second, incognito. That's my own personal opinion. I'd probably run a straddle on it. How far? I don't know. I'd have to look at the chain and all that stuff, but I think that might be, you know, obviously the most cost-effective way. Ocean back to 50% up. Wow. Oh, wait, never mind. I'm on 30-minute. I knew that. Ocean is now forming another cup. Bitcoin trying to get over the Gann fan level. RSI on Bitcoin is at 61. It is well above the MACD, though. Volume is 14 million on TRKA. We have another call that we're going to listen to in 15 minutes. This is from CEOBLOC. I want to hear what they have going on because GNS tagged me with CEOBLOC. So I just want to, I guess, kind of understand what they have going on because I've been out of the loop as far as that goes. Let me go ahead and let me change the name of this stream again. Bitcoin up. There we go. All right, cool. It's an ask us anything like kind of format. Does anybody have any questions for CEOBLOC? A 250% on CXAI. Congratulations on your trademark. That penny stock that I pointed out the other day is up another 20% on top of the other gains that we'd already talked about. Veery up another 14. Hive up 14. HYMC now up to 16. Amazon is up 4.5%. BBIG back down through the 48. Eating supply inside the Bollinger Bands. And right back. Hive now 14.2 up. She's just cruising. We're waiting on a MACD spin on Bitcoin, realistically. Are we waiting on data at 2:30 as well, or? No. We're not. Sorry, the chart was just looking like we were kind of like waiting for something. NASDAQ futures are up 1.89%. S&P are up 1.17%. Dow is up 0.95%. All right, TRKA, it's time that you go for a ride. I'm ready for you. Use that as support, please. Wolf to 17%. Zella well off the highs. SDIG off the highs. Ocean slightly off the highs. You can see here. Actually, an alright amount off the highs. Higher lows though now. It would have broken a bull flag right here. I'm going to draw it. I kind of see it without drawing it, but give me one second. So, since there, okay. So since right there where it broke, peep how it just had higher lows. Now it's on the 48. Now I'm thinking she's about ready for a move. On the 48, Bitcoin as well. Bitcoin RSI is a 44. We got to watch out that we don't double top on Bitcoin, though, as well. Silver pushing on the $26 resistance level. Thank you. Credit Suisse blocks. What's been happening? Well, have you ever used a slingshot before? It's almost like we kind of, you know, got yanked back a little bit yesterday just for a nice, you know, shove. However, this is a really nice shove across the board, and I just don't want it to be too nice of a shove where we need to pull back. How's TRKA looking? Low volume moving down. And when it goes down, it's kind of laughable how, like, just what they're doing to it. I'm not scared. That's all I'm saying. CXAI going for $6 up to 16. How much are you up though, Mark? Not the stock. Like, how much are you up individually? Okay. Good answer. TRKA, what are you doing, you dog? Here she comes. Bitcoin, inverted hammer on the 48, above a resistance line and a trend line. Zella's up 17. $15 on Labu. Good hit there. TRKA always seems to do better in the afternoon. Yeah, you know why? In my opinion, Devil, I think what they do is they try to scare the crap out of people all day long. And then after that, they just go ahead and they just, you know, algorithmically add to their position and kind of clear up whatever they need to, you know, like however they need to balance the books. So I think what they're doing is just, you know, using scare tactics. You agree? Okay. Mark, do you have a target or no? Or are you just kind of just rolling with the chart now at this point? You think Exela goes boom one more time today? I think the market is waiting on something. I just hope that that's not a double top on Bitcoin, because that would suck. Well, do we know any? Can somebody do DD on this company? Like CX app, because of the whole Elon Musk and the X app. Like, it makes me think like that can't be it though, right? Fuck it, I'm actually gonna look right now. Let's see. CX8I. The Workplace Super App. This is actually pretty cool, their website. Holy shiza. TRKA green a little bit. Yeah, Bollinger Band's getting tighter. Sorry. I'm just looking at the leadership. None of these names actually, like, I don't know, ring a bell. So I don't know. Wow. NAS futures are up 2% now. S&P futures are up 1.3 and Dow's up 1%. TRKA is too tight on the Bollinger Bands. About to get some kind of move. Just made it a free trade. Good for you. Good for you, my dude. That is a dub. Boy. TRKA trying up. This is CEOBLOC's like roundtable here that we're gonna be listening to. Bitcoin trying off support and resistance off the 48. RSI is a 47.8 on it.
Hey, Jimmy, you're on?
I am on. Yes, I just sent you a co-host.
Good. I will begin in 10 seconds. I wanted to say hello to everybody. Take a moment for those who don't or have never heard me speak before, don't know who I am. My name is Jeremy Fromer. I'm CEO of Created, symbol VOCL. I'm also the founder of a small activist organization called CEOBLOC that now consists of 4 CEOs, 2 executives from the financial services industry, and a few other specialists in data intelligence on what is an advisory board that is trying to help the individual investor community. In particular, I'm sure a lot of people that are listening in today. And one of the ways that we're trying to get that done is by setting up open forum type calls like this, where we can get to the root of what the individual investor sees as the issues that they face today. And while we go around engaging lobbyist firms and, in my case, speaking to leaders of some of the exchanges like the OTC and otherwise, it's very important for me to understand the voice of the individual investor community. And so with that said, what I'd like to do, what makes it easier for me to gather data, is to speak directly to people. A lot of times people just don't want to have their voice heard, and I understand that. At the same time, the more you ask, the more we understand, the more we can get accomplished. And so when people ask me sometimes, how can we help? How can we help?
TRKA.
You can be transparent on a call like this, talking about anything and everything. And so what I'd like to do, Jimmy, is I'd like to start off with I'd like to start off by answering a few hard questions that have been sent to me. And then I'm hoping people will raise their hand for you, Jimmy, and you can let them ask whatever question they want. Do you?
Yes, I see Johnny that just came in. I'm just trying to look for Mark.
Mark will be on.
Reminded,
a lot of other CEOs and people I've invited will be jumping on. They're all very busy today, so Martin will jump on in a little while. We're not going to do this. We're not going to do this in any sort of formal way, the way, you know, perhaps other people do their Twitter spaces. For us as CEOs, for us to get together, it's an impossibility. So one of us says they have time and the others jump on as they can. They'll jump on. But we can get right into people asking whatever questions they want to ask about the individual investor space that people like myself and my fellow CEOBLOC members are able to answer those type of questions. But again, I figured I would start as the audience grows here with me telling the entire audience, Jimmy, about a hard question that was sent to me, because I get lots of direct messages and I read all of them, as those who know who send me messages. So with that, Jimmy, I'm going to raise the first hard question someone said to me. They wrote sarcastically to me, if I only had some shares in CEOBLOC, I might be profitable. Changing your name has done nothing to change sentiment. You, however, have changed it for the worse. I see more of your attention away from your publicly traded company onto your private endeavor. It is not the naked shorts alone who are responsible for the decline in share price.
Coinbase still sliding.
I'm down 85%. I will take my responsibility and say it is because I misplaced my trust in you and lost my money. Jimmy, did you hear that one?
I did.
You know how I feel during those moments, Jimmy?
That's up to Alan.
I feel terrible for that person. I feel terrible. It's hard when someone loses money, but I do like to raise it so that everybody can hear it and hear how I would respond to it. Obviously, sarcastically, there are no shares in CEOBLOC, but for whatever it's worth, I don't think they would be profitable. CEOBLOC right now has cost me much more money than it has made. It doesn't make money. Right now, whatever money goes to it,
just like
goes
the radio
towards
call.
fighting
Yeah, that's right.
battles in the name of shareholders.
Are you there?
Now, from there, the person jumped to changing names. Changing names has done nothing to change sentiment. CEOs don't sit around wondering how to change sentiment in the stock. First of all, stocks are not controlled by sentiment. They're controlled by buying interest. And sentiment,
about to left,
and moving sentiment and changing momentum, that has much more to do with a network than it has anything else to do with. But it is good to have positive press and positive momentum. But the name change, which I think she's referring to, is from created symbol CRTD to symbol VOCL, wasn't done for any other reason than it is part of a long tactical strategy. Now, as far as my time, unfortunately, I work 24/7. And so whatever time that I have free for a moment or that I see free in my schedule, I try to give up that time to focus on CEOBLOC. Is that, everybody heard that? Jimmy, did you hear that?
Bitcoin? Super?
I did.
So that's
13's trying to go through 24?
That kind of a question is an example of a hard question I get. And again, I feel terrible that the market, the stock, our particular stock, and that for this individual investor who's lost money. But let's see if there's some other questions. I thought I can sit here and read off the ones that come into my DM all day, but I'd love to hear real questions, if there are any, before I do read off another one. Jimmy?
I am searching the chat, but I also sent some mic requests. I have one coming up now with Hang Loose. Nice to see you on here. He has a big following. Go ahead, Hang Loose. You have the mic.
Hey, how you guys doing? Thanks for having me up. Yeah, so I had a question about when it comes to short volume. So if you have higher than 50% short volume, that means shares that were shorted
Bitcoin
never,
up.
got
Here comes
bought back
CRKA, I bet.
equally to like the amount of longs. So if you have higher than 50%, those shorts
BBIG trying.
stay remaining short positions, right?
Well, I mean, the answer is it's more complex than that because that's just one piece of data. So, for instance, I'll let John, you're on.
He dropped down. Johnny T, I got your mic here. Go ahead and accept it, please.
John, can you hear me? I'm on. So, John, I was about to try to articulate a little bit about, when you see that you had greater volume short than long for the day, while that may mean something in a daily moment, that can be quickly changed. And therefore, just the mere fact that, when people get all hyped up because they see these sort of like daily short reports of your stock, that it doesn't necessarily indicate anything systemic is happening, more broadly. But perhaps you could.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say on that front, first and foremost, like, what point of reference are you using when you say short volume is 50%? Like, what
Just
are you
overall, I
relying
bet. Right?
Well, I look at certain tickers that consistently have greater than 50% volume. So that means like the long volume obviously is going to be like, if it's the shorts at 60, then you're looking at a 20% difference with long sitting around 40. So my thing is not particularly.
Where are you getting, like, is that an intraday number? Is that a daily number? Where are you getting that number?
So it's the daily. I'm looking at daily short volume, and then what I not only did not focus strictly on just a particular day, but I also took a 52-week snapshot and looked at, okay, what have we seen over the last 52 weeks of where has short volume been? And I've looked at some tickers that have short volume that
Right. Right.
greater.
But let me tell you what John's alluding to. See, there are lots of platforms out there that give you what you hear is what was the short volume of the day.
Where is that coming? Where are you?
The
FINRA short volume. Like it gets listed on TradingView and whatnot.
Right. And so we could even talk about. I'll help close this conversation.
I hope Neil's listening.
Jeremy, just let me help a little bit and say, I think one of the greater problems, aside from toxic financing and shitty market makers who use their exemption to, I think, work in concert with the shitty financiers, there's a cascade effect, and there's a whole bunch of firms out there who tell guys they can borrow the stock and they let them short it with the condition that it's intraday and they cover by the end of the day. So a lot of that volume that you may see in some daily report, FINRA gives a short volume, but that's including everything. So to me, in many instances, it could be, intraday shorts that are covered by the end of the day is a big hunk of it.
Well, I think, John,
48 on the RSI for Bitcoin.
Which is the bigger picture here for you to remember as individual investors is that most of the data you're seeing is unreliable. We don't even like when we talk about short interest, that's the biggest concerns in the market, which is one of the reasons why a group like mine is moving to upstream as much as we can. And I'm going to let Mark, if you could give him the mic, is that the problem in today's financial infrastructure is that absolutely no data is reliable. Let's say that even what John is implying, sure, the data that you're seeing, what John's saying may imply what you believe, but what you believe and how it's being implied, how it's actually calculated is on data that's irrelevant to you. And so, like, whether you're on Yahoo Finance, Market Watch, or Market Cap, is so different on each different platform because data today is a cesspool. Nothing's reliable. Not what you hear said to you and not what you see written. With that said, Mark, can you jump on, and maybe one of the hard questions that I keep getting asked is what's going on with Upstream? And so maybe you could help, because a lot of my shareholders jumped on to hear, even though I try not to discuss Created specifically when we're on CEO Block. So if you could give us an update on Upstream, how that affects Created, I can talk about, and our symbol Vocal, I can talk about on my earnings call Tuesday. But perhaps an update from you would be healthy for all the shareholders.
Sure, I just you cut out there for a moment. So an update on what?
On where things are with Upstream these days, and the ability for individuals in the U.S. to eventually be able to buy securities.
Okay, so individuals are able to buy securities today. Upstream is live and functioning, and has been.
U.S.
Yeah. Okay.
US
Let's just clarify that. Yes.
U.S.
So
This
guys,
guy's loud,
it's
so
a very complex situation that has been going on for almost 9 months that we've been working on, and we're coming to the end. But I just need to manage everybody's expectations. It's not an overnight success. It's not an overnight situation. But what I can tell you is that it's coming to closure. There is integrations that are occurring right now with U.S. broker-dealers. There are integrations that are occurring to ensure compliance with securities laws. And we're hoping to have it sometime in the very near future. And when that happens, that will enable Americans to be able to buy and sell. And it will allow investors to be able to come into our market, which just to rehash so everybody understands, we are a securities market that allows investors from around the world to trade through an app. And what's unique is that the shares are represented as a depository interest in the form of a digital security. So unlike securities that trade in the U.S. that settle on a T2 settlement, securities that trade in our market settle atomic, which means instantaneously. So there's no ability for these market manipulation activities that you guys are discussing today. There's no layering, spoofing, market manipulation related to icebergs or wash trades. And a lot of the comments that were coming in some of the discussion related to short selling is also wash trading. And that's showing fictitious volume because things are moving back and forth. In our marketplace, it's immutable and transparent. It's one share, and it's on the blockchain. And you can see the share, you can see the trade, you can see the buyer, and you can see the seller because every wallet is disclosed and publicly available. So none of this behavior can happen. And the best part is because it's an atomic swap, because you must have cash and you must have securities, there's no ability to short sell. So it finally creates a marketplace where investors can have an orderly market with transparency and be able to make informed decisions based on the fundamentals of the company, not based upon manipulative activities of short sellers and other types of market participants. So I know everybody wants to know that's coming soon. It is coming soon, hopefully in the very near term. What does that mean? That's as far as I can get with that.
Right, that's great. So you're
Bitcoin
telling
trying
us,
to push?
if I may interpret that things are moving forward on the ability for U.S. citizens to be able to utilize Upstream to buy and sell U.S. securities.
That is absolutely correct. And it's so much so that technology is being built, technology is being integrated, and technology is being tested to ensure that compliance is met with U.S. securities laws and investor protections are in place to allow these investors to come into a global market and be able to trade safely.
Jimmy, Mark has to jump in a few minutes, so I want to make sure I utilize his time right. I'd like anybody who has any questions for Mark. He's an important friend of CEO Blocks, and many of the CEOs in CEO Block actively chat with him about their listing. So I have a few hard questions for him, but I really love first if anybody else had one. And if they do have one, they have to get the mic.
I just raised my hand.
We're not doing it in the chat. They ask the question directly of the CEO of Upstream right here and now.
Happy to answer anything, guys.
JR, do you have something for Mark from Upstream?
No, I don't.
Function. That's where I am today, so that's why I only have a short period of time.
Got it. So, Mark, I have one or two questions.
By the way.
First one is, and anything that you can't disclose, obviously, we all understand. Can you give us an idea of how many companies are in the queue to come on board at Upstream?
Over 2 dozen.
Over 2 dozen.
Wow.
And what is like your vision for the future? Like once that is accomplished, what kind of goals do you have set forth for the exchange in the coming year?
Jim, I need you to say that one more time. Unfortunately, everybody's using bad web here.
How big do you expect that to grow in the upcoming year?
Well, our goal is to have over 100 issuers. One of the things that everybody has been waiting for is obviously the ability for U.S. citizens to be able to trade. Other things that we're doing is we're working on partnerships with other exchanges around the world. There are a lot of marketplaces that are looking to access global investors. Where antiquated exchanges and individuals have to go to their stockbroker or actually go into their office to buy something. They don't have electronic trading. These are exchanges in Africa and in Southeast Asia and South America. So we're looking. And that's a big thing that I want to clarify. Upstream is not designed just for U.S. issuers. Upstream is a global market for global issuers. So we have, of those couple dozen that are in various stages of application, we also have Canadian issuers. We have issuers that are coming from the ASX and NSX. We have issuers from Euronext. So ideally, this will be a one global app where you can come in and buy shares of companies in multiple markets. And that actually is going to be something really cool for an American investor because you will be able to come to a Upstream.
I have a mic, by the way. I'm about to ask a
question. That's
question.
maybe trading on the German stock exchange or on the ASX, where normally you wouldn't be able to get to that access. Now you can through one app.
That's great. I'm going to let you go, Mark. I'm very excited to.
Those are your hard questions? Okay.
Well, I'm letting you go because I'm letting you go because I know you're strapped for time. My real hard question was, what are you going to do to help drive liquidity for companies like mine?
I have a question. Let me ask, please.
Wait, are you still there? Jimmy, did we lose Mark?
CXAI?
I just came back. The mobile service here is not very good. I apologize, guys.
No problem. Did you hear my hard question?
No, give it to me one more time.
What are you going to do to help drive liquidity for my company when it starts getting
CXAI up
on
again?
Upstream, both buying and selling of U.S. citizens?
Wow, this
How are
thing's a
you going to bring
monster.
awareness to that for me to invite new buyers to my stock from foreign
Watch
countries
Bitcoin.
and foreign
Bitcoin might
places
bust here.
and new exchanges?
Looking for a handle.
How does that work from our standpoint?
Yeah,
I know that
of course.
we'll be able to buy a German stock, as you said, but how are we going to get the other side of the world to know about our stock so that we become a global stock?
Well, that's exactly what Upstream is designed to do. So remember, we're an exchange. We're not a marketing firm. We're not a broker-dealer. We're not an investment bank. But what we do offer is for issuers that are listing with us or looking to list, and exactly what you're saying here, Jeremy, is we have all these programs that are as part of your listing application.
That's
that
a part of my question.
Stages of distribution and
That's
visibility.
part of my question.
So we have partnerships with groups in Europe, in IMENA countries, where you'll go onto a CNBC and you'll be able to tell your story and tell everybody about who you are and get an audience of investors who've never seen you before. We have a partnership coming out of Canada because now Canadians will be able to come in and be able to buy your stock, which it's very difficult for them to do as well. So you're going to get visibility programs. So there's a lot of various programs that are coming into place that will be offered to all companies that list in our market, including Vocal.
That's great. I have even harder questions, but I really am going to let you go now.
All right. Anytime, guys. I'm happy to join. Sorry for the short time frame today, but in the future, I'm here for you.
Thank you for jumping on. I love that we can all get together from the group like this and get on and just talk to everybody when we need to. Thank you, Mark.
All right. Have a great day, guys. Bye-bye.
Hey, John T., you there?
Yes.
I must have gotten like 10 direct messages.
Mullen high today?
Can I explain why a reverse? This is like, it's the never-ending conversation of reverse
BBIG hard
splits.
down.
Because in Twitter, I told
248, getting ready for a run, probably.
That follows, created that I
RSI on Bitcoin's at 51.
Split. But before, again, because I'd rather discuss that on Created's earnings call, maybe you could talk, John, about why a reverse split at 10 cents is different from a reverse split at $1.50 if you're getting up to the New York or something like that. Like perhaps you could explain the difference of stock splits for everyone.
Well, yeah, I mean, the direct messages are the tone of the questions is to encourage you to do a reverse split, or to
no, the direct messages had to do with created, but what I'd prefer to do is have you explain why a reverse split is a setup to get crushed again.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, to whoever's listening,
I read who the company was, but I forget who it was.
I'm like a simple math guy, former high school football coach. You run a play, it works.
As expected, BBIG bounced off the VWAP in 200.
Go through probably the thousands of reverses. I would challenge anybody to put forth more than a handful that in history that were overly beneficial to the shareholders. I can understand its use. It's a last case scenario, but in CEOBLOC and some of the things I'm doing with you, I'm working with other companies. Some they've announced that I'm working with them. I'm working with them behind the scenes. But there's I do a lot of politics stuff. There's this swamp out there in DC. The whole micro cap short seller market maker exemption is a worse swamp than DC. It's a worse swamp than the mob, because half the stuff they're doing to investors is legal. So I would just say, in complete opposition to reverse split, is if you think about the guys who do the toxic financings. I'm not on here to name and shame anyone, but everybody knows the crowd. And the more money you take from them, the lower, the more warrants and stuff they get. So they're just at the table feeding themselves. Italians call it like a gavo, and you're full, but you just keep shoving more salami down your throat. And when those guys and their friends at the market makers who know precisely how to figure out and project how many warrants these people may be getting and what the overhang will be the next registration, they're sitting there salivating. And when they hear words like reverse, think about the Three Little Pigs, and the wolf has the chef's hat on and he's sharpening his knives. They're dying for it. It just makes their life so much easier. They don't have to worry about the fundamentals getting better.
All right, so I here's the 48.
There's always going to be supply for them to cover. And if you do it, maybe there's a few companies that thread the needle and they have great fundamentals to back it up, and they do the reverse.
I'd watch his buys. I wouldn't trust rumors, to be honest. Yeah, me either.
I get those. But at the same time, there's a mountain in front of you now that you must chop through, of people who don't care about the fundamentals of your company. They just want to get paid. So, to me, if that's not a good enough overview, you're basically helping the guys who caused you this problem. So it's like, having cancer and smoking cigarettes.
Yeah, we have what was the Italian word you used? Gabon. Yeah.
CXAI?
We have a word for that in Yiddish, but it doesn't sound as cool as it does in Italian.
No, I'm serious. These people, a good friend of mine who works for a huge fund, he's done every kind of deal you could imagine. Arbitrage guy, worked for Soros funds at some point, not advocating for Soros, but one of the most brilliant organizations out there. And he told me, when I do these deals, there's two options. It's win or win more. So when they have that advantage and you start doing the reverse, that's when, Bob Barker comes out, the price is right for them to win more.
Yeah, it wasn't that one. I don't think.
I agree 100% with what you've said, that the data is going to always show you that if you reverse, you're going to get forced down. I've never fully, even still today, John, wrapped my head around, once. So, I'm not, our stock, as you know, is clobbered, and people often say to me, how do you wake up in the morning and deal with it? And, they always expect me to say I'm a reverse split or something like that. And I, for one, I look at the stock at 15 cents or 14 cents, and I say, all right, so someone comes around and let's just keep the math simple. They reverse split that stock to $1.40. So in that moment, who is it that is selling right after the split? So is it just market makers accumulating a further naked short because just the mathematical distance from the new number to a lower number represents a greater sort of swatch of playing field for them? And so even though your market cap was $10 million before and your market cap is $10 million at the same moment, they'll shit you down to 50% of that market cap
straight
just
up
because the runway is there. Is that essentially what's happening?
Good stuff, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's, I think there's a lot of reasons, but I would just say it's like, to me, it's like a signal that if you're already short, you say, oh boy, I hope they don't come out with some news, this thing, the float's a little tight, I got no more warrants to convert, they're short. They have to contemplate, the organic news risk, the fundamental risk, weekend risk, carry costs, some other things. But once you notice a reverse, you notice tons of shares out there. It's going to be at a price, and then shortly thereafter, it's going to be down from that price.
Well, BC, you raised an interesting point, which is that, it isn't necessarily even the toxic lenders at that point. Meaning
they're literally just wicks. They're not moving the
like
price, guys. They're dojis.
It's kind of like a last moment, DEFCON hitting button. And
next leg.
So it's understandable that, when people are at that point as a company, that it's indicative of they're either going one of two ways, out of business, or they've resuscitated themselves. And the data, again, would show that most
Are you telling me to buy more,
they
Mr. Ron?
are still going out of business. And so,
Jeremy, I mean, we know each other for a long time. You know how long I've been at this. So I kind of, know all the players on all sides of this thing. And, the truth of the matter is, it's not the toxic guys, this guys. When they're doing a reverse, they're doing it in many instances because they're going to supposedly get away from the naked shorts on the bulletin board, and they're going to be in a safer waters and clear air.
Best of luck to you too, my friend.
And the truth of the matter is, if the
Thanks for hanging out.
stinks, it stinks no matter what exchange it's on. And, you know how many companies are coming to us saying they want me, you, CEOBLOC, and all the other members to help them. They want to join. More often than not in my career, I've told companies, don't bother. I wouldn't take a pay from you because it's not that. If it's naked shorts, they're not wrong. Your company is not doing well. So,
right.
I would personally, I'm not a short seller per se, although I facilitate them for legal shorts. If I had to pick long or short, and I think I would short this company, then
BBIG on the 200?
Because of naked shorting.
Right. Well, and again, even if it is naked
Welcome to
shorting,
chat,
it's
Josh.
naked shorting piling on top of, and I use that word piling on top
Welcome
of
to
each
chat.
other. Hold on,
How you doing,
John,
man?
there's someone is there one of the CEOs of eToys?
I'll see if
Bitcoin hard down, 200.
Couple of the other things that I wanted to bring up, John, about the reverse split situation is that, at the end of the day, most people reverse split to maintain a listing. Is that pretty much the long and the short of that? That there's, what other reason does someone reverse split their stock today?
CXAI 326 up.
Oh, that was to me, Jeremy?
Yeah.
Just chilling.
There are companies out there.
Oh, yeah.
And by the way,
Mark's my, he's my homie here.
Point about
He's been here for a minute.
shorts being in a stock that's fundamentally good. I mentioned this before. I say it a lot, but
it might rip
Warren
one.
Buffett,
I had to go.
when asked
Money
about
XRP.
shorts and
Well, I do like
shorts,
XRP, but I just like
future
TRK
buyers.
a lot.
So the moral of the story is if you're really building a good company and the fundamentals are right and it's going the right direction, short should be part of the equation that you could depend on down the line because they're going to be buying back stock. So,
do you think that? But do you think that agrees? Like, let me ask you a question. The market went down in 2008. We're both there. Market starts puking, and they stop shorting. Right? You were there. We both saw it happen. Right? Johnny? Yes.
When the market goes up, you got to buy value. Why wouldn't you want to buy value before the market goes up?
Goes from
that's what I've been
100
doing.
million to 10 million. Why doesn't the same theory of fucking apply? Like, I don't understand it. Like, it's pretty simple to me, actually. Like, if you've set the precedent when the world is coming apart, then when a mini world is coming apart, meaning a stock is getting decimated the way the exchanges were getting decimated in 2008, why don't they just stop shorting it? Blow it out altogether. Wouldn't that solve the problem?
Yeah. To me,
I did. I'm talking about my TRK. Work. Okay.
You can't sell a car you don't own. But there would be no arbitrages. There would be no hedges. There would be no volume.
He just said arbitrage. That doesn't lead me to my point. If he'll take me.
I know that doesn't apply to the smaller stocks, but just to.
But that's my point. It doesn't. Meaning, I'm in agreement with you on. My point is that if a stock on Monday morning is worth $100 million, and on Thursday the market cap is worth 20, the market and the exchange should stop letting it fucking be shorted. Meaning the same way they would if the broader exchange was that way. Why treat the individual investor stocks differently than they would the large caps? I just don't get it.
Mark, you animal.
Okay. Well, in the crisis, the emergency order didn't. At first, it did. For
is anyone else in CXAI or no?
In those conversations, and then the amended emergency order for the 19 financials and others was that you couldn't short them unless you had a pre-borrow. So you were allowed to short, and they wanted to keep the short liquidity in the game as
they do to make money. It's pretty easy to understand.
At certain levels. But you had to have a pre-borrow, and
I feel like I have a half decent question.
All I can say is, full disclosure, I wrote comments on Reg Show in 2003 as a project for Vincent Viola, who now owns Virtue. He was my boss. I wrote the comments on behalf of Andover Brokerage in 2003 and 2004 on proposed regulation SHO. Okay, I was the point man for Andover Brokerage, which was one of Jeremy's competitors, but a very, very high market participant. And my comments and my lobbying with the team at Andover led to some of the things that are in actually Reg Show. Okay, that's number one. So that's how long I've been at this. And I am telling everyone on this call and everyone that needs to know, the simple fail-safe, if we can get the guy from OTC Markets to say it, or to get someone from NASDAQ to say it, or to get someone from Congress to say it. Your point is almost perfect, Jeremy, except they didn't ban shorting. They said you can short, but you must have a pre-borrow. So you had to have borrowed the shares in advance of the short to prove to DTC and others and issuers that this position will not cause any slippage or breakage in the settlement system. So if we have pre-borrows on every single stock that has more than a 5% move or whatever the threshold may be, if we have pre-borrows across the board, then I think it would be fair game, and then companies and issuers can educate their clients, their shareholders, on how to prevent people from pre-borrowing your shares, which you can do by keeping your shares in a Type 1 cash
I hope that
account,
somebody could answer my
and
question.
they can't lend them.
If they
the
take
company could actually do awareness to make less shares available, which would make the shares more costly that were available, which adds friction to the trade for shorts, which adds to their carry cost. And if everything were pre-borrow, to me, that would be a pretty invisible hand on how shorts manipulate or don't different markets.
Okay. I heard all of that. Yeah, sure. And I understand what you're saying and think obviously there's banning it and then there is restricting it in a legitimate way, which would help the individual investor. Jeremy, and that's certainly something we're going to push for. But before you and I move on, because I have a kind of far out question for you, Jimmy. How are we doing on any questions? I know it's a large crowd and know that John and I have my hand up right now.
Yep, I got Laser here for you. He's on the mic.
Ah, wonderful. Laser.
Yes, sir.
How are you? Nice to meet.
I'm okay. I just hope that
I dislike when people do things out of line, out of order.
More attuned to how bad it really
I was
is out there.
Like I was up with my hand up a long time for this guy.
Your background as CEO of eToys.
Well, I was Laser the Liquidator for 25 years. In the fall of 2000, after eToys
CXAI going again?
Billions of dollars, but the money disappeared. Goldman Sachs was its IPO agent. And you can see the New York Times rigging the IPO game in 2013.
Mark, are you now out completely? Can I stop charting this?
Our shares would go above $80, and they were getting $1.50 a share, and they were going to have a 25 million share allocation. They reduced it to 8 million, and you have to ask yourself, why would they give up $1.50 a share commission? But the reason is that the people they handpicked and gave the shares to
you're out of it?
Was a stock fraud called the kickback spinning scheme, where the people that they gave it to for the undervalued price, under allocated price,
385. Yeah, it's insane.
Profit,
400.
Understood that they had to spin back 50% of their windfall profits to Goldman Sachs and some other business.
So none of what you're saying surprises John and I. What year was this, Laser?
It happened in 1999, the same year that what they did was, and again, I want you to understand there's thousands of schemes out there.
What year was it?
1999. 1999.
1999.
Yeah, exactly.
They defrauded
Wow.
Mattel of $4 billion
I
in
agree.
a different scheme.
Over 400%.
They bought a
Crazy.
company for $38 million, shoved it up Mattel's ass for $4 billion. Thomas Lee was partners with it. When I asked Gary Gensler and David Lauer a month ago to talk about it, the next thing you know is Thomas Lee winds up dead.
Well, all right. We just Fonzie just jumped the shark there a bit. I hear you.
Well, I don't mean to jump the shark. I just want you guys to understand when you do the chatter about this is how we straighten it up. If you don't make yourself aware that
I kind of want to just leave it up now at this point, just to kind of see what happens with it.
All you're doing is chasing your tail.
I'm not a person who wastes time. I agree with you, Laser, that people have to realize how bad it is. I just think that there's a process to it, and I know it's been going on for a long time when you're talking about an event that happened in 1999. John, do you remember eToys? Tobacco. Do you remember eToys in 1999?
I just sent him another mic. He dropped off as listener. Let me get him.
That's all right. He's driving. So
no, I'm here. I have my mute.
Jesus, CXAI.
But what was the symbol?
ETYSQ. Here's what happened. They defrauded us of $1 billion.
Hold on, Laser. Hold on. You gotta. For me, I'm a little older and I'm slower than I used to be. So my brain needs to process it at a certain rate. So let me do the kind of questions, and maybe you try to keep them succinct for me, and then we can get to where everybody understands it. So you were CEO of eToys. In what year were you CEO of eToys?
After they did the fraud, I became the CEO in March 2001.
Who is it? When you say they did
TRK
the fraud,
Supertrend down, engulfed, and then Supertrend up to engulf, and then now red back down.
All the firms I'm familiar with. So explain to John T. and I what they did prior to you becoming CEO, and let's start there. What did Goldman Sachs with Bain Capital, all places that John and I know very well. We know people at all those places. So tell us, what it is that Goldman and Bain did in the late 90s with this particular situation.
Well, the situation is riddled with conflicts of interest. That's what you have to understand, which is a soft term vernacular for people in the federal system of justice, the SEC and so forth, playing both sides of the fence. What they did was eToys went for sale at $87 a share.
He's a liar. He was not the CEO.
What do you mean hold on. What do you
You
mean
should be
went for
honestly,
sale?
Alan. You should be on this call.
Make it simple.
Oh, initial public offering, IPO.
They IPO'd it at $87. Okay. Then
but we only got $18 a share, which we had to give $1.50 a share to Goldman Sachs.
You're saying that while it IPO'd at, are you saying that it IPO'd at 18 and then went up to the 80s? Or are you saying that the actual IPO price was the 80s and the company only got $18 of the 80 cents?
No, Goldman Sachs. Yeah, Goldman Sachs did email bets that the stock would hit 80. They knew it would hit 80. What they did was they reduced the allocation from 25 million shares down to 8 million. And on the 8 million, instead of having a higher price when they know it's going to be
I really don't want to fail here on Bitcoin.
They only gave eToys 18 million. Now the press says 20, but I was CEO. I saw different paperwork. And out of the $18 per share, Goldman Sachs
what did they IPO at?
$50 per share commission.
I don't understand how the $80 comes into it. You keep saying that the company.
Well, the stock.
He was a trustee from the bankruptcy court and was almost immediately removed from his position. He represented the company for a very short time in court.
Yeah,
that's all.
Are you positive about that, Alan? Because I'll bring it up when.
It didn't open at 18. It opened at like.
Alan, are you positive about that? Because I'll bring it up.
Hold on. Yeah. But in the business, the deal came. Right. We call that.
Hold on 1 second, gentlemen. Hold on.
John, hold on. We call that where the deal came. Now, John, go ahead and explain so that the audience.
No, I'm saying
you're 100.
The
okay.
Price on the when they priced
Watch
the
this,
IPO, the people who got shares, syndicate shares, deposited in their account, they paid for 1,000 shares. They paid $18,000. Is that right?
I presume I've got the list of the original shareholders. I don't know that, but I got the original.
I'm looking it up. Our analyst, just so everybody on the phone and in the audience knows, when we do this, I usually have 2 business analysts with me that fact check everything around me as we're.
I'm not starting a fight. I'm just. I'm going to ask a question.
Goldman Sachs took $1.50. So that seems like right. That's fair enough. That's how it works. So tell me, what did they do wrong, Goldman Sachs?
They knew it would go for $80 a share.
No, they did. No.
Yes, they do. I got an email proof of it. New York Times.
Hold on. You're making an accusation for all of Goldman Sachs. Now, when you say that,
well, the girl in charge of it, Love and Fit, I've got an email from her before it went IPO that she bet, and New York Times published.
I thought about that, Talal, but I looked at the company directors and I didn't see anyone that I recognized.
Please finish what you're saying. That she bet what?
That she made bets with her staff that the stock would hit 80.
But why is that? I used to make bets with my staff on stocks and where. In fact, I've probably at institutions made 10,000 bets about where a stock is going, and those are the bets that I actually wasn't placing money on it from the actual place I'm working at. So again, what I'm trying to understand is, what is it? Because I can't have a world where someone I gotta have a fact, Laser. What is it?
Yeah,
The fact is, did you get a kickback from the people that you underpriced it to?
Oh, and do you have any evidence?
We know.
Yeah, I know, Talal, and that's what has me thinking.
Everybody else on this issue, but they couldn't settle with me.
I just have a feeling it's going to be a head fake.
I already sued them in New York Supreme Court. So I had a case outstanding.
What was the settlement with everybody?
$7.5 million. But you're asking me to be succinct, but you're jumping the shark. Goldman Sachs lawyers lied to become my lawyers. That's confessed. And Goldman Sachs' lawyer picked a Ponzi schemer to sue Goldman Sachs when the New York Supreme Court of Appeals in 2013, after Romney lost, said that my case could reopen. The guys who already confessed that they had a conflict of interest and blocked the shareholders from having their own equity committee, which is allowed by law because shareholders get paid last in a bankruptcy, they rushed to settle the $1 billion case for $7.5 million that they kept.
Well, look, I'm not going to even argue the latter part of anything you just said because that's all, factual evidence from court cases. But from my standpoint, I hear what you're saying. I think as the CEO, you were in a separate situation. So if anyone has any questions on this for Laser, I mean, you were, in your case, the case was settled with Goldman and your case was not. Is it ongoing before we?
No. This is what happened in 2013 after open, closing. What you're being obtuse to, and it's frustrating to me, is Goldman Sachs lawyer MNAT, Morris Nichols Arsentunnel, who confessed that they concealed that they were Goldman Sachs lawyers, lied
If it is, I'm
many
pissed, Chad.
times. When they tried to bribe me and I reported it to an MNAT partner who was U.S. Attorney Colm Connolly, who's now the chief judge over GameStop.
Yeah, I'm a speaker. I'm waiting for them to give me a mic.
I get it. Meaning, I get what you're saying. I mean, I think that, you're definitely reporting facts, and I don't think we don't get how bad it is out there. Does anybody else, Laser, we're going to jump to anybody?
Jeremy, this to me is fascinating. So, hey, Laser man, this is John Tobacco. How are you?
All right, buddy.
All right. Can you, aside from being an advocate, for fair markets and stuff, I also host a television show on Newsmax. And
they won't allow it on. They fire everybody that tries. Every reporter that does a piece of my story, including Matt Taibbi.
Okay. This guy's horrible.
What I was going to ask you is, I'm doing, actually starting this week, I already filmed it for Saturday. Who judges the judges is something that I think a lot of people are starting to wonder.
I was wondering if Robinhood was still just tied. Apparently, they rejected the corp action of the name change.
You said you have recordings
tied pre-split.
What?
Really?
People offering you bribes.
How?
Right?
Yes.
Okay. Are you willing to play them? Are you willing to publicize them?
No, because they're buried somewhere. They stole the other 6 copies. It's buried in one place. I go to it, and they'll destroy it too.
Okay, so
but I do.
Can't play them for anyone, so you can't publicize it. I want the story. If you have legitimate, authenticated.
So, John, let's leave it at that.
Well, I'd love to talk about it. Okay.
Yeah, Laser, why don't we
do
this?
Get in touch with me directly.
Right. Laser, you could go definitely through Jimmy. Jimmy, we'll let Laser go for the moment and see if anybody else has any questions for John. Otherwise, I have one hard one that I'd like to throw a zinger at him. Laser, thank you for having joined us. I hope wherever they're buried, I hope you have them. I've learned this from burying my own documents. I try to get a waterproof box, something that I know the ground won't erode. So, and whenever John buries his cash, he always puts them in sealed plastic bags. Whenever he and I bury our cash.
The chock full of nuts coffee cans are the best.
Chock full of nuts coffee cans is John's preference for Laser to bury those tapes. Is there anybody else who has some questions? I see there's some in the chats, Jimmy, and we still have another 15, 20 minutes.
Let's go, Buzz. Buzz, you have the mic.
Hey, what's up, guys? I just have 2 questions, and I will try to make them really quick. First of all, thanks for having me. But the first question is for the gentleman who said that he was the CEO. Out of curiosity, because you said that it was in bankruptcy, were you the CEO named by trustees in order to handle the bankruptcy, or did you actually run the company? And then my second question is going to be as far as going ahead and dual listing, right? what stops, shorts from hitting it on whatever exchange, like a ticker is on, and then on upstream, it creates like a price arbitrage where then it could go ahead and it'll slide to that price to match it. Like,
So
what stops that?
The first answer to your question is Laser said, at least on this call, that he was the CEO after all of the shenanigans that he claimed had occurred.
Yeah, but was it named by trustees or?
He was. He was not the CEO, at least in that call. He claimed not to be the CEO of the company at the time that those things were happening. As far as the shorting, sure. I mean, on any exchange, in every exchange, there is shorting going on. And to tell you the truth, the abuses, I've spoken with multinational CEOs, as has John, over the last 3 to 4 months. We've become aware that, the abuse of short of the type of market making rules that everybody has at every different level on all these different exchanges, all of those rules are being abused on a global basis. It doesn't matter whether it's on the London exchanges, it doesn't matter whether it's on the Canadian exchanges, or certainly the Far East and others. So it's going on everywhere.
I've been very clear about what my Twitter handle is.
I'll let John, if he has any comments, John, on sort of what stops them from hitting the exchanges, but I'm pretty sure to keep things moving, the answer is nothing. Meaning until there's some sort of effective rule changes, or until the buy side overwhelms the supply side in a market, then the shorts will continue to win until there's enough unification and strength on the buy side to overwhelm supply. As far as arbitrages, and John can speak to arbitrages just as I can all day long, arbitrages have a way of correcting themselves, meaning wherever the stock is trading on one exchange, its derivative or its change on another exchange will be, relative to whatever the risk reward is and the cost of moving shares, meaning the spread itself that may exist at the moment will change as liquidity changes, and arbitrages tend to have a way of working themselves out. Right, John? That's how you would look at them, or tell us?
Yeah, I mean, I understand the question. It's good. It makes sense. And I would say that just further than that, like, the more venue, uplisting, dual listing, or the more places you give them, you widen the target. If you ask me,
how are they going to deal with that? That's exactly it.
Go ahead,
it makes no
John.
sense.
Architect, along with a team inspired and empowered by Patrick Byrne, to build the first public digital security in a public company. So Overstock came out with and we built a which today exists, and it's called T0. I'm sure many people have heard about it. It's still a startup / nascent entity, but been the first at almost everything legal. And Patrick was so convinced that there was so many shorts in the stock, which there were, that we would issue it at the same price as Overstock Common, and the preferred would actually trade way up from the common, because there wouldn't be a way to short it. And our ecosystem at T0, there was no stock borrow functionality. So you couldn't effectively be short in digital securities in T0. And I kept explaining to
they'd
Patrick,
probably be
in my
using
view,
XDC. Well, actually, wait, I don't know about that.
than me.
I don't know.
But it's always going to trade at a discount to OSTK shares because there's less adopters, there's less liquidity. And
that makes no sense.
Even though there may not be shorts, there's only, back then in 2016, there's only a certain amount of people around that are going to want to trade some cockeyed digital dividend with a side wallet and a certificated A share at the transfer agent. It was complicated, and there wasn't going to be liquidity in that market. So to me, I think the more listing, the more you split up whatever liquidity there is.
Yeah, I know it is.
And I'm hoping that upstream becomes a place where people can seamlessly buy buy, sell, trade, invest in securities without a lot of noise from shorts. But you know,
I'm hungry, you big fat mama teddy, big fat boy.
So
when that happens,
so my question. So to finish my question, right? So basically, until somebody goes ahead and single lists on upstream alone, there's going to be no. You said no, okay. There's going to be there's going to be so there's going to be no shorting alone. There's going to be no shorting then, unless that happens.
That's an extreme take on what we said. No, I think what we said was, I mean, first of all, blockchain is a definitive solution, like full stop.
Except for arbitrage, though, sir.
No, that's not true. What he said again was arbitrages will naturally always exist, and the spreads tend to adjust themselves to what's fair. Now, there does tend to be times when you can buy a stock unilaterally on one exchange in America and sell it on the London exchange.
Am I wrong?
Where it's duly listed, and you can, in currency arbitrage, create, forever types of trades like that. Yes, there are those
guys. Am I wrong or no?
That can forever do that, but that's a tiny fraction that ultimately does not impact the market dramatically. So the ability to take advantage of an arbitrage is different than the existence of an arbitrage. Does that help, or do you would like me to get deeper into that?
Honestly, unless something goes directly to on a single list to upstream, I don't see how with gas fees and things of that nature. I don't see how it's going to help if there's that price arbitrage opportunity back and forth as well.
Well, there won't be. That's
how won't there be though?
That an arbitrage, having seen tens of thousands of arbitrages, that's why I began the answer to your question as saying arbitrages work themselves out. They don't exist for very long. The ones that John is referring to closed up quickly. All arbitrage spreads eventually collapse. I can guarantee you that after decades of being around them. Next question. Anybody have another question?
Yeah. Louis, go ahead. You have the mic.
Hey, yeah, I just wanted to touch back, taking into consideration with
No, they skipped me. They just dropped me. Fuck him.
Next question. Anybody have another question?
Yeah. Louis, go ahead.
Not doing that.
Hey, yeah, I just wanted to touch back, taking into.
I'm not even gonna play that. I'm not gonna record that or upload that.
About the short volume. So.
Yeah, that was horrible. I'm sorry. That was horrible. That phone call. I'm sorry that I made you guys listen to it. I thought it was gonna be much more informative. It's already 3:30. Like Jesus, where did the day go? The day went into CXAI. It's pretty much how the entire day went. I don't know enough about that, but he sounded pretty damn defensive because he's wrong. And this guy is on a high horse or something. It sounds like they're selling a pipe dream, to be honest. It's a good thought, but the market as a whole will have to change. Exactly. I don't know enough about that, but he sounded defensive. No, I'm glad he did help people avoid bad investment. What he's saying does not, it did not make any sense at all. At all. It just sounds like a scam. I don't know. That just kind of pissed me off a little bit. I was expecting a little bit more of a clear answer about the trustee thing. You're going on? Oh, okay. Alan's going on, so now we got to listen to it again.
And I still my predicate question to this is the same guy that we were talking to before, right?
Oh, I'm gonna record Alan.
Yes. Yeah. But I'm asking you. That's you said that's from FINRA's website.
Yeah. As far as what they're reporting,
and that's live, like daily updated information of percentage of short percentage of volume.
Yeah, because you have total volume on the day, and then they show you, okay, of that total volume for the day, what was long, what was short.
Got it.
Right,
And
I think
you're saying that's like up to the date.
well, it's the point is it's not. Meaning again, I really appreciate what you're saying. Like as
I want to look at it, and
I want to look at it too, but I want to look at it too, John. But I think just to always keep it real between us and
I'm not on
everybody
it
who
anymore,
listens,
but Alan is. Ask them if the
data is
S3, the
corrupted
TRK
that
file,
comes
has changed their
meaning
float yet.
trying to
Or does that
even
come
rely on FINRA's data. I'll show you
that's a tomorrow question.
bodies whose data
That's not for where we're
completely and
at.
utterly incorrect. And FINRA doesn't care. Nobody. There's no person
Tomorrow
there
is
saying,
specifically
"Hey, is
for
this 10-year algorithm
TRKA,
that used to
GNS,
take
and
in
cosm.
5 inputs for reporting shorts correct anymore? Has someone actually taken a look and updated for the 100 other inputs and derivatives that need to be looked at?" No. FINRA's a legacy, old, slow,
exactly, George,
non-effective body. Period. Trusting data from FINRA is not like working data
money is up
from
20.
FINRA
Congrats if you took that
into a
first
model
time.
when John and I could tell you how naked shorts can hide factors of their public float.
No, did you guys notice how about the price arbitrage you hit me with the trust me, bro answer too?
When you look at the data today, there's no one input that you can rely on. And I'm 100% in agreement with you that if that data was correct, if everything was as you're saying, that data, then it would be yet added fuel to the fire that's burning. But again, it's no different than 10 other threads I could take you down that show that the naked shorting is going on.
Right.
John?
And I agree with you. Like I'm fully agreeing with you in the sense that if the data is manipulated and it's not typically correct, but if they are going to manipulate it, it's going to be the shorts wanting to manipulate and cover how much they have been shorting. They're not going to hide the long side. So I agree with you. But if they are going to hide anything, they're going to hide the short side. And if the short side is still coming above 50%, because they're not trying to hide long volume, like most of the time. I'm not going to say that across the board, but
it's worse. They're not just not trying to hide long value. They're trying to mislabel volume as long volume. So we're in 100% agreement with you. It's gross as one could say. I don't, I suffer through it.
He's
every
saying a
day
lot,
as
but not
the
answering
CEOs
much.
that John and I speak to. Let's see if there's any other questions out there for the moment, Jimmy, like on another topic. Otherwise, I'll save my crazy question till the end, and John and I still have some time.
Yeah, and I'd just like to say thanks again. And John, I know you had said that you wanted to kind of like explore a little bit more of the data, so I appreciate both of you guys' answers, and I'll send you a DM, John, and kind of go over some more of the
gaslighting
basically
what?
the data that I've been looking at. If you'd care to look
asking
at it,
hard questions.
Thank you, Hang Loose. Let's go to Magic. Do you have something for us? Magic, and I see Genius Group. Is that Roger on there? Roger, is that you?
It's not Roger. Just wanted to listen in, though. I love what Jeremy was saying. Love just listening in, but yeah.
Thank you and welcome. I welcome anybody from Roger's team listening in. Roger is one of the other, I call him a crusader, out there doing the work of many to try to stay in touch with his shareholders and educate the community. Thank you for listening in.
Of course.
So who else did we have a question from?
If Magic, if you don't have anything, I want to go to Alan. Magic, you there?
I had something about an hour ago. But as you can tell from my pictures, I decided to make cookies while you guys were talking.
Why didn't you should have just put it in the chat first, man, and then we would have come around.
Yeah, he's on
man, these cookies were just the idea, prospect of bacon fresh cookies was a little more enticing, I got a question. Okay, I got one question. I memorized it.
Wait. I have a question. What kind of cookies are you baking?
Chocolate chip.
Okay.
Nothing special. There's nothing in them. There's no special ingredients. Wishful thinking.
Then I'm not interested anymore. Now, tell me, what's your question?
It's an easy one. You guys were talking about like financial conditions being different back in the day, 2008.
You get Bitcoin moving sideways like this.
This is one for you guys. You guys would know I wasn't around back then. Were warrants a large issue back then in 2008 for financing, or
Bitcoin
did they
trying to move
become
up?
more problematic throughout the decade leading up to where we are today, where, you know, institutions are always looking to get warrant deals in the funding that they give out to these companies. But I've noticed when I look back in old ancient filings, I don't see warrants as being as prevalent 10, 15 years ago as they are today.
Thank you, Hatter.
That is a great question. I'm going to hand that one right to John if he's in a good reception area, and then I'll give my answer after John.
You go ahead first, Jeremy. He doesn't have a mic. I just sent him a new one.
Okay. But he's pretty quick to respond to mics.
It's like this guy doesn't want to take the answer.
No. They existed, but they weren't prevalent. And they existed, meaning a warrant is just a structure. A lot of what CEOs like myself do and what John does is we are involved in what's called the structured product.
Not just retail, but a lot of retail.
And when you think of a warrant, right, think of a structured product kind of like a Lego set. And you got to put something together that works, and each piece has a purpose. And a structured product will have things like warrants in them as a component of the overall structured product. Warrants are as well an individual type of security.
I didn't have any kind of weird vibes until this phone call.
With warrants. So the term warrants and how they were used is different.
I like the idea,
the last 15 years,
but I don't know how they're going to be able to
is not. Warrants have been around as a derivative of options for some time. John?
Yeah, I would say, and for some reason my mic keeps glitching, so when I leave and come back, I can hear it.
Where are you? Are you driving around Palm Beach right now? Where are you?
No. I'm at my home, but
okay.
I would say I'm torn on this question. It's a good question. Where is the evolution to the bastardization of warrants that we see today? Good question, Magic Guy. So, you know, way back in the early 90s, I was just a regular cold calling stockbroker guy.
I wonder how off topic this answer is going to be.
That you see in the Wolf of Wall Street and Boiler Room movies. And every deal back then had some old, stodgy, former Lazard Frères bankers who were basically shystering every company by doing these unit deals with one common and 2 A warrants and 1 B warrant, and they were, you know, awarding themselves all these free warrants for their banking fees and stuff.
Thank you for answering, Paul.
And I worked in the block institutional operations, which was the arbitrage desk at Shearson Lehman Brothers. So I saw AEGW, AEG prefer. I saw every symbol with a PR or a W at the end of it. So warrants, I think, have been around. They're actually, me, if not
how don't you know?
A really good tool for companies to have a way to get more money if they're performing fundamentally. And I think you're right. I think, you know, they were.
This is the guy that owns Vocal, right? VOCL. He's the CEO of Vocal.
Jeremy said, a Lego piece or mechanism that you can continue to ratchet down pricing. And, you know, warrants are supposed to be when the stock goes up past the warrant price. Shareholders you can raise early and they can buy some more shares at a little bit of a discount. These days, you know, the money guys decided that the warrant is the way that they can change the price to as little as they want. And I think the bastardization of warrants is different than the actual existence of them.
There you go, bud.
Yeah, John, it's taken quite a long time. It's taken quite a long time for that bastardization. Just as a little tidbit. In fact, the original warrant came out in the late 1600s as a mechanism for the Dutch government to sort of juice up the bonds because they had a lot of shit to transport goods to the New World that kept crashing. And so somebody said, just like in today's
Bitcoin down to a double bottom.
Those companies are too risky.
Kind of critical.
To get a warrant.
Death cross right there.
These bonds,
no bueno.
And hence the invention of warrants in the mid 1600s for Dutch shippers. So
I love it.
That's how long. Anybody have another question? So let's hear some more questions. This is exactly what John and I were hoping, that we'd hear people asking good questions.
Yeah, let's go with Alan. Alan, you have the mic.
All right, perfect. So, good morning, you guys, or good afternoon, depending on where you are. John, I wanted to tell you really fast, if you DM me, I have some information before you have your conversation with Laser that I think you're going to want. And then my question is, how are you guys going to mitigate the damage that's done if you try to leave the market? So if I went over to your platform and I'm trading there and I want to go somewhere else, say I want to go back to the NASDAQ, and I have to deal with all of the gas fees and all of the burn rates for Ethereum, how is that going to be managed? Or are we going to have to factor all of that in?
Whoa. Sometimes I have to just jump right in there when someone's moving down a path that I lost track of. Are we talking about upstream at the moment?
Yes, sir.
All right, so there's no Ethereum involved in trading.
What do you mean?
VOCL on upstream.
Okay, so you're not having to buy Ethereum to trade there.
Wait. You don't have to buy Ethereum to trade there at all. Nope, you can transfer. So this is what I would recommend. Rather than me try to explain it, which I've done a great many times, why don't you DM CEOBLOC and we will get you the right material so that you can fully understand, because where you were heading is just one of those things that I say that's not
Alan, tell him
real.
that it's on the
just
ETH
a
network.
ledger. It's not cryptocurrency upstream. Boy, okay. I got to make sure that I appreciate your question so much, though. I want you to know, because it just shows me how much education I need to constantly look to win this battle. That I've said it from the get-go. It's just about how much knowledge can we pass on to our shareholders, John, so that the shareholders can understand what we're doing and understand why everything we're trying to do is in the interest of our shareholders.
So, Jeremy, really quick, I want to tell you, I've got NFTs that I've created on your site. I've got an account. I've been checking it out. I was just trying to get a little more further understanding. And it's probably my fault because I haven't had a ton of time to be online hearing the information you guys have been putting out. So that may be my bad.
I hear you. I hear you. Just so we're clear again, it's not my site, right? Okay. Upstream, the platform, is a wonderful place for companies like myself to created symbol VOCL to duly list. And I'm glad to hear that you bought, that you have the NFT from our company, from the transfer, because I know a lot of people have had difficulties with that. And again, we're going to put out more and more materials like we already have. So, next question, Jimmy.
Not me.
Let's go with Remy. You have the mic.
That wasn't that great.
Hey guys, appreciate you doing this call. Thank you so much for doing.
I can't. Alan, can I record our conversation?
Yeah, I mean, you can.
All right, give me 1 second. Hey, Alan. So, you and I just spoke on the CEOBLOC call. How are your thoughts? Because I have my own, certainly.
Well, I have a couple of things that I saw that was a little troubling to me. The first one was when I asked my question, I was pretty much shut down as fast as he could and told that they would deal with me on the backside, you know, behind closed doors, so to speak. And that's fine if there's some education I need, but I'm not an idiot, and I understand how blockchain works to a certain degree. If I've misunderstood it, then that's cool. I'll learn some more. We can always learn, right? We're never always perfect.
100%.
But anything I know about blockchain is if you're trading in a blockchain environment, you're using cryptocurrency to do so. And everything that I've seen says that it's Ethereum based. So I'm going to go and get the information from them. I will research it and I will report back to you on my findings.
The only thing I could think of, is XDC, which I've talked about, and that's actually ETH based. And
but it's not XDC. I've gone on their site.
But it's for settlements right? And it's on the ETH network, and it's next to nothing for gas fees. That's the only thing that I'm thinking of.
And it may be, but as far as everything I've seen and the questions that I've asked behind the scenes, I've been told, well, they're going to mitigate that by only having a 1% fee
to keep the gas fees down, but then he's saying there isn't any gas fees and that he's going to educate me on the backside. So I'm going to go take that free education from him because we can always learn. And like I said, I'll report back with my findings. But as far as I know, as of this moment, there are heavy gas fees and burn rates when it comes to Ethereum. And if you are trading there, it is going to add a whole nother level of things that you have to factor in when you're making a trade. If you're going to leave, so listen, it's good if you're never going to leave. If you're always going to leave your money in the market and you always want to trade there and you never ever want to take it out, it's great because they have a 1% fee, so it's really low. But if you say you did really, really good, right? And you're like, man, I'm up 300 G's. I want to go buy some blue chips with some of this money so I have a long-term stable investment instead of maybe some of this short-term moderate risk.
Yeah.
And you say, I want to buy a low risk, something that'll just perform for a long time. Well, if you go to do that and you find out that, hey, I'm going to lose 25%, well, if I only made 32%, that's not really a great return on my money for the amount of trouble and everything I have to go through. So that's the information I'm going to go get from them. I'm going to email them and we'll be in conversation and see. But that's very interesting to me. The other thing I want to say is they are getting ready to have a conversation with a gentleman that has more issues than anybody I've ever seen online. Like, the guy is, in my opinion, he's dangerous. He's claiming now that 2 other people have been killed looking into his case. If you ask him how many people have been killed in total, the number is astronomical of all these people that supposedly have tried to help him that this big bad government is assassinating, which I do not believe for 1 second. The other thing I've seen is he has publicly character assassinated the head of the DOJ, these federal judges. Like, this guy is bad news to be involved with, because the way he does things is not how responsible, mature adults act, in my opinion.
I agree with you. Now, one thing that bothered me, and I'm sure that anybody who listens to the call heard this, was the fact of, if it's not solely listed on Upstream, right? How are they going to eliminate the price arbitrage every single day? And I know over time, after they tokenize, right, it could be seamless, right? But
and it will balance itself. And so you're going to have that initial period, but it's going to balance.
So basically just take advantage of it in the beginning, then, if I can.
Right. So initially there could be some money to be made there. But in the long term, it will balance. It will level itself off like everything else.
I just don't understand how you can short in one market, right? And then it wouldn't affect the share price in Upstream.
Well, effectively, you would stop the shorting.
Well, how would you start the shorting or stop the shorting and say, I don't know, like the NYSE?
Well, because if you were on Upstream with something that was also on the NYSE and you couldn't short it on Upstream, your short would only be effective on the NYSE, and you would create this arbitrage like you're talking about that couldn't settle. And so
but that's going to affect the price.
But effectively they couldn't short it because they could only affect the price in one place, which doesn't affect the price for them enough to do what they need to do.
Okay, so my personal opinion is that big money, isn't gonna go there immediately, right? And I just I don't know. I just really wasn't pleased with the answers, I guess.
Let me just throw a scenario out to you.
Go ahead.
Okay, ABC stock is on the New York Stock Exchange, and it's on this Upstream, and it's trading for $34.
Uh-huh.
And they short the ever-living hell out of it, and they bring it down to like $19, right? Like, they just try to attack this thing like we've seen them do. What is going to stop every single person that is in Upstream from selling what they have, going immediately to the NYSE, repurchasing it, and then transferring it over to upstream, because you can do it just like you would do a transfer to the transfer agent. You could transfer your shares to yourself and then transfer them to upstream, and now you just paid $19 for something that is now worth $34.
That's my whole point. That's so you may have maybe we had a miscommunication, but you literally just like nailed exactly what I was trying to get across.
Right, so that's why they would not try to short it, because it wouldn't help them. Their short position that
how
they tried to take.
How would it hurt them though?
Because everybody that's trading on the blockchain would immediately transfer and kill their short position, and it would raise the price right back up. And it would put them underwater instantly, because now you have millions of shares that are available to come and smash you, that you would have no control over, and they could legitimately come straight into your market and crush you. They won't take that up. They won't take that chance. So those 24 companies they're talking about, they would pretty much just be off limits to shorts, is all that would happen. Because the price arbitrage wouldn't happen just because of the fact that they would lose.
Okay, all right. So you know how it works. Big money are going to be the ones making money, right? And the SEC listens to big money, right? As we know, right?
Well, right now. But we know that Congress is restructuring the stock market at this moment.
Yeah, I mean,
they're in talks. Like, it's happening.
I don't know, man. I guess I was really thrown off by his divisiveness and how he was saying a lot without answering anything.
Well, and I think that's because you still believe that the price arbitrage would happen, and the reason it wouldn't is because they would ultimately be looking at infinite risk, and if you could simply just move your shares from here to there and go smash them with a 20-ton truck.
It's the same cap, though, Alan.
What do you mean?
It's the same market cap. It doesn't matter.
Well, right.
Tomato.
But if they shorted it on the New York Stock Exchange, and you had all of these shares that weren't available to be shorted, and you were on this other platform, and you now move to where they're shorting it, you could potentially, just by moving them there and not selling, you would potentially really cause a lot of havoc for them, because you're going to raise the price.
I don't know.
I feel what you're saying. I understand it puts them. It literally puts them into a situation of playing chicken with the company.
No. They're playing chicken with us, though.
Right. But when I say the company, I mean the retail investors that are standing with the CEOs that are working with these CEO blocks, and these people have very diehard investors that are standing by the CEOs.
What about MBBO?
So when I say the companies, that's what I'm talking about. I mean these diehard people that have large holdings. They're essentially going to be playing a game of chicken they can't win, and they know that. They won't even do it. They'll just say, okay, fine. These 24 companies that moved over there, screw it. There's 2,000 other companies we can go do this to that aren't over there. And I think that's what you're going to see happen, because they're not going to put themselves directly in the line of fire to lose, because, yes, these people are not great, and they do things that are bad for retail, and they make a lot of money off us. I mean, at the end of the day, they have the friends that make the rules, so they get the shortcuts and the back doors open to them so that they can continue to hammer us. But when you take away those shortcuts and those back doors, they're not going to play in those specific tickers, because they don't have the advantage anymore, and they're not dumb. They're not going to lose their money. They're just going to move their efforts and their money to tickers they can still abuse. Does that make sense?
So I do understand that, but my I guess follow-up is so I talked about the price arbitrage opportunities, right? How in the heck do we think that the SEC is going to approve that if it doesn't have NBBO?
Well, and that's the real question, That's the $1 million question that everybody's waiting on. And it's funny because the SEC hasn't responded. Not yet, anyway.
Maybe we'll know more on with Gary Gensler's interview, and I will be streaming that, by the way, for those that listen to this later.
Right. I just think that everybody's just got to have their mind open, their eyes open, be cognitively thinking, and realize that you can't, in this market, think as a trader. You need to think as a person that's abusing the traders and saying, what would I do, how could I do it, and why would I do it? And if you can answer those questions for yourself, you can put yourself in a position to not be victimized, as often, I guess. Because you have to look at it from their perspective, because they hold the money, the power, and the control at the current moment until we get things changed. And we are working on change, and believe it or not, we're getting it. And we're making big strides. So for the temporary, yeah, they're going to keep doing what they're doing. And people just have to look at it from their perspective and from ours. You can't just look at it from a trader's perspective. You need to see what would they do, how would they do it, and why would they do it? And how does that affect my trading plan? Because that's real life, and you got to consider all the factors.
Okay, but you all right, so I have a quick question for you then. You said to think about it not as a trader, right? How do I think about trading stocks not as a trader?
Because you say, if I'm a hedge fund and I want to come after these retail investors and take their money, what are they going to put their money in? How do they act? How do they respond? What do they buy? When they buy, how do they buy? When do they leave? At what point do they say, okay, this is where I'm selling? Like, where are their stop losses typically? You have to look at the data they're looking at and looking at how they go after the retail traders. And you need to then take that information, go back and start looking at it as a trader again. But now you have another factor of information when you're doing your DD. Because you have to understand how they're going to do what they do. And it's really easy to see what they do. We know what they do. We see it all the time. So by paying attention to what they're doing and how they're doing it will make you a better trader, because you won't necessarily stick yourself in a game of chicken that you may not win.
Do you want to see the only bonus that I see right now?
What's that?
The cost to borrow going up, and that's it.
Well, I'm going to tell you, I see the market shifting up and down on specific dates and times. And
I mean, I can feel that too.
Well, I see people buying a lot of options right now. And with the amount of options that are being traded versus physical stocks that people are holding, I see them just scavenging premium like crazy.
Oh yeah, I mean, you see them like just sliding it, up and down.
Right, they've got a freaking front end loader and a dump truck just collecting cash.
Yeah.
So until retail and people like myself say I've had enough, which I have finally come to this conclusion, and I'm not going to buy any more options for a while. And we got to let the options volume come way down so they'll stop doing what they're doing and let the market start acting like it should act. Because as long as there's tons and tons of people buying options, they're going to continue to just rake up the premium and collect as much cash as we'll let them take.
Okay, all right. So now you said something that I understand where you're coming from, right? But as somebody who is seasoned with trading options, right?
Sure.
I wouldn't, just like stop just for that purpose when other people are the ones getting screwed and I'm making money. To be quite honest, it's because you got to look out for your pocket, right?
Right. So I'm not saying that. Okay. So I'm not taking it from that standpoint. Okay. I'm saying as retail as a whole, and this is a message I'm going to start pushing out there to the masses that hear my voice. If we can get a movement started where retail stops buying options, then they will be forced to stop what they're doing.
they have realized, okay, the game changed. These guys went to options. They figured out how to make money on, you know, what we're trying to do against them. So when we adapted what we were doing, guess what they turned around and did? They adapted what they were doing. And so now it's time for us to adapt again and change what we're doing because they're hammering us again. Because at the end of the day, the guy with the most money and the most control wins.
So
if they can see
brings
our playbook at this point, if we've been running the same plays over and over and over now, and they can see our playbook, they know exactly what to do, and that's why you're seeing so many options just get premium slaughtered.
I mean, I get where you're coming from. I don't know if I just like didn't like listen to that call the right way, or you know what it is, but I guess I'm failing to see a lot of the benefits at the current moment, given the current market circumstances. Now, when Congress changes things, that can totally shuffle, but at the current moment, I don't see the, you know, like the worthwhile.
Well, let me ask you this:
Go ahead.
if say 70% of retail all of a sudden stop buying options, would it be beneficial for them to try to continue what they're doing and rake in the premiums?
No, but they'd find a different way to make money.
Right, and that's my exact point. So right now, they have said, okay, we see what you're doing. We're going to snack up all your cash. Go ahead and keep doing it. Now that they have realized this and we've seen it, now all we got to do is say, hey, you know what? We see that they have our playbook, that they're seeing exactly what we're doing, and they're manipulating it. So now it's time for us to rotate on what we're doing again. We're going to change it up, and we're going to stop just giving them money, and we're going to make them work for it again. And so it's this dance, right?
Neil,
it goes back and forth.
Hold on 1 second. Neil, that's going to happen on April 18th. Gary Gensler is testifying, I believe.
So here's the other thing. You're never going to get everybody to say, okay, we got to take a stand. You know what I mean?
Of course not.
And so we just got to be smart about how we're trading. And if you know what they're doing, even if you can't get everybody else to adjust, you adjust. And if it means you got to buy something that's a little bit more of a long-term, safer investment until things, you know, do what they need to do, then that's what you do to protect yourself, right?
Yeah.
Because we know that we should have seen a market correction already. We didn't, which means they are highly influencing the market. So now, you know, you go back and look 40 years at stock market trends, we are way past a correction. Like
I know that.
So, well, here's the thing. If it's not following trends and it's not following what it typically does because it's being influenced and what normally happens is being changed, then how are you supposed to look at how things have been done and how things were adapted and changed and how it worked? How are you to continue forward if you have no data to reference, because what they're now doing is something completely new? That's my question.
Well, I think that the bigger question is going to be how can we as retail best go ahead and execute this price arbitrage opportunity while it lasts, because I think that there's gonna be a lot of you know, roller coaster up and downs while they do try to, you know, get things working properly and efficiently. I think that that's what we need to focus on.
And I'm not against that, but I want you to be realistic with your listeners.
I want you to be realistic though too at the same time.
I am. I'm just asking, how long do you honestly believe that it's going to take before that arbitrage levels off? I know what I've got in my mind, what I think, but I'm asking you, like, realistically, now, because we know it's going to happen and we know there's going to be money to be made. Yeah. And we know that anytime there's money, big money goes after it just like little money does, right?
Yeah.
So if we know that and we know what they're doing, how long is it going to be before they turn around and say, okay, we're losing out on this money, we got to do something, and then all of a sudden it starts to level off and do what it should do? How long before that happens is my question to you. Are we looking at a month, a week, a year, 6 months, 3 months? What do you think?
I think that at first it's going to be a lot worse, and then it's going to gradually get better. But I think that we're talking like, you know, well, like at least you know, like 2 months going forward, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. I don't think that it's going to be an immediate fix. I think that there's going to be like ample time in order to go ahead and do this. And the reason why is because if there is a price arbitrage opportunity, right? Think about
they're going to take full advantage of it.
They're going to take full advantage of it, and they're going to be able to cover any potential naked shorts on whatever stock, you know, we're talking about for cheap or for money that they made on the price arbitrage.
Sure, and I'm not arguing that one bit. All I'm saying is, if that's what we're looking at, and that's what, you know, is coming about, I do not believe that it is going to be. What would you say? I don't think it's going to be a 2-month process.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's probably going to be more like a 3 week to a month before this thing levels off and the forces that be, you know, balance.
Okay.
Because you got CEOBLOC that is fighting tooth and nail to stop these guys. You got these guys that are fighting tooth and nail to collect every dollar they can. Why they can? Because they know their time is limited, right?
Yeah.
Like they know that the time for screwing over retail is coming to an end very, very rapidly. It's not going to be a forever thing. It's only going to be for so long, and so. In my mind, when I look at it and I look at, you know, the money and the people and their motivations and how things work, I honestly believe that it's going to be, like I said, maybe a month and a half at the most. It's not going to take long before all of these people are in this battle and they get the battle figured out, because one way or another, it's going to end. Whether it's the big money that wins or whether it's the companies and what they're doing that win, you know, I don't know who it is that's going to end up on top, but big money, you know, these guys, they make a lot, and they do it because they're good at what they do. And so people just need to, I guess, recognize that.
Yeah, I just see it as a potential money grab for the price arbitrage and potential, like, how many naked shorts are going to disappear in this process. Somehow, some way. You know what I mean?
Well,
it's
I don't
just
think
like,
you're going to see the naked shorts disappear.
because of blockchain, you'd hope not, right? But at the same time, they could then go ahead and take that money from the price arbitrage and pay the at the market price tag and cover their naked short.
Well, right, but then that's them covering them.
Yeah, from money that they just got from the process.
Well, right, but then that money's still going back to the people that it should at that point, right?
I don't like I get it. I just don't like it. If that makes sense.
Sure.
Yeah. And it's okay for me to not like it. Yeah, it's okay for me to not like something, you know, but still accept it.
For sure.
I don't understand how they're gonna do this without you know, the extreme, you know, arbitrage opportunities like I'm thinking about. I mean, maybe you're right.
It's not going to be there long, because what happens when everybody does something?
Well, okay, but the market makers are going to be better at it, and they're going to have a plan already in place. So, so they're going to be able to take advantage of retail doing that as long as until retail figures out how to do it, you know, nearly as good as, you know, the hedge funds.
Let me tell you something. Retail has gotten so much better at what they're doing.
Oh, I agree.
like retail has gotten phenomenally better at not allowing these guys to manipulate us. And so for me, I think you're going to see, I think there's a very huge opportunity here for retail to step up and show these, as I want to call them, jackasses, exactly how smart we've gotten and what we've learned. And go ahead and do what you think you can do to us. But at the end of the day, we've learned, we've adapted, we've overcome. We have gotten very, very good at all of this. So, you know what? Go ahead. Keep doing what you're doing, and we'll see how it works out for you at the end of the day. Because I don't believe that retail is as dumb as they think we are.
I agree.
Because we have gotten really educated, and we have gotten really, really good at identifying what's happening to us, around us, what's happening in the market. And so I think that they've got a whole nother thing coming if they think we're just going to lay down and bend over.
So usually I'm the bull and you're the bear, right?
Yeah.
In this situation, I think that our roles are kind of like reversed a little bit.
Well, I prefer to be the bull. I just see the market trends and I see what I see, and it leads me to be a bear, which I hate being. And I've said that repeatedly. I hate having a bearish stance. I love being a bull.
Yeah, no.
I just can't go against my own numbers. Like when my numbers say, look, idiot, pay attention to this, and I ignore it, I get burned. So that's why I'm doing that.
I get you. No, I like whatever makes money, right? But my whole thing, I guess, is that I don't see the benefit of it until other markets that the stock is currently trading in, right, single listed, until those go digital or people single list on upstream. There's going to be no way in order to go ahead and do anything because of NBBO, right? As long as they're in, whatever market it is that they're in. That's my only issue. But I mean, obviously you disagree, so it's okay that we could agree to disagree.
Well, I don't disagree with you. I just think that these guys aren't stupid. That's just my biggest premise is these guys aren't stupid, and they're very good at making money, and we have gotten very good at learning, and we have gotten very good at honing our techniques, doing DD, because before COVID, let's face it, most of retail wasn't very good. I mean, we were okay, but we weren't good like we are now.
Well, all I have to say about that is when people started rushing to the market, right? There was so much money to be made on way out of the money calls just because people were being ridiculous and like it.
Yeah, but then people, they learned and they adapted what they were doing to overcome the adversities they were facing. Because let's face it, when that was happening, a lot of people were losing money and a lot of people were making it. Well, the people that were making it, they were learning, and the people that were losing it, well, they were learning too. And as everybody continued to learn, now you have YouTube channels like this one where there are so many people that have learned so much stuff about chart reading and doing DD and looking at the fundamentals and really understanding how trading works and what it does, that it really changes things. And so when you have now educated the people, or the people have become educated that you were robbing because they were pretty much blind and now they are not blind anymore, I think that a lot of people underestimate retail way too much now, and they're going to find out. And that's just my stance on it.
Oh, no, I absolutely agree with you about that. And obviously, I mean, we're all getting better every single day. but it's the process. I think that is trying, like, they're trying to make it, simple, right? But in doing so, I don't know if they're, gonna accomplish much. That's my issue.
So here's my issue with all of this. Instead of going to blockchain and doing all this stuff that nobody understands and trying to explain all of this stuff to all of these people and re-educating everybody into a direction that now they get it, instead of doing all of those things, why didn't they just apply for, you've got the NASDAQ, you've got the New York Stock Exchange, you have all of these exchanges. Why not just make a retail exchange?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like they delist from whatever they're on and single list with upstream, and then that would literally eliminate the issues any issues that I currently have.
Right, but upstream is such an unknown for most people. For me, it just, I don't know. For me, I don't like it.
Do you know how? But do you know how quickly you would know about it? As an average person, if I don't know, Congress went ahead and made changes on the 18th with Gary Gensler, or something along those lines. You know what I mean?
I'm probably still not switching, man.
Well,
if it's me, and I'm going to tell you why.
Okay, go ahead.
Because for me, I would move much. Okay, well, I may end up switching, but I'll say it this way: I would move much faster and with no question if these guys had applied for their own exchange and just started a retail exchange where they set the rules and set the rules to where they can't be manipulated.
Well, honestly,
if they would have done that,
okay,
I would jump on it in an instant.
I mean, well, see, my thing is literally you could go ahead and copy and paste the entire upstream app, right, and then just list to there and tell everybody you're listing to there. And if you're a big enough company, obviously that's going to be extremely beneficial for you. You know what I mean?
Unless a lot of people are like me and they say, well, that sucks you went to upstream. I'm going to play with what options are still on the markets I trade in because I'm not going there.
Yeah, but you know what sucked for you?
What?
A huge run because they can't short there.
Well, not if you can't have a run if a lot of retail won't move. And from the people I've talked to and the amount of people that I see questioning this, I don't think you're going to have a huge influx of people. And how can you have a run if you only have a few people?
Well, if it's solely listed on upstream, which is my point, right? If it's solely listed, that would differentiate it from a lot of other stocks. Okay, and money talks. So people might say that they're not going to do something, but then they might go ahead and they might end up doing it if it obviously ends up being worthwhile. You know what I mean? So I guess I
just see more
I have a lot
of
of misunderstanding
in other places.
Oh well, yes, but I also see a huge arbitrage opportunity. If we could figure out how to play it, the best way possible.
Initially.
Yes, initially until for a very short time. But I think that there's going to be a nice chunk of change up for grabs if we could figure out that nonsense.
Well, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
You're a company, you're John Inc., and you say, you know what, I really like what they're doing on upstream. I'm going over there. It goes live, they get the SEC approval, everything just goes like clockwork, which we know it won't, but everything just goes like clockwork, and you say, okay, I'm going to put my stuff over here. Here we go. And you have 5% of the amount of action you would have had on, say, the NASDAQ.
Well, half the NASDAQ orders are FINRA shorts. So...
Well, hold on a minute. So that's 50%. So now you're still losing another 40%.
Okay, so then you go ahead.
So as a company, if you're only seeing 5% of the volume that you would see somewhere else...
Upwards volume.
And I don't know the number. How long is it that you stay there before you go, you know what? This isn't so great for me?
Well, if I'm not getting hit with like hard shorts, right? Then I'd probably would be fine.
Either.
Well, then that would be
you're not making.
That would be
Well,
due to
hold
my
on
lack
now.
of advertisement then.
Well, no, but what if there's just not the people there to buy the stocks? That's my question. What if there's just not enough people that show up to do it?
Supply and demand, Alan.
Exactly. That's my whole point. If you have all the supply and no demand, you're not going to stay.
I mean,
that's my exact point.
Gosh.
That's why I was pushing so hard for a retail-centric, retail, somebody that something that would be, a market for retail investors, that companies that are small cap that want to come over there and just deal with the retail investors that believe in their companies. I believe that was a much better option.
Hey, Neil, can we do that?
I'm not a millionaire, so I can't make those decisions.
Hey, Neil, can we do that? Just throwing that out there. No, but
I mean, do you see what I'm saying, though?
I do, but I mean, obviously, I have like a small little bit of a disagreement on how efficient this is going to be at first. I hope it. Obviously, I hope that it's gonna be great, but the way that it was just explained to me on that space, and the way that the whole answering thing went, it made me not want to look at that company that he owns. First off, that again, not financial advice, such as my vibe. First is that, right? And then two.
Well, I see the way you took it, but I don't really agree with you because
Okay.
I think you just misunderstood what they were trying to get at.
I mean, I certainly could have. I'm not I'm certainly not perfect. But I don't see them being able to do it unless they were a sole list or I just feel like there's always going to be a price arbitrage opportunity until they do NBBO.
Okay, but let me ask you this, and maybe you put up a poll or something in the next couple of days.
Wait, Neil responded to me. Hold on a second, this is important. Neil, so I know that you can't be in the business, right, and have like a hedge fund or anything of that nature. What about like a retail trading exchange, like a totally just new concept?
Remember what they did with Neil? They made him retire.
Yeah, from owning a hedge fund, not
No, they made him retire from the stock business.
I see. I didn't know it was all the finance. I that's why I was asking him.
But I don't know exactly what the actual terms are. But the other day he was talking about it.
Well, I know,
in the chat, and he said that they made him retire. That's why he couldn't do certain things, and I would take that to mean that he can't do anything like that.
Yeah. Tupa, we have people in this since 12 cents and 11 cents. So tanking is what's the price at? It's down 4%. It didn't tank. But all right, I'm gonna let you go. I've been on all day, so.
No, you're good. Just let me ask you this: would you be willing to put up a poll that said, would you be more willing to go to blockchain or to go to a safe environment if there was a retail trading platform, or not platform, but a retail trading exchange that didn't allow all the fuckery to happen? Which place would you be more apt to go to? Just see what people think.
Here's what I'll do, right? Tell me to do that tomorrow when I have the most viewers. Right now, my view count is not as high as say a midday, right? Ask me to do it then.
Just do it tomorrow when you have the most viewers. I don't.
Well, no. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Remind me tomorrow, and I'll do it.
Okay.
I mean, why not, right? Doesn't hurt.
I mean, why not ask people?
No, you're right. You can advise but not take part. Okay. can you act? Well, you and I have to talk off the phone, I think.
So talk with
talk
him
on the
after
phone.
hours and ask
Yeah.
him how hard it would be to set up a retail exchange where we didn't allow shorting. Companies could come over there if they wanted to,
Yeah.
and we could set up our own rules. Find out how that works. That would be the most important thing.
Well, I'm just gonna ask him, the basic questions. I don't know, go from there.
I think that's awesome. Well, I got to let you go, man, because I've got to get in the car and drive. But, dude, it's been a pleasure with you again, as always.
Always.
And
Always,
I'll
brother.
chat with you later, Buzz.
All right, buddy. Catch you later. Again, please like and sub. And I am live every day at 7:45. Later, fam. All right, guys. Again, I've been on all day, so I am going to get off. Neil, is it okay if I call you quick? Just random thing I have for you. You too, Doc. Or I suppose call me if it's okay. But all right. Neil, give me a call if you hear this. If not, then we'll talk tomorrow. Oh, okay. All right. I could call you. Perfect. Thank you very much. Catch you guys later. You guys have a good night. Later.